scream and say I'm the one who's raising my voice. You leave, then say everything you did was my choice. You build me up, then pull me under. Take me to hell and back, I'll still put you first. I've been blind. You do me wrong, I apologize. Look at what you started. Look at what you done. We're breaking in front of you. Only that you got it. Is it all the beautiful? Just something you wanna do? I blame you. 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 Until now, you made out that it was all me. Somehow, taking all the blame was easy. You make your mess and I clean it up. My friends who said you'd never be good enough. I was blind. You do me wrong, I just let it slide. Look at what you started. Look at what you done. We're breaking in front of you. Only that you got it. Is it all the beautiful? Just something you wanna do? I
Okay.
blame
I'm just gonna start it. Yada yada yada. Turn that on. Turn this
Very
on.
close to 50-50, so I'm excited to see what the competitors do to give themselves a little bit better odds.
I don't know
think
who
whoever
this
wins
is,
tournament's
but
gonna have a really clever solution.
Oh, I love that. I think Unite's kind of in the same boat. I think this might be the tournament we've had the most parity of any World Championships yet. These teams feel very close together across the board.
Air
So
these
I
nuts.
personally can't wait, and I know all of you can't either. So make sure to tune in and follow all of the channels, youtube.com/Pokemon, twitch.tv/Pokemon, and tune in. Sunday will be the grand finals for Go, TCG, and VGC. Pokemon Unite will be concluding on Saturday night, so make sure to tune into that. Now, the next thing that you all are going to want to stay tuned in for is a pretty exciting event that I'm personally pumped for. It will be the opening ceremonies.
I was hoping it'd be 3 days
so
for
the
Unite.
opening ceremonies will be happening very soon, and right after that, the competition. So tune in and enjoy the World Championships.
No, I'm gonna miss it because I have a party tomorrow. Great. Just great, guys. Yo, yo, yo. Well, it's officially confirmed, guys. I'll miss it tomorrow. But that's okay. Be like that sometimes. Hope you're doing well, X. Happy Friday. Damn, how are they gonna do me dirty like that? How are they gonna start Worlds on a Friday? It was supposed to start tomorrow and then end on Sunday. Like, it's... disgusting, that's what it is. Disgusting. Yo, what up, Sly? Ready for Worlds? It's actually crazy, because I was looking at a graphic for Pokemon Unite, and I think like half the teams got disqualified because of visa problems. Or something along those lines. It was a shit show. Imagine playing Pokemon Unite for the full year and not being able to go... Like, imagine playing Pokemon Unite for the full year. You qualify for Worlds, but you can't go because of a visa problem. Yeah. I saw it a few days ago, very briefly, but there were a lot of teams that couldn't go just because some or all of their players had visa problems, meaning they couldn't travel. Bad. I feel as if you're competing competitively in any esport, I feel as if you should have your travel stuff up to date to avoid problems like this in advance. I could probably find the picture. I don't know at the top of my head, just because I was not really following it too in depth. Let me see if I can find it. All I know is that it was mostly... It wasn't any North American or EU team as far as I'm concerned. I think maybe one of them. I think it was mostly like LATAM teams, Latin America. Oh, I found it. It's actually crazy because the first thing I searched up was here. Give me literally 1 minute just because I need to sign in. Okay. So apparently, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but apparently all the teams with the line are no longer attending for X reason. Mostly Visa, I believe. I don't think it was anything bad in terms of anything they did per se, just travel issues. I didn't actually fact check this. Oops. Woo! Woo! I'm so excited, guys! Worlds! Oh my god! I can't believe it! Woo! 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my god! They're muted. Stream muted, by the way. Muted. No audio. There's no audio. Just saying. Already off to a good start. Look at my volume. It's at 100%. I can't go higher than 100. Honolulu! You're muted again. The audio, though, no sound. No audio, guys. No audio in the chat. Pre-recorded. Shoe on head or pre-recorded. Three minutes? The show just started. What do you mean? Oh my god. Quality, quality. I bet you guys Pokemon Go doesn't have to deal with this shit. Where's Pokemon Go? They're on the break screen too. I am not legend. I'm not even expert. I'll tell you that right now. Don't mind me, I'm just eating my KFC. I didn't eat lunch. Gotta eat my finger food. Woo! Woo! I love Unite, guys! I love it so much! Worlds! Hype! Pre-recorded! How did it go from 3 minutes to 4 minutes? What's happening here? They just added time. My god. I think this timer's broken. Who do you think is gonna win? Brazil's gonna win. Who do I think is gonna win? Brazil. Brazil numero uno. They keep adding time, man. This is how they get people to watch more ads. It's ingenious. just debated chatting and watching 10 ads. You're just in time because it hasn't started yet. We've been waiting for... Oh, another 5 minutes. Perfect, guys. We were almost there. Jesus Christ. Am I playing GBL now? No. I was answering a text. My brother. Oh my god, is it finally canting down? Can it be? Oh my god, I dreamt of this moment. Surely it's not gonna go back again. Alola! Oh my god, guys, it's happening! It's happening! Jesus!
Tell me, can you hear it calling? On the ocean breeze, like an ancient whisper, like a
Can you guys do the Honolulu dance? I bet you can.
tell me, can you feel it coming? All across the land, like a mountain rising from beneath the sand. No matter where you're from, it's beating like a drum, and now it's calling you by name. No matter who you are, it's beating in your heart. It's the spirit of the game. Makes it
Woo!
harder than you know. The spirit of the game takes you the highest you can go. No stopping now. You've come too far, and now it's coursing through your veins. The spirit of the game. It's beating like a drum, and now it's calling you by name. The spirit of the game takes you the highest you can go. No stopping now. You've come too far, and now it's coursing through your veins.
I wonder what he was looking at. He looked very happy to look at something. Ah! Oh my god, this is supposed to be E for everyone. Tell him to put a shirt on. I can't. How much? There are kids in here.
Ano kau noi ho ike maila no kau make make ho iau me oi ko hale o halau a ola ke ai aku nei au I kau noi oi ai he mai ke noi o e mai nei ka ne u he aloha lai aloha wa nei o e ia ka lai ia ka I ka polia o pelela e aloha o e
Oh my god, there's more moves. There are kids in here. Tell them to put shirts on. Jesus.
Kane ku aka
Can I translate? Yeah. Truth is, they're actually shit talking all of you guys. They put up fake subtitles, fake news. He's actually saying you're shit at Pokemon Unite. Can't believe you're watching Worlds, you nerds. Can you imagine?
We came from far away to share our love of the game, while the island sunset glows, making new memories with my Ohana, my family. Hey, come on, my, it's time to go. Hey, come on, my, it's time to go. Hey, come on, my, and let the games begin.
Now you're the next in line. Now it's your chance to shine. While the island sea breeze blows, under the shining sun, you'll become a champion. And come on, my, you never know.
Whoa.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
Aloha trainers, and welcome to the 2024 Pokemon World Championships.
Woo!
Beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii, with the best
Hawaii.
ever played the game. But you
Game.
never know.
Could be you on day two.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
Exactly, it is relaxing.
Wow, let's hear one more big round of applause for Kylo Moon and our amazing dancers!
Woo!
That musical performance was one absolutely to remember, and that hula performance was such a great way to welcome all our trainers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. It's truly an honor to perform in front of a wonderful audience of Pokemon trainers.
I can't even hear her.
And
Is she even talking? I think she's lip syncing.
Hawaii.
I know I'm going to be singing A Como Mai all weekend long. Tell us a little bit more about that first dance.
The opening hula was
What am I munching on?
Pele, who is one of our
KFC.
gods. We have many gods and goddesses that embody all of our elements that surround us. Pele embodies fire and
Look at this.
volcanoes, creation of new land, and that opening number was about her and her sisters and their competitive relationship with each other. And
I love that. And I can't wait to learn a little bit more about Pele later. I know I'm going to be singing those songs all weekend long. Thank you so much. I'm just filled with that Hawaiian spirit.
Ikomo Mai simply means welcome, but also it represents a desire for all of us to come together as a community.
Original
Thank
recipe.
you so much for having us in the Pokemon
4
community.
pieces
Yeah,
of
we're so
original
excited to
recipe.
come together and celebrate Pokemon, right? And we're so happy to be in Hawaii once again. So please, one more round of applause for that amazing Hawaiian welcome. Thank you.
Less
so much.
talking, more uniting. Let the games begin.
Now, hello, officially welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host this weekend here in the stunning city of Honolulu, Hawaii. We are honored to have over 3,000 of the best trainers from around the globe joining us here this weekend. These talented trainers are ready to compete in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet,
Boo!
the Pokemon trading card game,
Boo!
Pokemon Go,
Woo!
and Pokemon Unite.
Woo!
But before we dive into all of that excitement, let's hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Please welcome Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
Oh my god, the president's there? Get down, Mr. President! You gotta save him from the molding.
Hello, Pokemon trainers.
I don't even know who this guy is. He's a fake.
I'm very happy to be here together with you for the 2024 Pokemon World Championships.
この世界大会はポケモンのすべてを祝い、そして楽しむイベントです。世界中から集まった皆さんが互いを支え合い、そして競い合う姿を見るのは私にとって大きな喜びです。
The Pokemon World Championships are a celebration of all things Pokemon, and I am delighted to see all of you from around the world come here to compete with and support each other.
私は今日から皆さん一人一人を応援したいと思います。まずはこの場にたどり着いたことを心からお祝いいたします。世界チャンピオンになるために全力で頑張ってください。
I look forward to cheering each and every one of you this weekend.
Not that it matters that
Congratulations on
much.
making it here. And
I
please
put
give
that,
it your all and
you know,
strive to become
I'm
the
sure there
world
might
champion.
be some. What if there's some people that are auditorily impaired and they can't hear what the translator's saying? I'm shocked that they don't have subtitles.
ご友人の皆さんにも感謝申し上げます。
Where's the translator? Where's the subtitles at?
目標を達成する上でかけがえのない
Damn, these guys are not accommodating.
I also want to extend my
Non-accessible
heartfelt
stream,
thanks
guys.
to all of the family and friends who supported our trainers throughout the season. Your support is invaluable to helping them achieve their goals.
また私たちを温かく迎えてくださったホノルルの皆さんにマハローの気持ちでいっぱいです。このように再びハワイの地で世界大会を開催できたことに感謝いたします。
And mahalo to the community of Honolulu for the warm welcome. We are so happy to be able to host the Pokemon World Championships here in Hawaii once again.
Oh my god, I see Waldo! I see Waldo, guys! I found
の
him!
皆さん、これから気持ちを引き締めて、いよいよ始まるバトルに集中しましょう。私が次に皆さんにお会いするのは日曜日閉会式の夕方の閉会式です。その時にポケモンの最新情報をお知らせしたいと思います。
For now, trainers, let's focus on the competition ahead, and I'll see you all again at the closing ceremonies on Sunday evening to share some special news for our Pokemon games.
皆さんのご健闘を心より祈っています。それでは大いに楽しんでください。
I wish you all the best of luck in your battles. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara!
This guy showed up
Now,
for a
we
2-minute
are just
speech
moments
and he
away
got
from
paid
kicking
millions
off
of
the
dollars.
Pokemon
No, just kidding.
2024 World Championship. To set the competitive stage, our casters and analysts will be diving into the players and storylines that we should keep our eyes on this weekend. But before you take your seats at the play tables, we want to take a moment to honor and inspire those who made it to Worlds and are starting their journey down Victory Road. So in the next dance, you will see the power of Pele's family. Her favorite sister, Hi'iaka, is known for fighting giant dragons like Mokoli'i, now an islet of Oahu's Kualoa Beach. Hi'iaka is a skilled fighter who uses her magical skirt and control of the elements to defeat enemies and clear her path. So let this performance become a part of your story.
What is she talking about?
And inspire you to become the best and achieve victory. Competitors, good luck. We can't wait to see who will be the next Pokemon World Champion.
Are they going on break again? Oh my god, is that real fire? There are kids in there. Jesus.
Awana mo koli ike kai wa hele apuana e ke kanaka hele ikali ula o ko hala iovi vi ai ole vi makai ole I kai ano kai kai ka he kai ka no e ai e o ie Pilia mo o kai ko o I ka palilai Ua mo o kualo alai o io Kai popo I kumu pali ka neho alani Pulana ka ho I mo koli I ta e hua ke kai Mo ka pua wa ke aya ho o hokulai Kuka pi o aloa pi o nue nue ai e o ie Ki e kane ho alani Ho bue ana mo koli I de anu He keiki makahi apo I ana ko o lau e na te o ne o kane Lau na ko ama o ki o he ia E ia ula wa ke nai ka ino ai e o ie Maka ino mo o ka mo o vivi O a ka ka o ka pau O a ka huelo hale hale O pa I pali ku I ko o lau Ku ele poa ke ko o lau wahine Ni ho ku alo no mai Ua ta o lau
I don't even understand what's going on.
Oh hai ke ka bao ke le oh hai makani holo balilai oh hai ka mako ka vahine oh hai ka hua kai make
We're almost an hour in and we haven't started any matches. Fuck the dancing, bro. Let's get it. Let's get the ball rolling. I don't got all day. Jesus. If I want to watch people dance, I'd watch the Jabberwockies or whoever the fuck is popular nowadays. Jesus. My stream has been on for almost an hour. 13 minutes away.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is it. Oh, wow.
Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional.
And Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
Giovanni Costa.
The double crit! Arjef, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Arjef.
Here it is, Mirage Gate. Gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion. Then he takes it. The Charlotte Miracle.
Torn Reklev is your 5-time international champion.
Shifu, close combat, it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion. 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down, I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who is qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
players are better now than they've ever been. You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it'll be the biggest Worlds so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
That's right, J-Gen. There can be only one.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
What is this wholesomeness? We need some trash talk. You gotta say to everyone you're gonna win. You're gonna crush these scrubs. We need more trash talking banter, man.
Doombug.
Look at this wholesome community.
Rat Chen.
I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won, so that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me.
There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
Welcome to the
I don't know any of these people, man.
Pokemon Unite World
I only saw one Pokemon Go player that I know, and that was J-Gen. I swear to you, I did not recognize anyone else that was shown there, except Wolf. And I only know him from social media. I think his name is Wolf Glick or Wolfie Glick.
And only broadcast bandito, Alolan Spraggles, better known as Doob Snacks.
Choo! Fist fought a Sharpedo on my way here. Took his tooth, bring me to this event. I'm super excited. Gas the gills. Crowd's ready. Teams are ready. We're ready, obviously.
We're ready, I'm sure.
You can't understate how excited we are right now. This event's going to be awesome.
We have so many amazing games coming at you, and at the end of this 2-day journey, you are going to find out who your Pokemon Unite World Champion is. And man, what a game one we have.
Yes.
Last year's world champs against the 5th place team, Legacy. Luminosity Legacy game 1. Let's take a look at some of these qualified teams. If you've been watching Unite, you know these names. Nouns Esports out of EU, Fennel out of Japan, former champion lord. Like, insane. I cannot wait to see some of these teams go at it. Dupe Snacks, who are you looking at?
You can't not look at Shin Rude. They had a great showing at the AOS Cup. Of course, Fusion won the AOS Cup. You had Nemesis, now Fluffy Nem. Great job at the AOS Cup, kind of surpassed the NA expectations in that event. These teams are ready to go. We're ready to go. And because I tripped over those wires, we had a little bit of a delay to kick this thing off. I'm sorry about that, but that means we've got great groups to go through and a great match to kick off, as you already mentioned.
That's right. In Group A, we're going to be watching Legacy Luminosity first. Like, this is a match that you could imagine possibly being in the grand finals of this entire event. We're going to see it here day one for our first match. So many good games coming up. Taking a look at all these groups, 2 teams will advance from every group, heading into our day 2, where you're going to see this 16-team huge bracket, single eliminated, 3 matches.
Hey, look, it's
single elimination
Spargles.
bracket. It's going to be insane.
All right, let me see.
Let's
Okay,
take a look
wait.
at our cast.
These are the caster predictions of the most, I'm assuming, for what you're going to see. Blaziken is at number 1 for 2 people, then Cyriluge, then Umbreon, then Greedent, Charizard, Umbreon, Cramorant, Eldegoss, Cyriluge, Blissey, Umbreon, Cram, Blaziken, Urshifu, Hoopa, Mammo. Who the fuck is gonna play Mamoswine in this tournament? Mr. Mime, number 1. Sylveon, Leafeon, Blissey, Sylveon, Hoopa, Trev, Chandelure, Urshifu.
And a lot of those sleeper picks that some of these teams have. You know, we've got the best Blastoise player in the world here. Correct. We've got defender players where if they don't get the Slowbro, they don't get, you know, the Mime maybe for their defender choice. They have.
Who do I think is gonna win?
So many.
Brazil is gonna win. I told you, man.
If you talk about just an
Brazil's
East
the
versus
one
West type
true winner.
situation, I mean, the East loves Sableye to the point where in the middle of the season we were seeing it getting banned by some of these teams. But now, is the West even ready for that? Do they have that on their radar? Because we were kind of talking about this yesterday, you and I, getting ready for this. A good Sableye ruins your opposing team's day. A bad Sableye ruins your own team's day. And I want to make sure that...
It's going to troll somebody.
Yes, somebody is getting trolled by these Sableyes. Of course, big shout out to me, trolling everybody, including this broadcast.
That's right. Let's take a look at our drops here. So just for watching, there are things that you're going to be able to get on Twitch. So make sure that you are checking it out, watching for at least 60 minutes, and you will be able to get some of these prizes. And then day 2, we have licenses that we are giving out. If you're watching during the grand finals, make sure you are checking that out. Something for everybody. And Dupe Snacks, as we've always talked about, if you're looking to watch 60 minutes of Unite, it couldn't be better than right now at the top of the show here with this match and with me and you.
Yeah, where we are going to be polluting a lot of the screen with our presence until this game gets underway. And honestly, there's nothing more we like more than talking about ourselves at you.
That's right. We love to talk about ourselves at you. You can see our fits.
Bro, I don't even know who... Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know who's playing in this tournament.
I know this audience is
when I see the list of all the teams, I will give you my prediction on who I think is going to win.
That means ready to go means unbutton your shirt.
Because I genuinely don't even know who's
As we
playing.
get ready for our first game here up on the big stage. Let's take a look here at some of the socials that you can follow for Unite. Hey, there they are. Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Pokemon on YouTube. Pokemon on Facebook. Pokemon on Instagram.
Why didn't I
right
follow
there. Follow the channels. Pokemon Unite on YouTube. Pokemon Unite on Twitch. Spraggles on YouTube. I bet I'm not allowed to plug that.
Dupe Snacks on Twitter. We
Dupe
did it.
Snacks on Twitter.
Here, I tried to cover for you a little bit. I don't think I'm going to be able to repair that volume of damage. Let's take a look at a format video brought to you and voiced by somebody you're familiar with, Grip It and Rip It production.
The 2024 Pokemon World Championships will be showcasing the best Pokemon Unite teams and matches all weekend long from Honolulu, Hawaii. Trainers from all over the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion and over $2 million in total prizing. Our tournament will take place over 2 days. On day 1, all invited teams will be randomly placed into 8 groups in a single round-robin format. The top 2 teams from
Alright, I'll be back. I'm going to get something to drink really quickly because the games have not started, and I need to be hydrated for this. Okay.
Single elimination bracket until we determine our world champion.
Hawaii!
Who will take the title of Pokemon Unite World Champions this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
thank you very much, Past Spraggles. You did an amazing job. A really incredible job. Yeah, really good job. You did a really good job, buddy.
Good.
Now, obviously, we need to break down every single Pokemon that's in Unite. I'm kidding, of course. We are just about ready to go here. We have our teams up on the big side. I wonder if I can poke some up on that big stage. They're getting ready for their interview right now. As always,
there's somebody.
We shrink them down to a miniature size.
It's the only way we can make them fit.
It's the only way.
It's the only way you can make them fit.
It's a reasonable way to do it. They're going to be up there competing. Luminosity, your world champions from last year, versus Legacy. What a showdown.
Yeah, really the giant slayers of last year, getting rid of Talibobo Believers, a team that a lot of people thought were the best in the world. But let's not delay this any further. We're going to sling it up on stage to get this battle started.
Chef, take it away.
Hey everybody, we're here. We're getting ready for the first match. We've got Lutano from Luminosity and Matzo from Legacy. Our first two interviewees.
Lutano's on Luminosity. He gave up on TTV for that? Jesus.
On the right. Okay, how much did you prepare for Legacy?
A lot.
All right, a lot is a good answer. Is there any more descriptive than a lot? How much did you prepare for Luminosity?
It's actually a really fun matchup because we've been practicing against Black Hands/LG for like 3 years now. We've been practicing against TTV for like 3 years.
The guy
now.
that's wearing the Luminosity
Then
jersey.
inside out, it's going to be a matter of who got better.
There's
from
only one.
regionals up to the World Tournament.
All right, all right. You don't have to say it. Do you have any secret plans against the opponents?
Yeah.
All right. Keeping it simple, keeping it clean. I like it. Ready to play. You got any secret plans up against Luminosity?
Being more descriptive? Yes. 2.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, anything that you would like to say to your opponents before you begin the match?
We got to take you out, man. We're going to win.
And of course, your turn too.
Overall, can make it 3 times in a row. We got to win.
All right, well, that's the last questions for you two. Good luck to the both of you. You want to strike one final pose for the crowd as we get ready for our first match of the day. Let's send it back to the casters. Let's go, Luminosity versus Legacy. Great job, guys.
Hit on with that YI auto right on
Big
stage.
Big poses, getting ready for it right here. That's right. Luminosity, your former world champions, looking to make the three-peat happen.
Wait.
First time for a lot of
Can you call these? Okay, I swear to you, there's only one person. Let me pause here for a second. I'm pretty certain that in that Luminosity squad, there's only one OG member left from the original crew. And I'm pretty sure that's Overlord, I think. I think everyone else is gone. Like, as in, they still play, but they're just on a different team. Do you still call them world champions since more than half the roster aren't world champions?
Out right now.
Check it out.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Mazo from Legacy, and we're going to be talking about their journey and what's going to happen this weekend at the World Championships. So good to see you, dude. I always love seeing you. I always love seeing your team play. Obviously, you have an insane amount of fans out there. You did amazing last year. Your team got all the way through to 5th place, right?
Yeah.
And you took down what a lot of people considered to be possibly the best team in the world in Talibobo Believers. It feels like you're sort of the giant slayers, and your first game is against the former world champs, Luminosity. How do you feel about it?
It's really funny because Luminosity was the...
Yes. So, if I remember correctly, 2 of them got banned. If I remember correctly, Kyrios got banned, and maybe Elo, I think? Was it Elo? For account sharing? I don't know how long the ban was, but or the very least suspended. I'll use the word suspended just because I'm not 100% sure. I know /Can or Slash, he swapped to a different team. I don't remember what happened to the 4th person, but I know they're not there anymore. So I believe it's only Overlord that's left from the original team that won. Yeah, Zugrug. He's on the Orange Juicers now, I think. Or the
I
juicers.
saw you on stage, and I remember it was maybe between a game or before a game started. You were all smiling, you were laughing. It felt like you were having a really good time, and I feel like I don't see every team in that mode, right? Is that when you feel like you're playing your best, when your team's kind of in that space?
Ren retired? Ren who? Our Ren, or is there a Ren that played competitively?
I can compete, I'm like in my best zone, in the best scenario ever.
I want to know a little bit about Legacy. Like, tell me about the transition from last year to this year, and what is that? What is this
Oh,
team?
wait, is that
Feels
what
like
his
this a
name
group
is?
That really sticks together.
I really thought that at the beginning of this year, this roster is the best team that we can possibly manage in Brazil. Same thing as last year with the team. So I really want to see what prizes we get from sticking to the same team. I also think that like synergy is really important, and keeping the team together, it's the most important. If you're gonna switch one player or another, I think that's fine. But like switching a whole roster, like for a world stage, it's complicated.
Amazing, everybody. The incredible Baby Mazo from Legacy. Let's go back to back and go down. Let's see if we can make it happen. And down.
Yeah, what's that production? Yeah, you
I think
did
Jungle
tell me
Book
you're
also
going
might
with
have
Master first. Did you
gotten
switch it up?
a temporary
accept your
ban, I
apology.
think.
Thank you. Appreciate
But
that.
I don't keep up with
Okay, we're back, everybody.
I don't keep up with all the Unite news anymore.
Absolutely love this team.
I just remember that I know that 2 of them got banned for account sharing.
I want to root for both of these
But
teams
I don't
so
remember
hard.
what happened
Love
afterwards.
Legacy. I think they're so good, and of course, I want to see NA really show up today. The former champs. I would, if they could do it again. What a story.
Without a doubt. I mean, for Overlord, it is that three-peat, right? There's only 2 players in this event that have that opportunity. Both from NA, Overlord, and Slash, both here on different teams. Overlord wants that three-peat. The rest of the team wants to prove that they're worthy wearing Luminosity Gaming's championship mantle, because they're carrying that right now. Taking a look at our wonderful stage here, we have LG on your left, of course, Legacy on the right. These teams are ready to go, and we've got a draft on the way.
That's right. You can see him up on the big stage with Tyranitar. We felt like, hey, we're probably not going to see it in any of these teams. Let's get it up on stage at one point as we get ready for our first draft of our World Championships here in day 1. Slowbro banned out, Charizard banned out, no surprise there. Hoopa, we've seen that coming, and our final ban over to the side of Legacy. It's going to be the Cerulege, it looks like, and then first pick is going to be heading over to Luminosity.
Yeah, there's a lot of great directions Luminosity can go. A lot of great Pokemon still left.
Yeah, Legacy is the orange
Are
team.
they going to feed
Luminosity is purple.
Something last quickly. Going to Umbreon. This is one of Joey's best Pokemon since they forced him to learn another one after the whole Trevenant debacle.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Umbreon, I think, is maybe the best defender out there right now. Slowbro, of course, is right there. There's so many good ones, so many powerful picks, and you see the side of Legacy. Now that that defender's out of the way and Slowbro's already banned, they know they're not going to be taking another big choice from them, so they're going with huge picks. Cramorant, Blaziken, Gyarados on the other side for the side of LG, which I think is a really great choice. We were talking about this yesterday before broadcast. I didn't want to put too many all-rounders on my list, but I was thinking, man, with Char, Cerulege being banned out, we really could see a lot of Gary.
Yeah, and you're right there. That's an Urshifu. Blue Shifu specifically, I think, is going to be incredibly popular. I think that's kind of a caster consensus because it looks great in all of these players' hands. JL picking up Comfy. Oh, into Overlord. We are off to the races, baby.
Oh my God.
Legacy not looking to disappoint, and I can tell you.
Is that a Zera in the first game of Worlds? Sheesh, they're cooking. They're cooking, boys.
Seeing Zera Aura in game 1. A powerful speedster that has not been in the meta for a long time here.
Ever.
So this is a super surprising pick. And we have JL on the Comfey. This is very normal for Overlord, right? To have a Comfey following him around. When you're one
You've activated my trap card, the Thundercat.
that little lay around your neck would be huge.
Well, when you take
I don't know if you guys know Yu-Gi-Oh cards,
because if you remember last year's
but I only remember it because it was super OP.
And you think it's kind of like a face roll type.
There was one card in Yu-Gi-Oh that was called fuck, what's it called?
The way that Elo was playing, it was able to kind of
it was a giant lightning bolt. I think it was called Raigeki, that's what it was. No, it was called Raigeki. And basically when you activate the card, it destroys everything on the opponent's side of the field. Literally the most OP card I've seen back in the day when I still played, like the first 2 generations. I was like, oh my god, this card's OP, man. Jesus.
I think they actually liked it there. They really like playing that Pokemon.
And now they have a bunch of other stupid shit where it's just like, oh, you got like 3 extra decks. You got like a summoning deck, you got like a fusion deck, and like some other random stuff.
Pseudo attack Otter, but
here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your first game of the Pokemon Unite World Championships is underway. Luminosity, your purple team, versus Legacy, your orange team.
No commands for drops do not and will never work.
As that Zeraora, and I can tell you what, I am so excited to see what they do with this.
Yeah, this is so interesting.
Wait, let me move my camera. Wait.
Magikarp in this top path, which just feels like a real tough thing for Lutano to deal with here, especially with Eldegoss up there. Mew in that central area looks to be taking possibly the red buff and then maybe moving into path. Urshifu not being bothered on the side of Legacy. That's a Pokemon that can get invaded a lot, right? But they just don't have that on the side of Luminosity.
Otter moving up quickly. They actually took partial jungle rotation so they can get to there and have an impact. They've got the red buff. Boosted Auto stepped up by the Gosler. Nice job by Lel to eat that on behalf of that little Torchic.
Look at this right here. Overlord in a little bit of trouble, having to dash out of this fight here. Joey peeling back, and it looks like a lot of this experience is headed over to the side of Legacy in the bottom path. And we do have Urshifu in the top path. It is not the Water Bear. We've got that single strike moving up here, getting ready for these birds.
Ew, single strike,
Listen,
boo!
So they're going to charge it up. Let's see if we can get a Wicked Blow in there. Tons of experience. Mazo at half HP. They have to peel back. They are able to. But you see that Lutano, that little Magikarp, picked up JL for just a second to give them a sustain and not get knocked out. And looking them moving almost in tandem. Wolf keeping an eye on Otter, wondering where they're going.
Yeah, heading down to this bottom path here with Mew, seeing if they can make something happen. Obviously, we need to get some experience over to this Zeraora, right? It's pretty strong, but it needs a lot of experience. It's a very hungry speedster here on the side of Luminosity, trying to secure that. Nice big secure here. Overlord's now 6, Joey is 5, and we've got kind of 2 supporters supporting the Zeraora in the bottom path. We've got 10 seconds now until we have a possible fight breaking out in the middle. Magikarp now jungling, turning into that Gyarados.
Pivotal for them. Joey going to give some...
Bro, that Zera's in a free lane, man.
Well, of course, as the Eldegoss always surveying the scene. Otter unafraid to get in the middle. They know Overlord's in tow, going straight into that action. They're going to get everything in the middle at the low price of free.
And here we go. Lutano in the top path. Finally, a Gyarados here, level 5, which is a huge power spike. Now, 3 members here of Legacy possibly being caught. Here comes the Sweet Kiss. And
oh my god.
Going for it right. Nice.
Oh my god.
Gyarados
Jesus.
Getting a couple KOs. They're going to look to score here as Lel goes down quickly and they peel off. Look at that patience. Now we have a little surf by Otter. They give themselves up. That's enough to get Overlord out of dodge.
Now this is a strategy we've seen a few teams implement in the UCS season. It's exciting, it's crazy, it's fun. We've got the Discharge Zeraora with the Sweet Kiss, pulling them all in. Huge combination again. They pick up another KO, but no, it goes back the other way. Urshifu goes down, Blaziken makes it out here, and Gyarados has to back up.
What a gargantuan Wicked Blow by Mazo, allowing them. They barely go down, but that Blaziken stays standing with a health bar that's non-existent. They make it back, and what looked like the sickest engagement of all times, the tables are turned instantly by a single strike Urshifu.
Amazing stuff here, and you can just see the insane level of play from these 2 teams, right? I mean, you've got crazy strong Pokemon that require a ton of skill. Here down in the bottom path, we actually have a little bit of a fight breaking out over Regice. Gonna be hard for Luminosity to secure this over the single strike, but they're moving in.
Overlord going to the backside to cut them off. Regice is getting low. They're gonna spark it up. The tree's gonna take it, but they're gonna look for bodies now.
Oh my Jesus.
Otter's trying to stick his neck out to keep this goal zone in tandem. Surfs through KO's Trinkatu for Mazo, and that baby growing up real quick right in front of our eyes.
Beautiful stuff here from Legacy. 23 to 138. They're continuing to score, putting the points on. 207 now. Goal zone going in the top, gone on the top and bottom path. This does give Luminosity a ton of experience, and that's a scary thing because because you've got two insane scalers on their side. You've got Gyarados and you've got Zeraora. Zeraora's going to be looking to have a Unite move every single time they fight. Kind of the same thing with Gary here, and they're going to be supported by incredible Pokemon, Umbreon and Comfey. We're going to have to see if these fights go a little better for Luminosity.
The thing is, when you're late game scaling, you need to get to the late game. You can't let it get too bad early. Wicked Blow comes through. It's a little late for Mazo, and at least the buff stays
Bro,
on
the world
side
champion's
of
not
LG.
looking so good right now.
Boosted auto susses out
And
well.
A-Fan's
Step
sweating
up,
right
nice
now.
little Hurricane on Overlord to cut them off. And now we're going to see where this next engagement goes because LG's behind.
Yeah, LG is behind, and it looks like Legacy has them exactly where they want them right now. They're winning all of these fights. They're winning all of these objectives.
I believe in the Zera, guys. I believe. It's like believing in the heart of the cards. It doesn't work until you need it to work.
As we have Legacy prepping for a possible big fight here at this Tier 1. Lutano moving in. Now we see them here. Mazo can see the entirety of the team. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. Pulling back with the single strike, running away from the Sweet Kiss.
Going for the overheat, eject back.
Oh, Cramrun unit. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus.
So is Joey. Otter pops their Unite move just to
Oh
get away.
my
Now,
god.
Otter might have to sacrifice themselves. No, they go in that big discharge. They're going to get it.
Urshifu, where's your Unite move, buddy?
Excuse me, Mazo's still in the chase. They're sorting out Otter. And I'll tell you what, Legacy is fighting well, Cowboy.
They're fighting amazingly. Huge catch here. The Horn Leech after the Wood Hammer. A Unite move moves.
Oh!
They head up in
Oh!
the air.
This guy just got Street Fighter uppercutted, man.
Luminosity right now. Very close team names, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, that Zeraora got its solar plexus shattered by Mazo. And if I'm Mazo right now, I'm feeling good. And if you look at objective secure, it's all in the hands of Legacy as well. So the fact
Brazil
that they're this far
Gaming,
ahead,
boys.
and they have
Brazil Gaming.
and they have Wicked Blow, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with just to even contend on these objectives, Sprague.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch, or I guess the 1-2 punch kick between overheat and that single strike is going to be really difficult for Luminosity to deal with. Obviously, they're not looking to steal any objectives. They've got to win a fight because on the other side, the secure is just too intense. Level-wise, though, Luminosity is still inside this game. However, things are working really well for Legacy. Joey with a nice catch here. Lutano jumping in, and they end up backing out.
Yeah, the bounce falling just a little short.
Did he go foul play on Umbreon? Oh my fringe boot. My god, I get triggered when I see that.
Is out. They want to defend this thing, but Regieleki already hits. Can they get Overlord down with the Unite move? Excuse me, that's Joey. They do. Otter's down as well, and they shatter the goal zone, but now Overlord's in a lot of trouble, which means JL is gone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this Cramrun is kind of popping off.
At the same time, he was able to sneak in that huge 50 points, which is massive. With this Tier 1 open on this bottom path, once we hit double time here in a minute, they actually can take the lead just on a Tier 1 goal zone, which would be great for Luminosity. They wouldn't have to win a fight in the center, but they have not been doing well in some of these fights. Every time they've engaged, it feels like Legacy has counterpunched extremely well.
45 seconds to Rayquaza. The game is still pretty close points-wise. But if we're talking about team fight strictly, LG's getting giga clapped.
Making sure they're meeting their levels, and it's really been Mazo.
Like, their cheeks are just going...
Salto, if they get in the mix, this is going to be a problem.
That's what Legacy's doing to them.
Slightly in the hands of Legacy, but Overlord and Lutano have done a great job catching up.
Yeah, and when you have a big level lead on some of these Pokemon, it can be huge. Things are very, very close. 15 seconds until our first Rayquaza of our World Championships here in Honolulu. This is a big match. It's going to dictate the pace of the day for these two teams. 5 seconds till Ray hits the board. Legacy is up. They can let Luminosity make a mistake right here. They can let them try to make a play, and then they can counter them. Obviously, both of these teams pushing back and forth, looking for their moment. Overlord possibly going in, but just backing out.
Oh, he's getting caught out. He's getting caught
out. They're going to have to use everything in the kitchen sink. Comfy Unite is popped. Trev Unite on top, and Cram is on the backside shooting everybody
Nice
down.
Cram Unite move.
Overlord, get out. They're on the chase, and they're trying to close this out. Pop them up.
Oh, he missed. He
missed. The next one on the chopping block, they're gone.
Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Someone call an ambulance! Oh my god! Get the Gyarados! Get the Gyarados! Get the Gyarados! Oh my god! Luminosity fans in shambles, boys! It's Jover!
Legacy
Jesus,
was
they
such
got
an amazing
giga
fight. The
rolled.
heads-up play by Mazo there to know that he was basing in the
Oh
push. That
my
catch changed the
god,
entire
that was
match,
a
and
stomp.
now the Burgers are raining in. That's
Yo,
another hundo in
Luminosity
the
gotta
bottom
dust
half.
off the rust if they
Legacy
want
is
to
gonna be
win
taking
game number
one
2.
with a minute left. It's
Sheesh.
gonna be so difficult for Luminosity to do something here, but there's still some fight in this squad as they are chasing Soto out.
It's World Championships, baby. You can't give up now. You got a minute to cobble something together. You better try, because you only get a couple bites at this apple. However, Sato, full shield, Mazo, Hundo Burger on the backside. They're pivoting to home base to make this thing look a heck of a lot worse for Luminosity as Joey's hanging out waiting for the team to come in. Burger is dunked, and this thing looks tough for LG.
That's right. That is all she wrote for Luminosity here in game number 1. There just aren't enough points on the board. There isn't enough time on the clock, and there's not enough fight in this composition here from Luminosity to take down this stellar play and stellar comp here from Legacy. What a game 1.
Absolutely crazy. Hats off to Luminosity for bringing something a little bit unique to the table, trying to make some magic happen here. But that magic was snuffed out, and as magicians, we know when a magic trick isn't working the way it's supposed to.
Trust me, ours never seem to. There's just
I don't know.
about it. I feel like we don't do good at kids' parties. Even they can see
I feel
right
as if
through
that
it.
is
But I'll tell you,
a little
the magic is
unclear.
right there on stage with Legacy. This is exactly how I saw them last year against
I think they
Alpha.
do
You
for the
remember,
whole
I mean,
competitive
just like
integrity
that little
thing.
time capsule of last year taking down one of the best in the world. You can see Luminosity needs to refocus.
But
right
I know in the past they've like there have been a few surrenders.
Performance here. There they go, getting cheered on by
But
the
maybe they
crowd
changed
of
it.
Legacy.
Well, let's talk about a story from last year.
You gotta give the folks a show, you know? If people are gonna be spending the big bucks to go to Hawaii, they want to get their full 10 minutes worth per game.
SAUL Esports. They eke out a close second game, and then it seemed like all of a sudden all systems were on, everybody was dialed in, and they ran through the rest of that tournament. And for LG's sake, man, I hope they are repeating that particular process, because their backs are up against the wall now, Cowboy.
Yeah, they absolutely are. But this is not an unusual place for Luminosity, and it's a place that a world champ can definitely come back from. However, you're staring down one of the best in the world. All weekend, these teams are going to be staring down one of the best in the world. When you see the metas clash, you're going to have to find out what ends up happening. And in this first game, it looks like Legacy just handled Luminosity. Take a look at that right there. 10 KOs.
That's what
Where
YouTube
did
is
those
for.
11 KOs on the Mazo. I felt like Wolf had these
Barely any
beautiful
ads.
hurricanes and then a Unite move, and everyone on LG just had to run.
The backside catch, Sato on Overlord, putting him in the middle to cram onto the other side of the wall, using their Gatling missile to just shoot down everybody, and then Mazo just went crazy. I mean, that was a perfectly executed team fight out of Legacy, and there are no notes.
And we often are giving notes
so
to
many
a lot of
notes.
these teams, but I got to tell you that Mazo right there with the clutch play. I don't know if he saw them. I don't know if his game sense just told him. His spidey sense was tingling. Something said, I need to head to that tall grass. And the second they did, it was over for Luminosity. Yeah. Taking down Overlord there, as well as the Comfey. Just a massive moment for Legacy. Then they were easily able to secure Rayquaza.
Yeah, I mean, bell to bell, it really seemed like Legacy was in great shape. Luminosity looked shaky the kind of entire time.
Yeah, you know, the tough thing that Luminosity was dealing with, and we talked about this a little bit, they are playing a lot of heavy scaling Pokemon.
What was their team?
I mean, Gyarados and multiple.
It was
right?
Gyarados, Comfey,
heavy scales on this thing.
Zera,
But also, it takes a long time to get some of these Pokemon.
Mew, and what was the last pick?
Once they do, they can dominate.
Zera, Comfey, Mew, Gyarados. Oh, Umbreon.
This is a tricky play. It's something that will probably rattle a lot of teams. You don't run into it a lot. It's hard to deal with, but at the same time, you're throwing it against some of the best in the world. So these are the kind of players who could counter a strategy that they don't even play against.
I'm taking a look at the faces of Luminosity, and I'm hoping they're dialing this thing in a little bit.
Yeah.
Just making sure they're having a conversation here. There's a lot of smart, intelligent gamers on that side, and they need to take a deep breath. And that's sometimes the hardest thing to do is just resetting yourself to focus on the 10 minutes ahead of you instead of the 10 minutes
Oh, they're
behind.
making Lutano angry.
Lutano.
He's angry. He's going to turn into the Hulk, guys.
down and talk to him. Let's take a look at our conversation with Lutano. Hi everybody, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here, yeehaw, and I'm joined by the one and only Lutano from Luminosity Gaming. Luminosity, obviously the
It's
world
best out of 3, best out of 3.
team from last year, with only one
Best 2 out of 3.
member,
Game
Overlord
point for legacy.
Lutano, a superstar player, moving on to this team. My first question, again, how dare you?
There's been some shenanigans happening
There are a
this
lot of
season in
shenanigans,
NA, and sometimes you gotta dare.
There's so much to talk about. First, I do want to talk to you about everyone's favorite member of the community, your dad, Dad Tano. Tell me about the bond that you two have and how he is at every event cheering you on.
So growing up, my dad, he showed up to every sports event I had. He was my biggest fan, and he's continued that on going through my adulthood. And it's just amazing to see him there, always in the crowd. Unfortunately, he's not going to make it to this year's Worlds. He's busy.
Cut it all then. Forget it.
But yeah, he's going to be cheering me on. He'll send me texts every day and hopefully bring it home for him.
I want to talk to you about North America. So North America's had kind of a weird season, right? It's been up and down, but we've had weird seasons, it feels like, every year. We've kind of had wild swings, and you've been competing since the beginning of the Unite Championship Series. What does NA feel like this year compared to even, say, last year?
I think NA is a lot more cutthroat this year. Going into this year, I was like, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win.
Yeah. Well, you assembled kind of the dream team. It's looked at as like the North American dream team. You have multiple members who are superstars on their respective squads, and they're all coming together. And you've had a little bit of ups and downs with that, right? I feel like there's the growing pains of a new team. How do you feel like Luminosity is right now? Even compared to them being world champs last year, like how do you feel like the teams stack up?
Honestly, I think we're stronger than last year's Luminosity.
I couldn't imagine if you would have said weaker. Like, and actually not as good when you think about it. Yeah, that's great.
We have the game that we know we want to play. We have the players that we know we want. We pretty much picked each other individually after UIC. Like, I think we're going to win.
Well, and you have to.
Yeah.
You have to visualize that victory. This is coming from someone who's never won or competed in a world championship, but somehow I have been to a lot of the grand finals. What does it feel like this year meta-wise? Because from my perspective in the cheap seats, I'm seeing a lot of regions that I feel like are leveling up in big ways. I feel like Japan looks like a monster region this year. Obviously, LATAM is looking incredible. Like, what is it from your perspective?
I'm not going to say that NA isn't the top dog. They're not the favorite anymore, but I am kind of going to say that, you know?
Say it without saying it. Yeah.
Champion Lord, they look
insane.
Incredibly strong. SAR, they look amazing. MYS, absolute monsters. It's going to be a crazy world.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing world. Thank you so much for doing this interview with me. Here's what we'll do. I'll walk by you like I noticed you, but I'm a little too busy, and that's how we'll end this interview. Oh, hey, Lutano. I really have to run, man. Amazing, amazing stuff, past Spraggles. We're taking a look here at Luminosity Gaming. Lutano, Joey, Otter, Overlord, JL, the 2022 and 2023 World Champion team. At least
Lutano and Otter used to be on TTV. JL used to be on Team YouTube. I don't even know who Joey is, to be honest. And Overlord was.
They're under that banner, and they need to prove themselves. And again,
is the last member of the old guard, I guess.
And we could see how
What's up? You're back.
Playing.
Just needs the restroom really quickly.
All of these individual players are. Lutano said they've come together. They've chosen.
Youngster Joey, guys. That's who he is. Youngster Joey. He's from the Pokemon game.
That first 10 minutes didn't go the way you planned.
No.
The next 20 have to.
Yeah, they have to. You need to win these games. 2 teams will make it out of this group.
Correct.
You want it to be you, and you want to go up against what's looked at as the toughest competition in this group and take them down at the start of the day here. Now, as you said before, this is a position that a lot of these players are used to. You know, you lose game 1, you change some stuff, you figure it out, especially when we see some tricky plays like that from Luminosity. You come back and you can win the series right here. But it's tough. You're facing down a tough squad that really feels like they were able to pick apart what Luminosity was throwing at them.
I mean, Umbreon is good.
Yeah.
It's really good. But
I gotta write that down.
Put it in the note card.
Yep.
It's currently blank. Mine is. Write it down. But they immediately gave over Blaziken, which might be one of the best Pokemon in the game.
Yeah.
Expected to be banned or chosen first And I'll tell you what, Legacy did not squander that opportunity. They immediately targeted down Otter's Cramorant, which they've been playing, like I said, for the last 4 months, and nabbed themselves a Blaziken. They were able to grab a single strike Urshifu and have that be just an absolute miracle worker for them all game long. They're ready to go.
And here we go. We're heading into our draft here for game number 2. Luminosity Gaming is going to get this first pick again here. After losing that first match, they're going to be able to decide what they want. And it looks like our bans, they actually targeted that Urshifu there.
Good call. Good call by Luminosity Gaming, without a doubt. It looks like they're quickly highlighting Blaziken, and why not? It's good. I just said that.
You did just say that. You know what? I think you're right. I think both teams...
Production?
Scratch that, actually. We'll go back 20 seconds, cut that I said he was right. You never know with you, man. We got Mime here being hovered, it looks like, on the side of Legacy as they're looking to lock in. However, I don't know if Mime is going to be our first choice here. Gyarados also being moved around as we have some more picks going back and forth between these two teams. Look at the Mewtwo. Maybe bring the Mewtwo out.
I tell you what, my eyes snapped back to the screen when I saw Sableye just queue up for just the smallest of moments. Umbreon tracks a little bit stronger in where we're at here in my mind.
Yeah, and we've got Umbreon. It looks like it is being locked in here. And we have Hoopa being locked in. Oh, we actually are...
We're miles behind.
We are moving through time. And look at this. Overlord on the Zoroark. I mean, can you think of something more iconic than Overlord on a Zoroark with a Comfey? On the other side here, I mean, look at these picks from Legacy. We've got Leafeon, which at the start of the season was insta-banned every single game. It was that good. They're taking the Gyarados this time. The Blaziken, however, snatched away by Luminosity in that first pick slot. We've talked about this Pokemon. It just feels like it does a little bit of everything. The Swiss Army knife of Pokemon Unite. It can fight. It can rip objectives. It can secure. It can hold you when you're feeling sad, and it can lift you up and cheer you on when you're feeling good.
This ain't your grandpa's Swiss Army knife. It does all the things Spreggles just listed. Which
it has a lot of Swiss Army knives.
It has a can
emotional
opener.
support now.
Yeah, it's built-in emotional support right next to the can opener, between the can opener and the toothpick. I, on the other hand, I'm taking a look at this Sylveon. Amazing. I really like this pick.
Yeah.
And unsurprisingly, they're putting all their eggs in the Overlord basket again.
Yeah.
Maybe on a traditional pick for Overlord, one we're a little bit more familiar with. And one that I'm excited to see because Overlord Zoroark is something special.
Well, you also got other massive picks here too. Otter did get the Cramorant, Trevenant over to Joey, which is like their signature defender, right? I'm interested to see what's going to happen here from Legacy because we've got a little bit of a throwback to the Eevee Festival almost. You know, we got Umbreon, Sylveon, and Leafeon on their side, as well as, of course, the Hoopa that was banned out game 1. We're going to have to see what Luminosity was looking to ban out. Lutana right now trying to smack the face, see if he can get some facial hair to grow. It's not how it works, buddy. You got to hold your breath.
Yeah, hold your breath or scream into a mirror, but we've got game 2. Let's get it.
That's right, game number 2 here in Group A. Our first matches of the day for our World
What am I looking at? What am I looking
We
at?
are seeing Luminosity, the former
We
champs,
have
down 1 game already
Blaziken,
against the
Trevenant,
best of Brazil,
Zoroark.
Legacy.
Ooh.
Overlord
Ram and Comfey. And then we got
so they can crash down and help take over.
Hoopa, Gyarados, 3 freaking Eevees? Bruh, these furry obsessions.
Wearing some nice hollow airs here, as well as being a pretty good job at bullying right now.
Yeah, and here we go.
I'm guessing
Cramorant up to the
Umbreon,
top path. They have
Sylveon, and
Hurricane, which is
Leafeon.
some incredible
Oh, what a
support, A lot
surprise.
of damage, and you know, a beautiful knock up here. Mazo's here as well, that level 4 Leafeon looking to try to make something happen right here. Secure goes over, it looks like, to the side of Legacy.
Yeah, playing that Razed Leaf build, that's another thing with Leafeon. Solar Blade actually has fallen off, where it was one of the most popular things to start here, and now it's been almost a flip of the script, if you will. Now we're going...
I'll say it's a flip of the script. And we have a Zoroark now evolved in our bottom path. They were able to get Overlord that level 5, which is huge. It's going to be massive for that fight. 4 members of Legacy moving up to this top path.
Let's beat the brakes off each other here. Mazo engages slightly. Nice stun, Astonish. That allows the follow-up to start. We pop a slow smoke, I assume, out of JL there to really get them away because that was a a potentially devastating engagement by Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy going in there, getting aggressive, but you see LG with a beautiful heads-up play. They see it. They all are able to pull back and get away from what could be a bad situation, especially if that Magikarp is able to evolve there thanks to a KO. And we've seen something like this before. Overlord moving through the map, making the entire thing his own with a Comfey by his side.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to here, and they certainly delivered on that one. Otter gets a KO. We are bouncing straight in fall about that action. Overlord is too, though, and then we've got more firepower in our pocket. They actually decide, in a rare Overlord move, to peel back and not go for the engage.
I think, you know, maybe the last game rattled them a bit, but it also might have focused them in a big way. We see Wolf is watching this right here, but this is going to be an easy secure for the side of Luminosity. There's not much this Sylveon can do to these two. You see one Pokemon there, but it's really two when you got Overlord and the Comfey.
I was watching Sylveon's health bar here as Overlord went for the engagement as soon as they popped out of the tall grass, and then boom, it just got express lane to 0. Okay, Southdog's going to try and do what they can in the face of quite a few players here. Joey's still holding a ton in the pocket. They're going to get that in, but Overlord's about that action, of course. They're going to peel back a little bit. Not surprised based on how we saw Overlord play it before.
Yeah, and it looks like this is a much stronger start here for Luminosity, right? They're feeling a lot better. This is a comfort pick for this player, obviously. One of the most dominant picks in their arsenal, and they have a lot. But seeing Overlord on Zoroark is very, very scary.
Lutano left by their lonesome here. Otter's pulling up in the back door. Gets a KO on Mazo. That's huge before they can reset. So a little bait and switch here. Lutano steps up, forces Legacy forward, and Otter catches Mazo on the backside.
Yeah, it was kind of beautiful letting the scores go in just so that you could have the Kramer and come up. But Sylveon able to chase it down, pick up that KO in the bottom path. We have them ripping apart the Reggie. In the top path, we have the Regieleki on the side here of Legacy. They take it down. One objective for each team.
Overlord in the face of Sauto on the bottom path. This Regieleki looking to fit. We bounce in, we're going for it. Nice little horn leash to reposition Fob into the overheat. They put a portal right on top of him. Joey's low, Joey goes down. This goal zone looks to be Legacy's, and it is broken.
Oh, they gotta got an overcap there.
Bad math, because we did have 22 for the Sylveon right there, but they wanted to break this goal as Overlord moves in, trying to make something happen right here, getting a little bit caught, looking for the KO on the Hoopa, just trying to find something here in this fight. It feels like he can't leave without a KO, but he does need to back.
Well, now Wolf is caught out, and if Overlord pivots, they can help the support there. Lutano's on the chase. They're going to focus on that. Missed horn leech by Joey, no good. Sauto looking in. They actually get eviscerated. All those leaf ticks on top of them because of the Comfey.
Why does every Umbreon go foul play? I don't understand. It's, oh my god, I get triggered.
That is a good move.
I actually get triggered when I see these Umbreons win.
Beautiful Shadow Claw for the knock-up, able to keep them out of that portal and not let them head back to base. I mean, these are the kind of plays you would expect.
If you're gonna go
again, we've got the best in the world versus the best
utility,
in the world right
you might as well
here.
commit to it.
See. And it's amazing for Luminosity. They feel a lot better in Game 2.
Overlord maybe baiting the reset here, sticking in the bush, not going anywhere, and now they're going to be able to careen and crash on top of it. Maybe looking for a Joey engage here on the backside. Otter uses their Unite move, only does about half damage to Mazo, who is now actually going to have to peel to score. Coming right back through is the Gyarados, right on top of Lutano, charging up an overheat kick. Can't quite get the job done there. Solo.
Oh my god.
They're gone. Joey trying to horn leech and stay up, but everybody's colliding on them. Overlord finds Hoop on the backside. Sauto's running away for all the marbles here.
Oh my god, LG in shambles, boys!
And now Overlord has to get out has to get out as well.
Overlord has to get out like that sentence had to get out. He's got to get out of here, but he just can't seem to do it. He doesn't want to leave, it feels like. Like he wants to keep fighting because he knows he can. He knows he's that good. He knows he can outplay. He knows he has a Comfey too, which actually helps him a lot.
It does. He's also counting the Hoopa portals. So you notice once a Hoopa portal disappears and players are gone, that's when he's going for his engagement. So there's no like get out of jail free card from the Hoopa. They take the Regieleki quickly. They bully Sauto out with a nice little pressure of the whole team. They close the goal zone. They take the lead.
They take the lead here. Again, a little bit of weird math from both of these teams, but of course they want that positional advantage. They want to take this goal zone. Nice score here in the bottom path. 40 goes in. That puts Legacy up. 176-203. They also were able to get this bottom objective. You see these teams trading objectives here, but in a minute they're not going to be able to. Dupesnacks. Rayquaza will hit the map in 2 minutes here. Nice big Unite move as they're trying to get out of here, trying to make something happen. They're continuing with this fight.
Oh my god, that was
central area.
All 3 players collapsed. 1 player got out. The points are going to go in regardless. Now Fob has to defend this thing, and there's 3 players on him. Otter
you think it's winning? Brazil's going to win, man. Brazil on top.
Are in the lead by 2.
Yeah, they're in the lead by 2, and you've seen games end with like the craziest score lines. If no one scores again, if the Ray fight is a stalemate, that means that Luminosity will win this thing by one of the slimmest margins possible here, as they are still just devastating this central area.
The Hurricane catch forces out the Gyarados Unite. Overlord goes straight in. They take tons of damage as all of Legacy crashes on top
they
of the
burned
head of
it.
Overlord.
They
Now
threw
JL,
the
of
kitchen
course, goes
sink
down
at
as
this
well,
guy.
and that is a huge crop of experience into the hands of Orange as Legacy is quickly moving across the map to put some pressure on themselves.
That's right. They want to get something out of this. Obviously, they get the BOGO, right? Buy one, get one with those KOs. Anytime you're taking down that Zoroark with a Comfey on it, you have a real good opportunity to take that as well.
Yep,
1 minute
that is
now
true.
until Rayquaza. Both objectives, top and bottom, will be up in time. We're going to have to see how these teams want to prioritize this. Lutano now ticking over to his level 13. We've already got it here for Overlord on the Zoroark, as well as 2 level 13 mega carries on the side of Legacy. We've got Mazo on that Leafeon, and Fall has been looking amazing on this Gyarados.
Absolutely. We're going for a year 1 exclusive, focusing that bottom objective is this NA squad. Meanwhile, Legacy wants all the points raining in the face because they win on the scoreboard, they said. Regieleki's going to be theirs for free. Basement Reggie's going to be Luminosity's for free. And now we've got a Ray fight because this game is close.
That's right, and this is huge for Luminosity. Remember, if they lose this right here, they will have lost this series. They're not out of the tournament just yet, but they will have gone down to their biggest competition in their group. They need this game number 2 to stay in. 5 seconds until
All right.
Look at the positioning here from LG. Really aggressive as they're making their way into that central
Bro,
area.
this guy's already half
See who
HP,
they
man.
can
This guy's be
find
careful.
on the side of Legacy. They've been taking good fights all game. Gyarados moving in, getting caught in a big way by Trevenant.
Now Falb is going to go
Oh,
down.
Gyarados got caught out!
Are on bound. We're looking for the stuns here.
Oh,
Can they pin
no,
anybody
no.
down?
Oh, Cram's
Overlord's trying
dead.
to get after it. Otter already went down, but Joey's still in the mix. Overlord's on the other side, hitting everybody down. Nice Horn Leech for the separation. Overlord is full HP, which spells doom for Legacy. They're all over the Mazos in trouble. We're popping the Unite move. The Zoroark's on the chase. Lutano's all around that Rayquaza. They better take this thing and seal this thing up. Bang! Overheat shot by
my God.
Cooked.
That's right, Luminosity coming back in a big way with a beautiful team fight there at Ray. That looked almost flawless from them. The only moment that went wrong was when Cramorant got caught before being able to use its Unite move, but you saw the power of Luminosity, you saw the power of Overlord, and the beautiful heads-up play there by the rest of LG. You had Lutano ready to take this Rayquaza down as soon as that fight started going their way. That's what they were able to do. 505, 317. The match is not over, but this is really tough for Legacy.
Yeah, they're fighting on the goal pad. I do not want to see Overlord go down here. However, I think JL might still have their shield. They do. If they can get the full
Gyarados should not be getting caught. So here's the thing. I don't have a problem with the Sylveon backcapping because they do have a Hoopa. The problem is Gyarados is getting caught out by himself. And then he used his
an amazing match, but this is the
I forget the name of the move, bounce or dive, whatever. And then he ended up right beside the Trevenant, and then he just got screwed. He didn't get to Unite move either because he got CC'd.
The points are raining in. There just simply is not much time. 697 to 489, 10 seconds left, and it just doesn't look like Legacy can score enough.
No, and this is great defensive job. Welcome to the World Championships, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to a Game 3 between 2 of the world's best.
That was a good try, though. I won't lie, it was a good try. They just didn't have enough points.
We knew was going to be an absolute barn burner, and I'm telling you, I just got a text. All the barns are burnt.
All of the barns are burnt?
All the barns.
Holy, that is so many barns.
Production, can we check to make sure it's all the barns, actually? Okay. It might just be a regional thing.
No.
I'm not sure exactly how it works, but it looks like all the barns were burnt in game
It's a
2 here.
It's a group
What
stage.
Series. We're heading to 3.
I think it's top
again.
2 make it out of the group.
I mean, are you surprised?
Or 1 if it's a group of 3.
Not surprised at all. Not surprised at all. Overlord, 9 KOs.
Yeah, if it's a group of 4, top 2 make it out.
Falb was doing great on the Gyarados, but actually stymied compared to their
This will
previous
probably be the best set of worlds, TBH.
Lel was doing what they could, but I'll tell you what, when you have a Hoopa player like JL on the side of Luminosity, they know all the tips and tricks.
Yep.
They've cheat coded this in.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just a round robin.
Players of all time on Hoopa, they know how to catch teams out when they're trying to leverage Hoopa portal resets.
And I gotta say, I mean, we've seen Blaziken just be a force in multiple games, right? Blaziken here with 7 KOs, not the most in the match, but it feels like always ready to take something, and especially big-time objectives. As we're moving over to the damage here, first 100K damage of our tournament over to the side of, what's that player's name? Overlord?
Overlord?
Yeah, okay. Kind of a new one on the scene.
Yeah, new one, he says. Overlord. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those things that we were talking about. Is Zoroark itself S tier? Maybe not.
Maybe.
In Overlord's hands, yeah, you put it up there.
Might be one of the best things to ever exist.
And one thing we haven't mentioned, but when we are in this environment, we are on 0 ping, which makes characters like Zoroark just smooth like butter.
Yeah, when you've got players with this amount of skill, the higher your skill mechanically in these moments when you have 0 ping,
every match every series matters.
Is gonna seem. So it's not.
That's the thing. Every series matters.
Overlord just
if you go down 0-1,
so we take a look at our player.
Oh, curveball!
You're that much closer to getting eliminated.
Shadow Claw feint attack. You know, a lot of people ask me why do players run Shadow Claw instead of Cut, and you saw it in that match. That knock up when they kept them out of that portal. It's just so incredibly valuable.
I think the one unfortunate thing, at least for like if you're an actual Pokemon Unite fan, I think the one unfortunate thing is depending on how well these two teams specifically play, there's a high probability that one of them gets eliminated before day 2. Because obviously one of them's going to lose indefinitely, like that's just the way it works. One of them is going to lose, and then if they lose again, chances are they're probably Dunzo, Finito, and bye-bye Reno. Why is it unfortunate? Because they are the fan favorites for a lot of people. Legacy specifically for their region, they are the #1. And then Luminosity, even though it's not the same Luminosity, you know, people want to see them three-peat.
Amazing seeing
if possible
in some of these moments, but you have to remember it has a supporter tethered to it the entire time, and it's really the only supporter that can support Zoroark that well because it's so incredibly mobile. It has to get so deep in the enemy backline that it's really hard to play any other type of supporter with Zoroark. So you're kind of getting a 2-for-1 ban, and you're taking away something that obviously Overlord loves.
You know who would be the happiest to see Comfy ban? JL.
Yeah, me. No, me.
Oh, sorry. Spraggle's
it's
#1,
then JL.
Then JL.
Yeah.
But, I mean, JL is such a phenomenal, mechanically sound player. One of just the NA pinnacles of support play. And
oh my god, guys, I'm now eligible to get item enhancers from Pokemon Unite.
Also, no, there's some clever things you can do with Comfy.
Yeah.
But you'd much rather play a character where you get to press more buttons and have a little bit more agency?
I think so. I think you want to play something where you can press some more buttons. But I'll tell you what feels maybe the best is winning that World Championship.
Big facts. Big facts.
Quite big facts. And I think
we won Season 0.
You and I
did.
Yeah, we won Season 0. And you know what they say? They said that wasn't even a season. You guys are lying. And I'm like, oh, no.
Alternative facts is what I say.
I hate that. It's so much misinformation about you and I.
Yeah, all of it.
It really is.
Literally just all of it.
I can't stand it. We're getting ready for our draft here in game number 3. And the question is, what are we going to see different here? Obviously, I think Legacy wants that Blaziken. I think Legacy would love that Urshifu again if it doesn't get banned out. So we're going to have to see how these two teams want to play it as we're taking a look at them up on the big stage, under the big lights, hanging out with Tyranitar, and of course, The Rock. Not
Dwayne The Rock Johnson is on that stage.
He's up there. You can't. He's a little off.
He's hiding. He's hiding.
He's shy.
He's hiding.
But you saw there's also a big rock.
Partial set for Jumanji 3 or something, I've heard.
Yeah, they're going to move
That's why he's
real
here.
quickly. Yeah,
That's why he's here.
Big picks right away. We have Lutano grabbing that Blaziken. We do have the Zoroark ban. We have Charizard as well still. Urshifu on the side here of Luminosity. Not surprising to see that Slowbro. Slowbro really is shutting down, you know, like a top player's favorite Pokemon, right? As we can see right here, Cerulege finally making its way to the World Championship.
Exactly what I wanted to call out too. Cerulege is just another one of those high-tier Pokemon, in my mind, right on par, maybe a bit below Blaziken. They're both incredibly strong. And honestly, Legacy was like, you know what, let's take away the Zoroark. That at least opens up us to either get Blaziken or Cerulege in that situation. And well played. Now let's see who leverages that high-octane Pokemon better between the two.
And the interesting thing is, Cerulege, I think, a little more dominant than Blaziken early, especially. Here we have the Mamoswine as well. Can we hear Zoinks from backstage? Can we hear him screaming?
That was him screaming.
That was him screaming.
Just him.
Good, because I know he's excited about this. As we take a look at what we're going to get out of the side of Luminosity. Come on, put the hats on it, Overlord. Everybody needs the three-hatted bird right now, as we possibly once again have Zeraora.
Oh my God, he's going for round 2, boys.
Let's see if
this guy's just like, if it didn't work the first time, it'll work the second time.
They let JL out of Comfey jail, and we've got ourselves a Blissey.
Oh, it's
another
Ben.
one of my Pokemon to watch, just like
is Ben. It cannot be played. That's why it's not getting picks.
I think you're crushing it right
It's
now,
too new.
my friend, as we see Sylveon
I also
here,
think
that
Zacian and
last
Mewtwo's
pick.
are banned
It's
as
a
well,
nice one.
and
They
Miraidon.
have the ability
I
to
think the
really
EXs are
pick
banned.
any attacker that they want, obviously besides Cramorant, that seems to have a real high value between these two teams. And Sylveon is just so good always. It's always good. It always finds its moments in a match. It gets great at level 4. It never stops. It puts so much pressure on the enemy team. We're going to have to see if this Blissey is really the answer. I can tell you one thing. Bliss Assistance onto Overlord, or Bliss Assistance onto Latano, maybe even on Otter after they pop that Cramorant Unite move. It could be huge. Also, something earlier I noticed, you said Otter, Pop, Cramorant Unite, and I thought it was very fun. Otter Pop.
Otter Pop. Otter Pop. We did it.
We did it.
We did something.
Hey, everybody, we did it.
We did something, which is hopefully broadcast this game pretty darn well. Here we go.
Here we go. We're heading to game number 3 right here. This is huge. One of these teams is going to be loving it, swimming in the bay here in Hawaii, and the other sinking down in the coral reef possibly.
Possibly. And
which maybe is good. I don't know.
Yeah,
seems cool, actually.
For Blaziken, seems a little rough. Seems like a bad position to be in. I mean, I'm not a scientist, Spraggles, okay?
What?
Curveballs.
It's the first time I'm hearing this.
It's more that misinformation. Let's get it.
Here we go. Game number 3 is starting right here between these two powerhouse teams. Let's go. Luminosity, your purple team. Legacy, your orange team. And of course, if we could see game 3s all day, we would want to do it, because you get to see these insanely good players at the highest level of gameplay. And also look at these picks. We've got the Cerulege finally, and of course the Mamoswine. Look at the hearts on the Blissey.
JL believes in this Chansey right now. Going to try to get the Blissey quickly. Lutano on the chase down. They're going to start pressing these opponents here. They don't want to let them stack too easily for free. Here's Otter, though. A nice little Hurricane can pin up, fall. They pick up a berry, well placed by Lel. And now Otter actually has to pull back because Mazo just showed up.
Yeah, and of course, that's Leafeon, right? Level 4, already ready to fight here in this top path. Nice play there by Legacy. Obviously, LG had no idea what the HP of that wild Pokemon was. They did their best to try to take it, and a really patient play, able to go over to the side there of Legacy. As we've got a little bit of an invasion going on right here, and Overlord goes down.
That was an incredibly successful invasion. They are able to take out Overlord. They don't leave with a buff, but I think they'll take that as a nice consolation prize. Otter putting an absolute blender here, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Cramorant.
The Eons making it feel like an Eon for Luminosity so far this game, and it hasn't even been 2 minutes.
Yeah, beautiful KOs there from Mazo, getting extremely aggressive. You can just see how well they are playing. This feels a lot like shades of game number 1. Overlord on this Zeraora, which
it's the ultimate flex, man.
Look like Gordon
the
Ramsay,
ultimate
look
flex.
Like me in the kitchen. We're gonna have to see if he is allowed to cook any longer.
Well, it clearly seems to be a strategy they've leaned into quite a bit, right? There was no hesitation in this pick. There's something they saw out of Legacy that says, yes, that's where we want to go. Otter chased down, knocked out by Cerulege. Portal's down. Nobody even worried about taking it, because now Lutano's getting bullied as Combuskin, the ugliest Pokemon to ever exist. Wolf putting tons of pressure on, and they put Lutano very low after scrambling away. Here's Cerulege for the coverage, and JL can do nothing but watch.
Beautiful stuff. The points are raining in, 76-0, and I love your commitment on hating Combusken and how it looks.
It's not great.
It's you
It
don't
looks
let
like
it go.
a sentient bowling pin.
And
It's ridiculous.
I appreciate it. I think everyone at home appreciates it as well. I can tell you who doesn't appreciate it not being a Blaziken right now is Luminosity, as they are behind on levels across the board here. We've almost got the 8 here coming from Mazu, which will give him the Unite move. We've got the Birds coming top and bottom for both of these teams. Lutano up here just trying to get some experience, but he has been denied for most of this match.
Little do-it-yourself craft project you do at home. Buy a bowling pin, get a pool noodle, cut it in half, glue it on the sides, bang, Combusken plush. We're raging on this score line. We're getting some points in, and they're going to get a big 26-point over. 121 to Donut.
That's right. Huge plays right here from Legacy. They look fantastic. Overlord is now about to tick over to level 8. Nice little play here. Moving in with that discharge, seeing what they can make happen. But here is that Mamoswine. Huge amount of disruption. The Ice Fang takes them down as they're going to push them out after Sylveon's Unite move.
Is that a high horsepower too? Normally we see Earthquake typically, but that engagement, the high horsepower, actually knocked up.
Oh, it's Earthquake.
It is Earthquake?
Yeah.
Okay. They got a good knock-up on Overlord that tried to collapse on top of Wolf, and just that engagement by that like sentient pile of dirty laundry, the Pillow-Swine, is able to disrupt it and get it done.
You have a lot of takes on some of the aesthetics of these Pokemon, and you're not too happy about it, I could say. One thing that I do love, the Leafeon with the little hat. He's just got a little hat.
Things are not going well. 210 to 0. Sheesh, man.
Beautiful stuff here. And he's got the little loot with him.
Think of it like this, guys.
That makes more sense. Let's go with that.
I'm hearing from production. I'm right.
The very first goal,
Perfect. There we go.
it's 80 points
Level 10,
at the bare minimum.
a couple players on the side of
So
Legacy,
80 times 2, that's
obviously,
160.
LG.
If
Again,
they score, if they have 210, that means they overcap the collective total of 50 points.
Late game to be successful, and they're just behind right now.
And here we go. I mean, this is the start here for Luminosity coming back into this game. Big catch by the Trevin as they're moving in.
Nice little blender on Salto. They're able to eject out and forcing Overlord to bail back as the Zeraora, and they're just not finding the knockouts they want.
And look at this here. They're looking to rope and wrangle a little bit, and they do. They lasso the Mamoswine out of there as we see Otter. Not yes with the Unite, but there's the huge.
Oh my god!
Legacy off the Luminosity off the map. They take 2
Ooh.
for a third.
Dude, that's Ceruledge. Oh my god.
Which meant the rest fell like dominoes.
That was
dirty.
dirty.
To watch the Sylveon, and poor little Pillow-Swine hasn't evolved, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is playing so darn
The moment I saw
This is
Unite, I'm
a
like, uh-oh,
crazy
something bad's gonna
start
happen
in
here.
this game. Now, you could never count out Luminosity.
Initially, initially when the Ceruledge unites, it doesn't look like much of anything. You know, it blinks, it teleports or dashes, whatever you want to call it. Then it stuns
And that is actually huge.
briefly, and then you see it hit, and then it just takes out your entire HP bar.
working through the Regieleki, but Falb is right there on their doorstep. Salto is a Mamoswine. They're going into the back line. There's the Blisters, and finally for the overheat secured. Can they get the knockout, though? We're putting all the work in, and Mazo's the first one down. We're going to keep scissor kicking our way through to see what we can get. Ice Fang reposition, and finally, Wolf gets credit for the knockout here on Overlord. Excuse me, Salto gets credit on Lutano, because we are just scrapping all over the place on this map.
I loved that play by Luminosity. They knew this was going to be an extremely difficult secure. I thought it was way too high, and the beautiful Bliss assistance right into the charged up overheat of that Blaziken for the secure. That was a gorgeous play there from Luminosity. They're behind, but again, they are not out of this match. When they're making plays like that, they've got a shot.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Lutano taking the fire chicken, making chicken scratch into chicken salad somehow. They're still down by a bunch. Nice portal to get them through, and a reset by the Hoopa here. They're raging on this goal zone. We hit the Emerald 2-step. JL's trying to defend this thing. A couple egg bombs being pretty successful. Finally, the 50 banger goes in, 304 to 69. No.
Beautiful stuff here. Now 106 from Luminosity, and you know, Legacy is trying to put themselves in that amazing position where even if Rayquaza doesn't go their way, they have counterplay, they have things that they can do. Overlord looking to make something happen here, but unfortunately not finding it with Zeraora. It just feels like he cannot find his moments.
Yeah, finally get a nice
Sylveon? Pause champ? What happened? Sylveon, buddy, what has happened?
Rare this game, Sprangles. Oh, nice Roulette Unite, chops them up a couple. JL's getting low. Overlord goes straight in. Otter finally gets
oh my god, Legacy throwing!
An absolute heartbeat, and that is a tide-turning moment for Luminosity.
Huge stuff right here. 40 more points going in after Lutano's 5, 221, 304. They're evening it up, and we talked about this. Do not count them out, and you can't because this match is so incredibly close. 45 seconds until Rayquaza. Reggie Alecki is about to hit this top path. Legacy still ahead, but now
they're back in the game, boys. They're back in the game.
Yeah, Lutano's ripping that thing down. Something we've never seen out of LG is this volume of wild Pokemon not being taken on the field. They are confident in their team fights, and they want the bodies. They're down by 83-ish. We are going to the Ray with 20 seconds. They're going to take this Reggie Alecki, and Legacy must be wondering what the heck just happened.
Yeah, if they're able to make a sneaky play, grab some points, put a score into that top goal zone, all of a sudden they don't need to be the team to make the play at Rayquaza. Still behind right now. Reggie Alecki walks, but they're not going for it. They're getting ready for this fight.
One of
Otter
these teams
to
is
see
going
what they can
down.
find. Mammo's Swine seeing if maybe they can get a big pick. And then, of course, we have Trevenant looking to start this fight somehow. Luminosity just kind of tapping this Rayquaza as they move in. And
Oh my God! Mammosign clutched up with the Ice Fang, bro.
Overlord separated from the rest of the team. Nice horn leech by Joey. Eject button to get out. Plus assistance on Overlord in the middle. Hoopa goes down first, but they need more. We're going to the two-step.
Oh my Zera Unite! Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
Take this Ray. Legacy's legacy is shattered instantly. KO streak of infinity.
Believe in the Zera, boys! Believe in the Zera! That Unite move! Oh my God! It was looking good for Legacy up until that Unite move popped off. Holy shit!
It is not over though. A minute on the clock still. Luminosity trying to score as Cramorant is back, and they are pushing this bottom pad. Another 100 for the Blissey. Legacy is still in this match, but they're in trouble.
Oh! Okay, it's over.
We are the Island Nation,
Triple KO!
We are the Island Nation. The Hurricanes aren't uncommon here. We're getting it done. We're scoring more points. KO streak of 4, and after Otter got caught, that's gotta feel pretty damn good. 593.
Oh my God, Brazil in shambles, boys. Brazil in shambles.
What an insane fight in that bottom path.
Brazil first to airport. Question mark. Pause champ. Oh God. Absolute shame they were the same group. Yeah. Oh, it is. It is.
You know, and I thought it might be Overlord who would be Gordon Ramsay.
You got two fan favorite teams in the same group. It's
The Ceruledge Unite up top in the top path. Gutted the whole team. Used that leverage, score a ton of points. Amazing Ray fight, and look where we are at now.
Wow, what a series between these two.
No. They're not eliminated. They're not eliminated.
You gotta give it up for them. Luminosity, Legacy, putting on a show in game number 1. I knew it was gonna be a hot match, but I'm sweating up here.
Brother, that was the eruption like a volcano out of this LG squad. And it
So
was
just in case, if you're not aware, all the teams competing are in groups of 3 or 4 teams. No. They're in groups. They're going to play every single team once. And then the top 2 or the top 1 team in that group will advance.
All of a sudden, the train has left the
It just depends on how many teams are in that group, because some have 4 and some have 3, I believe.
And we're starting to move forward, and holy smokes, when they hit.
So right now, Luminosity are 1-0, and Legacy are 0-1.
Legacy's not out of this tournament. I would expect to see them there in day 2. They're playing like champions, but they're going up against the champions. As we take a look at this massive fight here, this is in game number 1. Legacy with just a dominant performance. That was a scary game for Luminosity.
It really was. It really was.
Well, the amount of teams that go to Worlds is based on region. Some have, it ranges from 1 to 4, I think.
Really putting Legacy to the test.
And you also saw that beautiful fight there at the end. Like the amount of stuns and knockups that they so carefully threw into that Gyarados to make sure they could eliminate that threat right away before it gets to Unite. If you can take out one of these massive carry Pokemon before it gets to Unite, it would be huge. Obviously, we've got Mammo in a lot of trouble right here.
Look at that Trev Unite.
Yeah, huge.
4-player Trev Unite, and then it was just over. Look at this Blissicens right when Overlord goes in, bang, and then it just becomes curtains. Wolf and Fall find themselves lost in the middle, right in the 2-step from Mazo. Does not matter because the discharge is popping.
Yeah.
The Eggs are around them. They are swirling like an absolute breakfast nightmare. And Luminosity wins their first set.
Yeah, they do.
Curveball! I'm going to say it all weekend.
MVP of the game is Overlord. And if you're just tuning in, no, there is not a mistake on the screen. He was playing Zera Aura, and it looked pretty dang good.
Well, I'll tell you what, not to take away credit from Overlord, but JL being on Blissey felt way more comfortable at home managing around the Pokemon that they had on their team, and you could just see the utility that a Blissey brings versus a Comfey. I'm glad they went back to the Zera Aura well to rebuild their own confidence in this strategy that they developed. But again, there is nobody happier besides from Spraggles to be off the Comfey than, of course, JL.
Yeah.
And that Blissey was a difference maker in that game, no questions asked.
Well, you know, you have these huge moments with Bliss Assistance, right? And it's not only the massive shield it provides, which you saw how long Overlord was able to stay and fight multiple members of Legacy because of it, but you've also got this damage increase. You're pairing that on top of Zera Aura already with this really wild scaling attack through its passive. All of a sudden, it just becomes a massive explosion, and Legacy is right now to talk to our winners here.
Can I rate
Let's
the
send
caster
it on
outfits?
up
It's like
to
a
him.
Chef and Overlord
Ooh,
right here.
It's Chef and Overlord.
And hello,
Okay.
everybody.
If I had to
with
rate them in
Overlord, who
order,
just won the first set of the day.
I'll give
Huge
Duke Snacks number
congratulations. And
1,
before we get into any
Spraggles number
questions,
2,
I have
and
to say,
Wonder
you
Chef number
deserve this
3.
far more than me.
From
Right now,
best
we gotta
to
do this on
worst.
you. I actually do not know if we can do this, but the Comfey is certainly for you. It is, you gotta turn it around. Nobody, literally in this game, has deserved that more than you. But congratulations. Of course, we've got to ask. Number one question, Zera Aura.
So I think Zera is a pretty underrated character. I think we're probably gonna see a lot more of it this tourney than a lot of people expect. But yeah, it's kind of like a surprise pick this year. A lot of teams you've been playing against in scrims have been playing it. It looks really well. It's really strong at the Ray fights. As obviously you saw, like I pretty much blew all of them up with one ult. It scales so extremely well. But obviously they punished us really well with the early game, picking the double EV. It was definitely hard to get online, but it only takes one fight for us to really kind of scale into the late game. So.
And of course, minor question for that one, Sweet Kiss. Do you think we're going to see that again at all?
I don't know, maybe.
All right, good enough. So I got to ask, this is exactly last year how you started as well. You lost the very first game, I believe, of the entire tournament, and that was it. That was literally the last game that you lost. Do you think that's exactly how it's going to go again? Are you just literally going for the time and time again repeat?
I mean, of course, I haven't lost a set at Worlds yet, and I don't plan on losing one this year either, so.
All right, well, that's great. And then, of course, we've got another team here in your group. How are you looking forward to playing against Isenamento?
Yeah, so they're a very interesting team. As you know, they're APAC East, so we don't really know too much about the team, so we kind of just have to go off of a basis of what they're going to be playing against Mazo's team. But I think, our team is more than capable of winning our group. I'm really confident in my teammates. They played absolutely amazing this set. I got all the first, game nerves out of the way, so I think it's only up from here.
All right, well then the final question, of course, anybody that you'd like to shout out now that we're on here on stage. Obviously, so many people here in the crowd cheering for you. It was actually before the interview started. There we go, we get to hear them again. Huge crowd favorite here. Anything you want to say to them out there?
Yeah, I mean, throughout 3 years of me competing, I really appreciate all the supporters, especially the ones that have come out here to watch me play live. It really means so much to me. And yeah, I promise that I'll bring the 3P home for you guys.
All right, well, the promise has been made, and the very difficult first step has been taken, but that's just the first step. So many more games for you to come, and of course, every other team. We're going to send it back to the casters now because, like I said, we've got much more to go.
That's right. We have so much more exciting Pokemon Unite action coming at you. Next match is going to be Nouns Esports versus Zora Tigers Gaming. We got the champs from EU versus the champs from Korea. It's going to be incredible. And I'm not allowed to say much, but you're going to want to watch through the entire broadcast.
Watch
today.
the entire show.
Watch
Why would
the
you leave?
entire show.
Why would you leave?
You wouldn't want to leave, but I'm telling you,
don't.
watch the entire show because you don't know what we have coming. We're going to be right back. We're going to take a break. I request you to stay right there.
Don't move.
Do not move.
Don't move.
EU versus Korea. Oh, we're gonna see that lane Cinderace, boys. It's gonna happen. I've seen the Koreans game. They got the secret off meta strats.
For everything to change, we can turn the tables. We can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight. United as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
You know, it's so funny. In the trailers for Pokemon Unite, or just the, you know, the world's propaganda and stuff, I noticed they use stuff from Season 1. Or, I don't remember if it was Season 1 or Season 2, but Blackhand. I've said this before, and I'm just like, whatever happened to Blackhand? And then when I looked them up, tell me that this does not look like a cult. I swear to you, I'm not even exaggerating. I'm gonna pull up their org right now. This is, bro. I'm telling you, that's the org. Their banner and their logo. That's not. I swear to you, this reminds me of V for Vendetta. I don't know if you guys ever watched that movie. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I see this org. Whatever happened to these guys? Why did they stop uniting?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon World Championship 2024 here in Honolulu, Hawaii. We just got done with an incredible first match. That was a grand finals feeling match, and we were only in our first set of the day. I'm so excited to be here, back again for another Worlds with the great Kellosaurus.
Hello, Chef. It's so great to be here. I'm so excited, and I think this is just what we are in for the whole weekend. I mean, the first day, the fact that we already had round 3.
I know, not just any round 3 though. I mean, that was a round 3 with Zeraora, with Suicune Comfey, between the 2-time world champions, looking to be 3-time world champions. I'm starting to say 3 already because they're convincing me. And then, of course, with Legacy, one of the most storied teams we ever had. But, of course, that was last match, and now we are moving on to yet another amazing match. And let me promise you, I know that Doomstacks and Spraggles have already promised you.
I'm sorry, guys.
Banger after banger game
And
today.
I know you guys want Toonslim to win, but I gotta side with my fellow Asians. I gotta go with the Koreans.
That sounds like an
If I don't side and root for the Koreans, I'm gonna get canceled.
Third time
I'm gonna get
at Worlds.
what's
now,
the word?
Or is tagging. We'll get into
Disowned.
them, and
Yeah,
you know
that's what it is.
They
Disowned.
are representing Korea, and they are also just been having a great season.
Yes, so just we can talk about Zoinks, who's been on a little bit as far as the interviews and stuff. But Zoinks, of course, is power rankings. We haven't been able to intro them like we do in all the studio shows. But looking at the actual power rankings, Zoinks has been a huge fan of Zord Tigers Gaming. I've been a huge fan of Zord Tigers Gaming. A lot of people really pushed them up. Of course, they did great in ACL. They've done extremely well within their own region.
Have you been to
and
Korea?
They are one of those teams that's coming in.
Yeah, I have, but then I almost got stuck in Korea.
Versus region, but every
I never went back.
However, on the other side, now,
you know, fun fact, they're actually opening up the borders for in North Korea for travel.
90% of the season, I want to say, and this is fully compliment. They finally found it.
If you guys want to go visit North Korea,
they finally found it, and they are looking to.
It's almost time.
Unstoppable.
They're
Since
opening
they've
up the
kind of found their
travel
footing,
borders.
I don't know if anybody's looked as strong as them. I feel like we both have, Kel, you and me have both been feeling really good about Nouns.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's 3 of those original members, Gatlu, Bruv, and Adesu. So is this the dream team paired up with the other 2 as well? We'll just have to wait and see as we are getting set on up. I'm so excited.
I'm excited as well. And we're here, we're at Worlds. It's such an incredible venue. We're here, there's a billion people here out watching. We're actually really close to a lot of the crowd. Huge shout outs already. The crowd this early in the morning has been extremely loud, cheering for all the players. The Unite crowd always shows up. Love the respect. But, I mean, they're going to lose their voices because I think I'm already going to lose my voice. I've only done 2 interviews and I'm already starting to get exhausted. It's getting hot out here and it's going to continue to get hot. So I'm really curious, Kella. I want to know what you think. With Nouns, we've seen them play, of course, some very just solid normal things. We've seen them play some fun things as well. Last time we saw them in the Hue Regionals, we ended up seeing a more fun comp with Gatlu playing the Greedent, which, by the way, the other casters didn't make fun of me for putting Greedent on my my little pick sheet. But do you think we're going to see anything interesting this match?
Oh, I do hope we end up seeing a Gatlu Greedent, but it all comes down to draft, right? They're going to have to try and fix whatever, you know, or as tight. Sora Tigers Gaming are going to select there. So, I mean, we've already seen 2 Comfey matches, and I know you're rocking the Comfey yourself.
Yeah.
Will we see any Comfey?
I don't know. I feel like it gets like a home field advantage, you know? Like, it gets the advantage of going in the tall grass, so it's kind of like, it's a terrain-based Pokemon, and the terrain around here is certainly that. I'm sweating, you know, we're here in the summer in Hawaii. It's a good thing I got a towel here. Trust me, I did not do that before I put on Overlord. That was a bit. But I feel like we could, right? I do think that we're certainly not going to see it as much as we see it from LG. LG has their super specific style. I was talking backstage with Zoinks as well about, do we think that there's any team that is so focused on one person popping off as LG? I don't know if you can think of any others. I could not.
Look, it is a team game after all.
Yes.
You cannot have your carries without your support and your defender there in that front line. So, you know what? As long as the team is able to collaborate together,
That's just her way of saying no. She
communicate
can't think of any other teams either.
need each other, make those right calls. That is what we are looking for.
Yeah. I mean, the communication obviously is such a huge, important thing, and that's something that we've been seeing as well, is a lot of teams that have been sticking together for a really long time have been doing really well over the course of the season, and we've kind of got a mix of that. We've got teams that have been playing together throughout the whole season, or teams that have honestly kind of formed before this last tournament. So we got to see that in the last set. This set as well, we are somewhat seeing that. Zora Tigers Gaming certainly has a history together, and then Nouns, like we mentioned, was a reshuffle a little bit from a few different, I would just say all of E kind of shuffled their players together, but they've really found their moments now. I have been a really big fan of Soreu on Nouns for quite a while, since they've been competing this, well, I mean, they've been playing for a long time, but this season in particular, they've been really popping off, so really love to see that. You can see on the left side right there. I'm surprised they don't all have the glasses, but I don't know, they're just looking so good to me, and it feels like they're gelling. What do you think?
Look, you can see Bruv is in his element there, peeking over the edge, just trying to see the crowd, see who's cheering for them. Otherwise, the rest of them taking those deep breaths, making sure that you are cool, calm, and collected before you head on in. Getting on already, Chef. What do you think?
I think I'm none of those things. I'm not cool, calm, or collected. I am hot out here, I am panicking, and I am scattered-brained. There we go. I was like, what is the opposite of collected? Scatterbrained. That's actually quite perfect. So I'm all of those things right now because, honestly, there's just so many storylines this world. It's like there's
Eat on
too much
Twitch
to
right
think
now,
about,
Unite
right?
11K
like
Pogo Pits.
Worlds, I didn't have to use my brain as
52,000?
much. I was able to turn it off a little bit, but this time it's like every single
Let me guess, they have Twitch drops.
not only make it to day
If it's 52K without Twitch drops, I'd be so shocked.
Just don't know, but we can see all the members of Nouns. They are looking really cool and calm and collected. I will
Twitch
say.
drop.
I've heard behind the scenes that they've been doing very well in a lot of their off-broadcast scrims, of course.
More people watching
every
and playing.
single team has
Facts.
been
That's
scrimming,
facts
of course,
right there.
in Worlds. And that's one of the most interesting things about Pokemon Unite, is that we get to see this kind of moment where everybody decides, do I want to scrim outside of region? Do I want to scrim inside of region? How much experience do I want to gain at the cost of giving all of the other potential opponents that I'm going to have at Worlds the experience of fighting against us? And I do believe Nouns has kind of spread relatively far as where they want to go and who they want to compete against. I know, of course, you being the ultimate representative of the OC region, you know a thing or two about that and how difficult it can be for them to even get ping against other good regions.
No, that is actually a really great point. I know a few teams that have been scrimming, whether it's here or whether it's also in different countries as well. So whether they have actually prepared enough, and obviously the travel comes into play. Like, there's just so many building blocks there. But you know what? This is the moment. This is their chance. And this is what they have been prepping for all year long.
Yes, and this specifically for these two teams, this is not an easy moment. This is going to be one of the, I think it's really hard to say this, right? It's hard to say that it's one of the toughest groups because there have been a lot of groups that have been in the contention for the toughest group. But we'll see what they actually have to say about their own group as we're going to take an interview up on stage with maybe some of the players with, of course, the great Zoinks.
All right, thank you so much. I get to be on stage here with Zora Tigers Gaming and Desu from Nouns Esports. It's going to be an amazing matchup. I can't wait. We got some incredible teams on either side, but I got to ask a question to Zora Tigers Gaming Ward first. You're the regional champion of Korea, obviously a huge feat. Do you feel like Korea is the strongest region in the world this year?
네, 일단 한국 지역에서 우승을 하셨는데 보통 한국에서 온 팀이라고 들으면 좀 잘할 거다. 좀 e스포츠
I'm gonna be honest, I thought the guy in the white was a translator.
포켓몬 유나이트 세계 대회에서는
Or that might be blue. I can't tell because of the lighting. It's very bright.
네, 당연하게 그에 걸맞는 팀이 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Of course, we'll keep the reputation of Korea being one of the best region for esports team.
Awesome. All right. Strong words from Korea. Desu, coming from Europe, a region where you have got second place on this very stage before. Do you think Nouns Esports can win it all this year?
Man, be ready for that. We are ready for that.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. Casters, we're going to send it back over to you.
Wow, thank you, Zoinks from the 80s. He actually time traveled here with that outfit just for this event. But also, actually, if we're talking about outfits, can we talk about those trunks on Adesu? That is perfect style for this event. So it's great to hear that from both of them. I feel like both of these teams are really confident, and this is a match, of course, against two of the teams who have essentially won their region, of course, just based on the results so far. So this is going to be one of the first times, and we just got to see that last time. It was very close. Do you think we're going to see this set be as close as we saw in the LG versus Legacy set?
Look, you nailed it on the head. As you said, we have Zora Tigers Gaming, who is first in Korea. They won their regionals, Nouns Esports winning that. They also won the previous one as well at AOS Cup, and being able to just represent, this isn't their first rodeo here, Chef. But the thing is, Zora Tigers Gaming, this isn't their first rodeo either. They actually have some representatives that, I guess it's a mishmash of the best of Korea.
Yes. This is actually kind of a mix of mash and mash. So we can actually take a look first at Nouns and see what the mish of the mash is. I don't think that is a real word, but they are certainly a mish of the mash of the best with Adesu, who we just got to see on stage, Gatlu, Soreu, Bruv, and Toon Slim, which, if you have been watching any sort of competitive Pokemon Unite over the course of the entire lifetime of the game, you know basically all of these players. You can see all the results on the bottom. There's too much. I'm not even going to read them out because they are simply too strong of a team.
The names speak for themselves, I guess you could say. And I mean, these profile pictures also speak for themselves as well.
Well, we've got a little video with one of the players. I want to see if it's Spreggles once again coming up from below, which he managed to do with both of the last teams. But let's take a listen in with one of the players that we got to talk to.
Hi everyone, I am Calosaurus here in Honolulu, Hawaii for Pokemon World 2024. I am here with Bruv from Nouns Esports, and we are going to ask you a few questions. Are you ready?
I think so, let's go.
I need to ask, do you have any friends or family here supporting you to watch you for the third time at Worlds?
You know, got some people here, some fans, I think, some long-time friends now from Unite. But obviously, you know, the team's here already, ready to get going and play.
I guess you all support each other, don't you, on the stage?
Of course.
Yes. I need to ask, what drew you into competing for Pokemon Unite?
I just hadn't really competed in anything, and I kind of wanted to. And I ended up being pretty high in the rank ladder at the beginning of the game.
Too much
so I decided to
stalling.
give it a shot.
Need more
I
games.
guess I'm still here, so
Please.
it's going pretty good.
Well, 3 years later, this is your third
That's
Worlds that you
that's
are
the only
attending.
thing.
How does
When it comes to watching these events, it's not that I don't mind it's not that I mind watching it live. It's just because I know how much of a time sink it is to wait for the games to actually start, because there's so much post-game commentary and just filler content. Like if you were to separate all the commentary and all the the interviews, the post-game commentary, all that stuff, if you were to completely separate that from the games themselves, let's pretend, you know, you had a best of 3 series, you had a 5-minute break, and then you go right into the next series. Like, I'm pretty sure all the the filler content in between lasts longer than the gameplay itself, as in the amount of time it would take to actually watch it. That's kind of why I like watching the VODs. That being said, the only reason that sucks about watching the VODs is that it already happened. So it's not like you're watching in real time. It's just more so for that accessibility or convenience. And it's just like, for me, I would be watching it for the first time, but everybody else that happens to be tuning in and watching, like hanging out with me, they already know what happened, so it's not as exciting. That's the biggest downside.
What everybody's roles
Like, people
don't want to know what already happened.
So I guess.
But at the same time, they don't want to also spend 3 extra hours
leads the draft, you know,
sitting in
talks
between
about most of the
interviews and
things.
all that other stuff.
Kind of we listen to
you know,
him.
technical
We should-
difficulties, interviews, post-game
Then,
commentary.
I'd say like we have
performances and all that
Suri.
shit.
He's one of the newer members again. He's mainly our jungler. You know, sometimes goes into other lanes. We have Gatlu, who kind of does mainly top lane, but also switches around sometimes. And we have Adesu, the support. You know, long-time Nouns member as well. And me, you know, bot lane with Toon. I think that's about it.
So some flexibility there, but also some things that are the same that we've seen previously. Can Nouns do it for the 3rd year? As they say, 3rd year is the charm.
Thank you, Kello. Now, I am very impressed how quickly you got back here after doing that interview. You ran, you changed clothes. It's very impressive. But it's because we're getting ready to start our game. We are getting very, very close here, Nouns versus Zora Tigers Gaming, and they're just starting to get into it. Our second set of the day. Are you ready, Kello?
Second set of the day. This is only just the beginning. This is wild. But
It's
we
usually
are
like
about to
15
head
to
on
20
into
between
our
end of
fair
game and
plays,
draft, which is
wondering
absurd.
what they are going
Yeah.
to pick up here. Each team having those 2 bans, 4 in total, are not going to be playable here.
Finally,
Looks like
we actually got some games on the board.
It's going to be the Mamoswine Gone, which did a great amount of work, even though it was on the losing team in that previous match. Same thing with the Urshifu getting highly valued. Honestly,
I like,
basically
you know what's
every
so
Pokemon's
funny?
being banned,
It's
which
funny
is
that you
heavily by
mention
Legacy
that.
in that last set.
I find it so comedic that Tyranitar is always the poster child for promotions, but it's not even good in either Pokemon Go or Pokemon Unite. I don't know about VGC, but I like how it's always advertised, but in reality, we all know it sucks.
There's the potential there to
Or it's
consider
barely
Mon
even
at some
played
point.
for that
Mon is doing
matter.
pretty well right now, but Umbreon is one of the highest picks right now that's just barely getting under that ban radar. Whoa, hold on. Are we going to see a first pick? Look, okay, Lucario is going to be a wild one. I know there's been some back and forth about that. This would be another wild one. Dragonite, if we do end up seeing it, nope. Okay, 3rd wild one. This is a Pokemon that was out of the meta for quite a while, but it's been relatively solid. And then the other side, Charizard.
Look, we have seen Charizard rise up in the ranks. Is
Rise
it going
up.
to perform the same as it would in competitive? You pair it up with an Eldegoss as well. Adesu obviously being that prime supporter there, going to have to provide those shield and pollen puff. Otherwise,
We got
do
our
have
first
Zora
Inteleon and
Tigers
Snorlax
Gaming
of Worlds,
entering
and our
back
first
with Snorlax
Charizard as well.
Gyarados.
We got
Dude,
three
that's a
new,
great combo, but
three
first
new
I want to talk
picks.
about the fact that we got Blaziken so late in the draft. That is unbelievable. And
Oh my
our
God,
second
the
set
Zera?
with Zera Aura. Is this the Worlds of Zera Aura? I don't think that was on anybody's bingo card.
No, it wasn't on my bingo card. The fact that we've seen, this is the third Zero Aura that we have seen. What are these teams cooking? There is clearly something that I am not familiar with. However, something we are familiar with
All
in
right,
terms
we got
of that speed
we got
is the other one
four.
beginning with Z.
So we got
Or Z, I
Eldegoss,
guess you were
Charizard, Snorlax, and Inteleon. 4 new picks for the tourney. Everything else was picked at least once.
Actually, okay, so I want to talk a few things about Zero Tiger Gaming's, I almost said Zero Tiger Gaming, too much Zero Aura comp, is first of all, I think that Snorlax plus Gyarados has been proven to be one of the strongest combinations. The initiation ability of that team with the bounce and the heavy slam, if they so choose to do that, is going to be so incredibly scary. But it's curious that they did go with that final pick Speedster. Usually,
Oh, is not playable.
that Zoroark, it is going.
No,
with some sort
Slowbro
of
has
hard
not been
support,
picked this
but I don't
tournament.
really think it has
It's
great
been banned
targets
or
on the
hasn't been
side.
picked.
Maybe it's counter dive. What do you think?
That is actually
And,
a really great question. One thing I'm really surprised about is they have the Zero Aura, they have the Zoroark. Neither of them have the Comfey though.
Yeah, that's true. They could have easily gone that direction.
So they picked
either way.
Inteleon
Of course,
first, I
Eldegoss is
think.
going to be Desu's kind of specialty,
And then they picked Hoopa and Snorlax.
Going to be on, so that makes a lot of sense. On the other side,
I think because they already picked Snorlax, they didn't want to have double defender. But obviously,
makes a lot of sense, but could have gone.
it looks worse because Charizard was
I was
picked.
gonna say I found the Comfey. They're actually wearing the Comfey around their neck, so they can't play it in game. Maybe
Yeah,
that might be
that's true.
why.
It's already picked, right? It's
Yeah.
picked just in real life. But I believe we're going to be getting into it as we go into our second set of the day. We're going to be having, of course, Nouns in the purple, and then oh my god, I did it already! Zora Tigers Gaming in the orange! And the fact there's a Zoroark, a Zora Tigers Gaming, and a Zero Aura in one game, I am certainly going to make that mistake more than 10 times.
Look, this is definitely
I mean,
going
I'm going to be
a
looking at
tongue
this
twister
Inteleon.
for all of us. How we have a soul, a magic card
There's a
going
lot
in,
of pressure for
getting those bundles
Inteleon.
through, but making sure to help that Zorua get online, and
As well
also
as Zoroark
get
to
that
do
red buff
damage.
just to provide a little bit more slows earlier on.
I'm surprised that we didn't end up seeing the red buff go to the Eldegoss, the Gossifleur currently. That would be a really great way to help try and slow down that Magikarp, which is going to be a big point of contention in this
No,
match. For anybody who's
EX
new to
Mons are
Pokemon
banned.
Unite, Magikarp,
There's no Zacian, no Mewtwo, no Miraidon. They're not allowed for the tournament.
effort meter that goes up as you score, get KOs, get assists, and so you really want to shut it down early before it turns into very scary Gyarados. But already the first KO of the game on that Zero Aura.
Yeah, speaking of shutting down early, being able to knock down that Zero Aura is huge. You do have
Oh, no Ho-Oh either.
picking up themselves a very-
Ho-Oh,
getting
yeah,
prepared
Ho-Oh,
for
the two
Swablu
Mewtwoos,
Altaria
and
that are
Zacian,
about to
Miraidon,
spawn.
those 5 Pokemon are not eligible for play.
Eliminated from the map. So,
Ceruledge is allowed.
bunch of strong
And
for that experience. So looks like the majority of the experience so far in the game has gone slightly to Zora Tigers
yeah,
Gaming.
but Ceruledge is not even EX to begin with, so yeah.
And I would expect that we're going to see the Magikarp evolve relatively soon. Usually, if we can see it evolve by, I'd say, about 8 minutes, you're in a pretty solid spot, and they're getting pretty close there. We are going to see the Blaziken, not quite be a Blaziken yet, and so it's going to be a little bit before it pops off, but already 8 minutes and 20 seconds, Gyarados, that's great time.
Yeah, just those little hits to get it online. Desu and the Hooper both hiding in that tall grass, just seeing who's going to poke out first. However, it ends up being Gyarados that uses that bounce onto that Combusken. They're just circling about, trying to protect the Swablu and Altaria that are about to spawn at the 8-minute mark.
Ooh, and that's going to be a big heavy slam to at least start off the initiation. Charizard's going to do a great job of being able to at least get a little bit more damage on there, and the initiation is going to come in at least from that Combusken. They are going to be able to at least get one KO. Once again, on that Zero Aura, reverse KO on the Hoopa, so just a big brawl happening here in the center. I love the kiting that we're seeing out of the Charizard, showing its mobility while it's able to attack. Gyarados going down.
And feeding the Charizard, not good.
Yeah, that is massive. 2 KOs for that Charizard. It's
Weird
gonna
rule.
Get ever closer
The simple answer or the simple response to that is because they have a problem when it comes to properly balancing Pokemon. And because all the EX Pokemon are extremely strong, and there's not enough bans to cover all of them,
actually going to give up all of these Swablu and Altaria over
like no matter what, you cannot ban all EX Pokemon because there's 5 of them. There's Ho-Oh, there's Miraidon, there's Zacian, and there's 2 Mewtwoos. Even if you were to dump all 4 bans on EX Pokemon, then you still leave a bunch of strong meta picks, and I think that's what they were trying to avoid.
Initiate on the bottom, trying to take this Regirock, and already we're going to see that Zoroark go down immediately. A second KO onto that Gyarados. Regirock getting very low. The final hit is going to go to the side of Nouns as well. Of course, Adesu, one of the best final hitters in the game.
We always love it when a support gets that last hit. However, we've just got to talk about the power of Gatlu on that Charizard, and I think this is why they picked it. Being able to get those KOs, but also zone out the rest of the team for the member to secure it. Otherwise, we have another objective that Regieleki is really low here, as we do have a brawl.
But if you're saying like they're not going to get picked even if they weren't banned, then I don't know. I mean, we'll never know, right?
I'm done.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Can we get a count, chat, please, of how many times we say Zoro wrong? But yeah, that looked like there was going to be a lot more of a fight, and they actually just kind of went in, and they were like, nope, and they just backed up and they just disengaged. They were like, oh, well, it's just a Regieleki. We're not getting threatened by points. Currently,
in a nutshell,
at 66. A lot of times you really want to be afraid of that.
Because the EX Pokemon are too strong, they'd rather not deal with it, so they just ban it outright from the tournament.
They're sitting pretty solid here, and
that's what it comes down to. They're too strong.
Nouns is definitely jumping
at least
ahead,
right now.
But we're not in the spot where there can't be a very quick comeback with maybe one or two solid picks from the side of Zora Tigers game.
I mean, the benefit is they have both of those tier 1 pads available for them. So that Hooper is able to teleport, they're able to defend, be wherever they need to be. So Nouns need to try and collaborate together to try and take one of these goals down.
No, it's all of them. It's all of them.
This has been one of the longest
all the X
games
Pokemon.
without seeing a goal zone go down. That's how much of like a draw this
Mewtwo's,
is.
Miraidon, OO, Dashin.
It's been kind of the only thing. The only reason why we do have probably a decent level lead, but they're just doing such a good job of controlling the space, and it's hard. It's hard to initiate against Zora Tigers game in comp. They've got a lot of burst. They've got a really strong far back line. They've got the counter initiation, and right now that's exactly what they're doing. They're coordinating. They've got the mobility.
You need new supports. That's why you're getting Psyduck, man.
So
Mr. Quackers. Quack, quack. Quack, quack, motherfucker.
No, and that's actually perfect because they do have the positioning here, except it looks like they're going to abandon bases, head up into the top half, as Nouns made an attempt at pushing that. Rings and Bound comes on fourth as they are trying to scramble away. However, it is just no match for Nouns. Inteleon also pops the
nice feint.
There is no hiding in the tall grass from them as they are snipe shotting across the disc.
That range is going to be so gigantic. Right now, though, we're seeing the burn on the Regieleki. That's
Lugia would not be a support. Lugia would be a defender without a doubt.
Plus the Regieleki is the fifth. Snorlax on bottom.
I'd be like if it was actually released into the game. I'd be surprised if it wasn't a defender or all-rounder.
Zoroark out in time. Regieleki's very close to going in. Only Adesu left to try and stop this, but there's quite a few enemies on the other side. You might just have to let this one go. And if they do, which will happen, this should be a jumping lead for Zora Tigers game.
You got to give it up to Adesu there, leaving it right until the last moment, trying as hard as they can to defend that base. However, trying to get in those little dunks, some extra stacks here and there that they may have missed out earlier on. However, down in the bottom half, we actually have Nouns breaking that goal. So it is still a close match, 135 to 170 points.
Yeah, there was a little bit of the scoring in return, which I really like that. They saw the opportunity. Oh no, once again, that's going to be a Zeraora going down very quickly. Zeraora is pretty risky. The Unite come out from Charizard, but that was a little bit late. Gatlu going down very quickly, only being able to unite at about 10% of his own HP. And now another opportunity to push some goals down is going to come in this bottom tier 1, where Zora Tigers Gaming already has a significant amount of points on this. They are going to get a pretty solid overdunk there, and now they're ahead by about 50 points, which is still a relatively low lead when we're only 45 seconds away from the final stretch.
Oh, but look at Mule a bit.
Well, they already confirmed the next 3 Pokemon, so it's going to be a while before we get any new Pokemon anyways.
No, we did have
in the sense of like new Pokemon that haven't already been leaked.
They were just
because what, you have 2 Pokemon coming out this month, I believe, and then 1 coming out next month. So for the next 2 months, you're like,
oh, well, they're
it's what's already been announced.
Really prioritize just being able to destroy that.
Which is Psyduck, Darkrai, and the red Pokemon. I always forget its name. What is it called? It's like the counterpart of Ceruledge.
pressure it provides in the final stretch as Rayquaza spawns, and it's going to a tier 2 completely undefended. You know Zora Tigers Gaming says, okay, you're going to be able to get back the lead with that if you really choose to, but we're still so close that it may come down to this Ray fight.
Yeah, it looks like that Regieleki is going to walk on through. Zoroark is going to go and defend that. However, there's no people in sight as Snorlax is trying to take the hits, trying to get the reset, but a great Blaze Kick to pop off that. Snorlax able to get the heals from that Power Nap. As we do have the Rings Unbound coming on out, it is just an absolute mishmash here, Chef.
It is 2 members already down on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming, and it's really solid amount of their damage.
Oh my
They've got to come
God.
back. They've got to hold on as long as they can. They do slightly have the lead, but right now, Nouns is just chasing them down. Zoroark is going to be the 3rd KO. Only the defender and supporter left, trying to maybe sit around and try to get the last hit on this Rayquaza. Heavy Slime could certainly potentially do it, but they will go down before the final hit, and Rayquaza for game number 1 is going
That
to
was
the side
horrendous.
of Nouns.
It is
I don't know what that Snorlax was. Okay, so here's what happened. Snorlax got caught out. Plain and simple.
Trying to see if they can
Snorlax
break
got
any
caught
more of
out,
those shields with that bounce,
and then they tried to heal on the portal, but then they got knocked away by the Blaziken. Then they were forced to unite. The team wasn't ready, and then they just died.
seconds remaining.
And then also Zoroark had the worst unite of all time because he barely hit anybody. I think he hit like one person at the very end of the unite because of the explosion for the AoE.
Without them running into anybody else, which immediately they're seeing there. Bruv still with that shield a lot later. That's not going to be an option with 24 seconds left. Really only 2 members somewhat even close. I'm sorry, 3 members were somewhat close, but there's not enough points. I think we can say that this one is all wrapped up in game number 1 as Nouns Esports will go with a 430-point lead over Zora Tigers Gaming.
Absolutely wild. The fact that they were so close in this match. They were 66 and 66 at one point. But Nouns, that has got to feel good for them.
It does, and of course, these teams have been practicing and training the entire season. Well, I guess this team wasn't fully together the entire season, but they've been players that have been, practicing the entire season. This is where it all matters. This is where it all counts. So getting that first win is huge. It's got to feel so good, and I feel like Nouns is a team that's been running on maybe an infinite supply of momentum over the past several months. So winning that first game.
Oh, it's Arma Rouge. That's what it is. I was googling it right now to double check the name. I was thinking Sarah Rouge, but it's Arma Rouge.
Exactly like this with that, may I just note, beautifully.
What is better food, Korean barbecue or English fish and chips? Oh, Korean barbecue, man. Without a doubt. I may be biased. I mean, personal bias kicking in, but Korean barbecue.
Zora Tigers Gaming, they're going to have to know that they were close.
Yeah, it was really close. It's back to the drawing board here, and I don't think anything really went wrong in terms of their draft or anything. I think it worked really well in comparison to Nouns, but I guess it just came down to that final stretch, this final moments, being able to single out Ward, force that power nut, that way they don't have the heals. I mean,
besides, Korean barbecue has a lot more variety.
Off that hyperspace hole was massive.
Fish and chips is...
Yes, that was so gigantic. I was talking about
is this fish and chips.
You know, I'm not trying to
you might have a different fillet of fish, but at the end of the day,
the entire season has been one of my
the base concept will never change.
And they were, I don't want to say they were like not huge within that game until the kind of end of it, but there were just so many threats that were kind of attacking from all angles.
Like they might use a different type of potato, or they might have a different fillet of fish, you know, a different type of fish, but Korean barbecue is way more diverse.
With that Zera Aura, we have now seen, what is this? 2 Zera Aura wins in 3 games? No, 4 games so far on broadcast.
Yeah, so that's what, a 33% win rate? No, did I do that? I probably did my math wrong. This is why we're get me to go and dunk it in.
We have people to do math for us.
No, but you know what? The thing is, I think their play there at the very end, right? Before that final stretch, being able to take that Regia, like he pushed that on through and just gain that advantage. But we are going to have a squiz at the stats here. Toon, as we said, receiving that MVP with the 6 KOs. Soraya also the 7 KOs there as well.
Yeah, like I said, it was a real triple threat.
Yeah.
Every single time that any of those 3 damage dealers on that team were anywhere near anybody on Zora Tigers Gaming, they had to deal with them. And we did see them actually get a lot of KOs on each one individually, but the threat of having all of them all at the same time, being able to pull them into each other's ranges, 3 separate damage dealers, I would say, that all are very focused on mobility as well.
That Snorlax and Inteleon, I'll be honest with you, they didn't really do much that game.
And then Charizard just being able to walk and kite as it attacks. There's just so much as far as trying to catch them all at once.
Honestly, I don't know. So, I don't know what they did to Charizard. I know people have been banning it a lot more,
We're going to have exactly the same bans that we saw last round,
which means they must have buffed it in a pretty good way. So if people are that if it's that good of a Pokemon now, allegedly, quote unquote,
that was a pretty late Unite. We'll have to ask Gatlu.
I'm not exactly sure why they wouldn't take Slowbro at the very least. Like if you don't ban it and it's objectively a good Pokemon now, then it's obviously common to it's rational to think that they might get taken away or might get picked.
I would not be surprised if we end up seeing that, but the biggest strength, one of the biggest strengths of Nouns is their flexibility as far as everybody on their side. You could ban on every single Pokemon. Give Zora Tigers Gaming 5 bans. They ban everybody that they played, and it'll be fine because Nouns just has literally like secondaries, thirds. They're all as good as their mains almost.
Yes, they can play any Pokemon they want. I'm hoping we still end up getting some Greedent later on. But look, I've called it, Chef. Charizard, first ban. We actually have Zora Tigers Gaming going in for that first pick on the purple side. So Nouns are in that second pick. Looks like they're going to follow on through. But however, they've actually decided to ban their own Umbreon.
Yeah, and on the other side, we actually see Zora Tigers Gaming ban Hoopa that they chose in the game number 1. This is no problem for Nouns. Trust me, they are going to be like, okay, we can just give Adesu the Eldegoss once again. But that clearly does show, as far as the mindset of Zora Tigers Gaming, they highly value the Hoopa and as a second pick. But first pick, Ceruledge. We've seen how scary this can be. This was banned last time.
They banned Inteleon? Who bans Inteleon? Oh my god.
We know that is an incredible Unite move as well. If they're able to time it perfectly. However, Sorayu going to stick with the Blazing
Dude, I'm hoping Ceruledge kicks their asses just for that Inteleon ban.
If it's able to set those fangs on that Ceruledge, that could
Also, Slowbro's up, just saying. Slowbro is up.
Quickly shut them down.
It's a great pick, and I know somewhere out there Zoinks is saying, look, my pick, it's true.
Is that my internet or is that the stream?
Because he actually did that the first time that we saw it as well, and it's looking like such a strong Pokemon to be the first pick on the side of the second side team. But we are going to see the Urshifu, who's also been in contention for bans quite a bit. And hold on, are you going to get your wish? Oh, maybe not, maybe not. This would be an interesting one as well. Gatlu locking in. Interesting. Buzzwole, not a Pokemon.
I'm telling you right now,
but it is going to be very strong, especially
I would have
early game at contending whatever.
Insta-pick Slowbro. I'm not even joking.
It depends on who ends up going up in that top half. But now it's a matter. You look at these team comps right now, they're quite brawly. Frontline melee. We have Subin there on the Pikachu.
Oh my god. Okay.
Do you think that's going to be enough?
I was liking their team until I saw the Pikachu. What the potatoes?
I personally have been
Why?
singing the praises of current Pikachu. It got some buffs relatively recently, and it is very strong. And even before that, we've seen support Pikachu doing decently well, but as you can see right now, there's not going to be an EXP share on it. It is going to be more of an attacker, and I think that is very scary, especially when you have a relatively close range team like Nouns. You're asking is there enough range on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming? Is there enough range on the side of Nouns as well? I feel like this match is just set up to be a gigantic brawl one way or the other, and the AoE damage to that Pikachu could really, really hurt if Nouns is not careful about their spacing.
Can I just say, I am actually loving Toon's last pick here, the Espeon, the Psychic Select. If we have Zora Tigers Gaming all bunched in together, considering they are such a brawly comp, they're able to get that at the perfect time. That could pop off there. But yeah, question, do they have enough range? Do they even need the range, or are they just looking to just throw fists at each other here?
Pika, pretty good mage now? Dude, you're capping so hard.
Literal
Happity
at
cap,
each other.
cap, cap,
I'm
cap.
excited with what we've seen from the Urshifu. Again, there is a question
No.
as to which Urshifu
No.
we could see.
No.
That's
Don't
something that we haven't really had a
even
chance to
say
talk about, I
that.
think, on broadcast as much,
That's
is
not
that
even funny,
since
even as a joke.
the most recent patch, Urshifu is now
Do you
back
know?
to being
Do you
built
know how
in
many
both
people are
roles
in
sometimes.
this
Of course, go
stream right now?
multi-strike and
There's
single
in the
strike, and
official
both have very, very
stream.
different play styles.
There's
We saw the single strike
7.1k people.
exclusively from Legacy
That's
last time, but this time
7,100 people that you can
exactly
influence
where
with
it
your
goes. We're heading into game number
blasphemy.
2. Zork Tigers Gaming now
No,
on
no,
the left,
no.
Nouns on the right in the orange, and they're up one game. They only need one more to move forward.
We are going to send that Cubfu into that central area for Zoro Tigers Gaming as well. Adesu on a little bit of a mission. The Gossifleur potentially looking to steal this red buff. However, we do have that Blissey to help this Cubfu along because we know how slow it is to actually clear that wild Pokemon.
Yes, Cubfu, infamously one of the weakest and slowest clears before it turns into an Urshifu. And the moment it turns into an Urshifu, you're running the exact opposite direction. And look at this, even with the heals.
Oh
no,
my
barely
God.
escapes. Adesu is going to at least be able to
Jesus,
delay
that was
clear
so
by quite a
lucky.
while, forcing
That would have
him to
been
deal
so
with the
bad.
assist. And so getting a strong early game support like the Gossifleur
Surging
is
strike,
such
go.
a good option in
Oh.
trying to delay it. But now, yeah, you got to run. That's an Urshifu, and you don't want to be a part of that fight anymore.
Bruh.
It's just a poor little Gossifleur.
It was a moment of fear.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is
but now
surging
it's a
strikes.
moment of fear.
Wait, move the camera. Who's using the camera? I can't see.
Nouns who are able to get into
What game are you watching, my guy? Oh my God, I can't believe this. I'm devastated. Cameraman not getting paid enough.
But you really want to get that evolution just as much. And right now, this is a pretty early brawl. You know, we were saying this might just be a brawl of the match, and it's looking like it. We're at 8 minutes 30
Like
seconds.
I saw that coming from the moment I saw him punch once, I knew what was gonna happen. Cameraman, wake up, buddy, wake up.
Solid amount of points probably during a lot of the invasion that were scored from the side of Nouns as well.
You know what I just noticed as well? We actually have the water bear coming on out, and you can just see it pop it on off with those moves and liquidations. However, it does finally get taken down along with that Blissey, a little bit in danger there as we do get set up for these mid-birds.
Well, I will thank Zoro Tigers Gaming for making it sound like I know a little bit of what I'm talking about, and we did get a chance to see now both forms of the Urshifu within 2 different sets, the first 2 sets of the day. So for, again, anybody who maybe hasn't had a chance to see the Rapid Strike Urshifu, which we have not seen for a long time competitively, it is going to be very similar to an E-Speed Lucario maybe, just as far as style. You're going to be zipping around a lot, you're going to be diving, you're going to have a lot of mobility.
When did Urshifu get that skin? I don't remember that.
Most likely.
I think I would have remembered that.
So far, they are a little
This guy wearing a curtain.
behind, I would say, as far as being able to win those early fights.
Yeah, I think it's also the liquidation being able to give them that shielding that they may need to just try and contest this. However, interestingly enough, we have Zoro Tigers Gaming giving up this tier 1 pad, leaving it on 19 points. Looks like they just want it gone instead of focusing on the wild Pokemon as they get prepared for these first objectives to spawn.
This is going to be, I think, a really big moment.
UCS, let's go, let's go. It's not just UCS. It's the World Championship in Honolulu.
And so immediately they're going to be pushing through, trying to burn it down. The Psych Sled, just like you said, being gigantic in that fight, but it was not enough backup. That's going to be a secure from Nouns Esports.
I want orange juicers.
To steal that one away, right?
Get juiced. Get juiced.
No, they did not. I'm sorry. I looked at the wrong
Oh
thing.
my
That was
God,
Zoro
bro.
Tigers
Dude, get rid of the
we do
interviews,
have an
man.
objective.
I honestly don't think I'll make it to the end, I'll be honest with you.
And now, because they actually decided to leave that tier 1,
It's a Maya,
actually,
yeah.
is knocking on that doorstep.
Bonk.
We do have Buzzwell going in with their ultra slow Select.
I'm gonna animate that emote, don't you worry. You won't have to play the sound effect because then you'll have a nice little bonking Maya with a hammer.
Not able to get its hit, able to get a stun, but oh my gosh, what a great Phantom Force
Oh,
from
did
that
you-
Cerulege to dodge that punch.
I heard it.
Good Phantom Force usage is huge with Cerulege, and especially the fact that
When do we get to see Team Fluffy?
means that it's
Oh, they rebranded. They're no longer Team Fluffy. They're Team Furry. Believe it or not.
on the Reggie, and I was like, Saray, you got the last hit?
They are
Saray
Team
wasn't in that
Furry.
fight, but Saray got the
That may sound like a joke, but it's actually not.
On the bottom was taken. So yeah, they did trade exactly 1 for 1. I though think that this is still remaining what looks like a pretty close game.
No. Like it's it's furry nemesis.
So the biggest thing that they have to be careful for, especially
because their sponsor went through a rebranding.
By one person, but that's going to be a big Revenant rent, and the defensive Icicle Fang is going to at least get that Cerulege back into their own back line, but we're going to see Pillar Swan get very, very low, able to escape. They will be able to get the KO on the Cerulege. Psychic Slayer is going to continue with that, but it looks like that may be the end of their KOs. Still, that's exactly what they wanted to see.
Exactly. They were able to utilize some of those Unite moves.
Do you really think it's that big of a stretch? They were originally named Fluffy. Now they're furry. It's not that I'm telling you, it's not that
Seeing if they can potentially get their Unite move
surprising, at least to me.
Lay in their tall grass.
I like this patience. There was obviously a lot of focus from SoloQer Gaming on this.
Well, it's not the team, it was the sponsor. Sorry, I should probably correct myself. It's not the team that was named Team Fluffy, it was the sponsor. They just went from Fluffy to Furry.
Or that Cerulege would be huge, and that was a really big miss from that Trevenant Unite. I'd actually be able to hit, I think, maybe anybody. Reggie Steele already getting extremely low, and that's going to be the Cerulege getting that final hit. Once again, these team fights on the bottom have gone directly the way of SoloQer Gaming. They're going to continue to push and take down this Tier 1 gold.
I would like to say that I'm surprised, but at the same time I'm not. I'm not exactly sure why they're trying to fight a 5v4 while Buzzwol's invading their jungle. Great communication, guys. Team game. It's like they're not communicating with the voice comms that they have access to. Oh my god!
Tier 1 pad as well.
Oh, that's maybe a little bit greedy here, but they're doing a pretty good job already. We're going to see Bruv go down as well as Gatlu. There's still a good amount of defense here, but that is going to build them enough space to very cleanly try to take this. Reggie Alecki, can you get the overeating time? No! I like the attempt for Surrey, but instead they're going to be going down as payment, so it's going to be a 4 plus Reggie Alecki.
Well, we all learned a valuable lesson, guys.
Members run from the right side. Can they turn this around? I don't know. The Psychic Slayer once again hitting quite
a few. Buzzwol missed their Unite move, buddy! You gotta aim that shit!
Enough will be remaining on this pad. This tree is so far back. You're trying to plant that tree back at your home goal zone.
As if the tree wasn't far enough, Buzzwol just took them even further into that flux zone. How were they able to go and defend that base? So they're going to still have that.
You know what, guys? They didn't have their Jackie Snackies. I think they're just hungry. I think that's what it is. They're just hungry.
Each side, trying to get their wild Pokemon, trying to get their levels, but also we have only
you don't play well when you're starving.
Oh, there we go, more yellow dots.
Yeah, we gotta get them some Uber Eats.
You don't want them to, be gone for that long.
Pizza for everyone.
Basement Reggie spawning before the final stretch, which is going to be.
Mac, I'm gonna order them. I'm gonna send them a Canadian coffee crisp pizza, extra large. One slice for everybody, because I think it only has 8 slices.
This could be a very scary fight, or both teams could just.
Actually, wait, no. I think it's 12. Sorry, I think it's 12. I think large is 8.
Is immediately gonna get the KO. Trevenant going down, and now SoloQer Gaming realizing, okay, maybe we don't fight here. There's only 2 minutes 30.
Mammo Slime, buddy! Mammo Slime, stop! Mammo! Oh my god, he's trolling! He's trolling!
Reggie Rock going down to the side of Nouns this time, finally.
Oh my god! They're uniting! What?
Running back, but the Cerulege chasing down Toonslim. One final hit. Toonslim down for the next 13 seconds. That's
get out! Get out while you can! No! Oh my god, they're all dead.
And almost all of Nouns is wiped. What will SoloQer Gaming do with this advantage?
God! I can't believe they're losing to a Pikachu! Dude, if Mammo Slime stole that, I would have cried. I would have turned off the stream. I'm not even joking. If he stole that with a fucking Unite move, I would have ended the stream and I would have just left. God flippin' damn, bruh. Now it's choking. They're choking.
Yeah, we're gonna see more and more and more. Everybody was.
I can't believe it. That wasn't even a team fight. That was a massacre.
Incredible ending there from the side of SoloQer. What a way this fight started. I mean, okay, technically, let's talk about this. It's not over. 1 minute 20 seconds. That was such a fast rate take that we do get a good opportunity to see a potential comeback. Right now, look at that. They are chasing down that Blissey so hardcore. That was everybody on that team. They do not like that egg-throwing Pokemon. And so, with a minute left, can we see them taking out Blissey actually come into play as far as allowing them more opportunity to score?
Oh, but we do have Cerulege, Blaziken chasing it on down, just trying to play a bit of a chicken and mouse. No, that's not the one. Cat versus mouse. Well, you know what? It's a chicken now. However, a great Hornleech from the Trevenant trying to crack down Nouns Esports like a macadamia. Crack 3 are gone. 4.
Oh no, the sandcastle is crumbling as we see the final member go down in the last opportunity for Nouns within this game specifically going down the drain. And so we are now going to see Zora Tigers Gaming take game number 2 solidly. A few more points just for fun. You got to pad your stats right. We've got stats, guys. You got to make yourself look good. And so we saw in the first match of the day, the first set of the day, a game 3. And in the second one, we are getting the exact same thing. Zora Tigers taking game number 2, taking us to game 3.
Korea literally, the Korean gamers literally just flexed on them and said, Pikachu was the win con. You guys just lost to a Pikachu, bro? How you feel?
Round 3, an absolute
Like, they just
insane
took
match.
anime plot armor to real life and they brought it to Worlds.
I mean, that final stretch, the fact that they
If you believe in your Pokemon and the power of friendship, then you're gonna win.
that was wild.
Shut the fuck up. That's so cat, bro.
I was mentioning it as it happened. Everybody on the entire map went down to that basement Reggie.
They need to ban Ceruledge.
It was a mind game, right?
They should have banned it if they had a problem with it. Or at least, at the very least, pick Slowbro so that shit wouldn't
We're
happen.
gonna jump on them. We're gonna get the advantage, and they did. Nouns, they got that first pick so expertly, and then things just turned around. We can take a look at the stats here, Kelly.
Yeah, we do have Mule on that Urshifu picking themselves up 10 KOs. However, we've got to talk about this. Pikachu, 96,000 damage. I mean, Pikachu, those buffs are really looking good on you.
Yeah, we were on a podcast together, actually, you and I, where we were talking about our kind of sleeper picks currently, and mine was Pikachu, and hey, you certainly get to see that. Great picture, by the way, from Jay-Jong, can I say. Player pictures this year have been excellent, but Ceruledge, of course, on Jay-Jong, Zora Tigers Gaming, player of the game.
I think the fact that they were able to get themselves out of some sticky situations time after time during that match. It's not just that Phantom Force dive move to go and dodge the opposing team, but also being able to use that eject button as well and just weave.
It's because they don't know how to draft, man.
Nouns Esports.
They don't know how to
Like I
draft.
said,
But yeah, we're gonna extend their budget and get them to. We're gonna get them to hire Mac as a coach for one series. Mac, get in there.
And it's not easy to
Set their
do.
draft
If you've
up.
never tried it, Ceruledge is super fun. I suggest you go try them. But if you can do it well, you're looking like a pro. And that's exactly what we saw from Jay-Jong there. But now that leaves us 1-1 with two teams that I think a lot of people think could make it easily, at least in the top 4, if not win. And so here we go into the draft. And that Urshifu that was looking so good immediately banned.
Look, it makes sense. It is just rising up in the ranks. However, we're going to pick that safe pick there, banning away that Charizard once again. So I'm wondering if they're actually going to prioritize that Ceruledge or whether Zora Tigers Gaming are going to give it up to Nouns potentially here, as Inteleon has been banned once again.
I think they got to ban it. Yeah, they've shown that their value for it is very high. And I think that's one thing about Zora Tigers Gaming is that there's a lot of teams where they kind of try to hide exactly what they think are good or what is strong, but just via play, Zora Tigers Gaming is very upfront about what they think is strong, what they want, what objectives they want to hit, and based on just their drafts, they're going straight away. They were like, yep, we're picking Ceruledge first, and now I feel like almost undoubtedly they're going for the Hoopa. Yep, exactly it. They have shown that that is one of the other Pokemon they value highly, but on the other side, Umbreon has been a huge game changer this entire meta.
Who do I want to win? I want, dude.
Being able to get that
I'm telling you right now.
to get the stun. However, it looks
I'm
like
with
Ceruledge
Korea,
is
man.
still
If I don't
ready.
side
A
with
lot of
my
walking
Asians,
down
I'm
that
getting
lane.
disowned.
Once again, a
They're not
Desu
my
also
Asian per se, but they're still Asian.
They're so
I'm sure we're
happy with that.
distant
That's
relatives in
actually
some
one
family
thing that was a
tree.
little misdraft last time for Zora Tigers Gaming, despite the fact they won. I don't think they needed to ban the Hoopa. I'm not sure we would have seen it anyway. But they got it this time. That's all that matters. Great looking comp from the side of Zora Tigers Gaming, very solid. But now it's time, if Nouns was to pull out something surprising, where they would do it. And that is something we tend to see a lot when Umbreon is first picked. There we go. Toon going back to that Zeraora, and
Oh, damn.
Gatlu's probably not on the...
We got one new unique pick this game. We got the Lucario. You also got the Espeon last game.
We've got 3 strong brawlers on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. And I guess that's the benefit of the all-rounder picks. There's just so many of them. Even though you ban out 3, you're still able to go and get those selections. However, Subin is going to take a page out of Toon's book, and they're going to last pick that Espeon for themselves.
I think that's great. We saw how strong that last game. Exactly.
Yeah, that's because all the good players are still playing StarCraft in League. That's why. They're actually playing right now. I think they have their
exactly what Nouns have chosen.
their World Championships is right around the corner.
Very well known early on in the game's life for this Lucario, and we've only seen it come back a few times in this current meta, which is great to see. It's so cool to see Soraya on that Pokemon they're so well known for.
Hey, let me see. What is that?
All these players are extremely well known, basically, for playing all of these Pokemon. I feel like this is just a solid draft.
It is a solid draft. However, I have my eye on Ward there on that Mammoth line. If they're able to get a pick on either the Lucario, the Blaziken, or the Zeraora here, that would be huge, being able to get those isolations. However, a few more deep, cool, calm, collected breaths before we head on into round 3, Chef.
Yeah, you can only be so cool and calm right now. I am sweating up here. I'm actually really glad that I brought this comfy towel up. I am genuinely using it. You can see some of those players as well. Talking about sweaty games, literal. And yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that the counter dive is going to be huge. Like, if you dive in on the side of Nouns, you've got to be worried about the bounce from the Gyarados. You've got to be worried about the Psych Solaire. You've got to be worried about the Icicle Fang. There's just so many things, but there's only one way to figure out how it's going to go, and that's our second Game 3 of the day out of 2 sets. Nouns on the left and Zora Tigers Gaming on the right.
We can hear the crowd going wild for them, cheering them on as they are going to head into their respective lanes. We're actually going to see Gatlu on the Torchic go and take that central area for Nouns Esports, and Hooper is here to help this Leafeon come online.
I actually love that. Once we saw kind of a lot of nerfs from a lot of the Pokemon in the top path, we started seeing a whole lot more, once again, of Blaziken going up top because it usually has time. And I loved it when it was in the center area. There was that point in the time where the meta was a lot of center area Blaziken, and it's coming back maybe a little bit right here. But look at this bullying.
What is this? This is Pokemon Unite. This is the World Championships.
Dunk, which is going to be what it's really going for. Of course, I always say it.
It happens once a year.
Not playing Pokemon Unite.
Pokemon Unite is the equivalent of, it's like a watered down version of League of Legends or Dota. It's like the baby version of that game, of those games.
However, the Hooper portal to send 4 members down bot.
This is a really interesting strategy that we've seen a few times before from other teams, but I haven't seen it recently. When you have a Gyarados, you actually just leave them up kind of alone.
The biggest difference is that it's Pokemon.
So then the other team has to really focus on bottom, and they don't really deal with your...
And instead of towers that shoot at you, you're scoring goals like basketball. Just slam dunking a bunch of points until you break the structure.
Trying to get a little bit, but does get shut down a little.
I must say, that is a lot of trust to just leave that Magic Cup up in that top path all in its own. It has evolved. However, Hooper is just going to try and chase this chicken down, able to take away that Bunnelby. They're not going to give up, considering they do have the heals there, and also some backup from Leafeon to yoink that away.
There are a lot of Pokemon on the other side of the map that they should not be on. You've got your team colors again. Remember, that's where.
There is no news of a new map.
A lot of aggression, but that is
the only confirmed news that we have are new Pokemon. New Pokemon that are coming soon, as well as there's going to be no more EX Pokemon next season.
That was scary. There was opportunity to get Blaze kicked away.
So they're getting rid of the EX labels, meaning they're not going to be restricted in regular gameplay. I don't know if that means that they're getting nerfed or not, because that is up to them, but yeah.
They've got to be careful because we are about to see the objective spawn, but Soraya going in with the E-Speed, going to hit a bunch of resets over and over, especially fighting near those birds can be huge, but finally getting KO'd from the Gyarados. And look at that, 4 members top. They're all relatively low, but one portal can change that very quickly. They're going to be going for that tier 1 goal zone. It should be going down, nobody in range, and after this, they could be able to get a reset as far as health or the Regieleki or whatever they want.
Yeah, and now they do have that advantage up in that top half. The slow Pylo's fine trying to just defend their pad as we have Blaziken soloing down that basement Reggie. However, Leafeon coming in, seeing if they can get the secure. However, Overheat is just all too powerful. However, Blaziken does end up paying the price there, getting knocked on down.
In for stacks, in for objectives, just got to int, you know, that's the Pokemon Unite style. But right now, we are seeing ZoroTigers Gaming go for this bottom tier 1, and this Zeraora is going to be such a great defensive tool at keeping everybody off of that goal zone. ToonSlim has been, I want to say, kind of not in a lot of these fights, but we'll see exactly how it affects this one. Not a whole lot. As that's
Oh my, Gyarados, Jesus.
Down immediately, this Gyarados is running wild, getting so much damage resistance from that Espeon as well, and we've just seen so many early fight wins from ZoroTigers Gaming. They're not ahead by an insurmountable amount. The level's only about 1 from their highest, and their supports are a little bit lower even, not as evenly spread as Nouns, but they're looking real good in these fights.
I mean, the benefit is they do have that experience share there.
If they paid you to cast Worlds, would you pick Unite or Pogo?
Is going to take the opportunity trying to hinder ZoroTigers Gaming here. Looking at breaking this base. However, Emerald 2 steps comes in and it fails. They end up getting eliminated, and that is actually going to be a huge overdunk for Nouns Esports.
I would say Unite.
Even closer, 112 to 100.
And I only say that because
that's definitely getting to that spot where
Pogo's boring.
Especially being like
I'll be honest with you. There's only so much that you can commentate on when it comes to Pokemon Go that I feel as if I would just get bored.
Right now it looks like both teams retreating slightly just to be able to
at least when it comes to Pokemon Unite, there are so many variable factors when it comes to different Pokemon and the players themselves that even if there was like a few of them that were doing something like strange or just abnormal, I can literally just pick my poison and be like, okay, I don't want to commentate. I want to talk about this guy. I'll just talk about this other person.
Trying to land their mark on the Blaziken, who was able to blaze kick their way out of there, not getting hit. However, Gyarados is going to go in for a reset. They're not actually going to return. Instead,
I actually think it's, believe it or not, I actually think it's much harder to cast Pokemon Go. And the reason why I say that is because if you are a Pokemon Go PvPer, whether you're active or you...
As well, big bounce in from Gyarados, and now we're seeing Nouns on the back foot by a lot of Desu is going to be using that Unite to try and get the heal.
Okay, nice heal.
Everybody up, top them off, wait out a little bit of that Unite from the hoop, but they're going to do a great job of it, turning around onto Ward on the Mammoth Swine, who's going to go down before they can get through the portal, and this group...
Oh my god, Leafeon, Jesus.
A huge amount of damage.
That is a very bad Unite, Umbreon. That ain't going to do shit for you.
Oh my gosh, the setup there from you to use their Unite.
Oh man, they actually just got Giga rolled.
And get down 2 KOs. All the meantime, Hooper is going to go and be able to dunk in 40 points because Regieleki walked on through.
That was such a turnaround. Nouns, they did a great job of backing up, but they are going to be fighting for this base, and Reggie immediately going down. Once again, it's ZoroTigers Gaming. The objective's going fully in their favor. The fight's now starting to go in their favor. Somehow, they're still slightly down by levels. We've seen an amazing job of prioritizing farming and being able to get all the wild XP that you possibly can on the side of Nouns. They actually got a lot on their side right now, taking the other side as well as far as wild XP. So they're doing well as far as levels. They need to get one solid team fight in, but the lead is growing and growing and growing for Zoro.
I mean, the thing is, there is still another Regieleki that is going to spawn here. That home base is wide open for Nouns here, so a really risky maneuver. They're just going to pick up all of those yellow dots.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, with regards to Pokemon Go, let's just say, for example, you are a Pokemon Go PvPer. Even if you're not the best, you just understand the mechanics in the game at a good enough fundamental level. It's very hard to keep the game interesting if you basically already know what's supposed to happen. Obviously, it's up to the players to play it out the way you would expect it to, but because you can see, you know, the game as a whole, you see both their lineups, like if it's RPS or if it's just a very unfavorable lead, that sort of thing. It's just like, it's basically like a stomp, and it's just very hard to make it seem appealing to people that know it's gonna it's so linear
Knowing what the problem was
that it's just like
that is going to head
It just
down
makes it
into
hard
that
to
tier 2 pad. However,
make it
Zoro
appealing
Tigers
to a
gaming,
lot of
they're not
people.
worried about. They want to try and get this positioning. They do not want to give Nouns this Rayquaza. 233 to 289. You can just see Nouns sticking together as a group, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get that pick. However, maybe it might be the Mamo Swine. We gotta take a look at those Ice Fangs, right?
Yeah, always. That's the number one catch you out of position move right now. But this is really scary. And we see Zoro Tigers Gaming moving very far forward, trying to find somebody going through that choke point. But now Nouns back all together. The poop portal's been used. Gyarados a little bit below maximum life. They're turning around, trying to catch Toon Slam. But this is a split fight right now. We're going to see
What is
Mule
that?
trying to 1v1.
Leafeon, what is that Unite move? Why didn't you just... Oh my god, why didn't you just take the pad back?
We're still going to see Rayquaza pretty high health, but that's going to be a dive in. The Psych Slayer is going
That
to
Espeon Unite move hit a big whopping nobody.
Oh, but we do have the rings unbound coming on out, being able to create a great stun on that Blaziken. However, they're at such minimal HP, they have to back on up themselves, wait for the cooldowns. Umbreon has also used their Unite move, just trying to take down the front line. Mule has been knocked out. Is this Nouns' chance to try and secure this Rayquaza?
Oh, this is going to be really scary. We are going to see Seiryu spawning soon with that Unite. They've got to get back into the fight. There's only one member left now. On Zoro Tigers Gaming, it's going to be the Hoopa. They're not going to turn around and deal with it before they burn it down. They're scared. They want to make sure they take it down. There's a chance for a steal. It's going to have to be amazing, but no, not over. Gatlu, who's going to secure it. They're still down by 56 points. They only need one dunk to get ahead, and with 25 seconds left, it's going to be hard to stop that.
Yeah,
Nice going through the ice.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Zoro Tigers just choked, bro.
And now in the final
The Tigers just choked on their dinner.
15 seconds left. Secure game number 3 and the set.
Holy macaroni, that was absolutely wild. 2 being able to pick up a 3 KO streak on that Zero Aura.
You see, the problem is, and I agree with you. Obviously, they add new Pokemon, but new Pokemon can only do so much, especially if they suck. Like, if they release a Pokemon and the Pokemon sucks overall, objectively, then it doesn't really matter because it's not going to be played. When it's too overpowered, it just becomes banned, and you barely see it. When it comes to the map, I mean, realistically, since the second map, Sky Ruins, came out, it was released, and then they made several changes to it because it was just too fast-paced, as in, it just gave too much experience. So they dialed it back so that it's a lot slower paced now. If you played when the map first came out, I'm sure you'll remember that there was a significant difference between what it was before and what it is now. Like back then, it had an entirely different cap. You had the camp of Natus. You had the middle camps. You got more experience. Honestly, it was so common that you would have you would be like level 9 or 10 by first objective. But now it's just bland. It's basically just a recolor of Remote Stadium. The only difference is, you know, an extra couple of bushes, some different pathing, and Rayquaza over Zapdos. And then they don't change it. Ever since the beginning, they haven't made any significant changes to the map. And then it just feels like you're stuck in a rut. If you played back in 1943.
They were incredible at just their own specific playstyles.
Exactly, and this is 2 regions clashing against each other. The playstyle, the meta. But you know what? I'm really excited to see more of what Zoro Tigers Gaming has to offer us.
Yes, there's so much more that they've got. And again, like I said, they're not out by any means. 2 groups out is a huge, huge win, in my opinion, for all of us here, where we get to see a lot more chances for a lot of these teams. But I want to see how Nouns feels after winning that first game. So let's go to an interview on stage with Zoinks to hear what they got to say.
All right, thank you so much. I'm up here with Toonsave of Nouns Esports. Hey, feeling like the hometown crowd out here in Honolulu. Wild, but what an amazing way to start the day for your team. I mean, Nouns Esports, I think in a lot of people's mind, are considered to be a tournament favorite. Does that add some pressure that maybe Nouns are considered to win this whole thing?
We're not favorites. We suck.
right. Who knows? Who knows? But a great way to start this tournament, taking down Zora Tigers Gaming. We saw some pretty interesting drafts throughout that match. Was there a lot of prep going into Zora Tigers Gaming specifically before this event?
You know me, I'm a big prepper. I had all the draft lines planned. You know, it went a little bit off the rails, but it was all good.
Okay, I'm looking at their team behind them, and they're all nodding and saying that's absolutely true. Okay, good to know. Now, we saw a specific
I'm
Pokemon
just like,
a few
I'm
times
just for
on
like
this
3 to
stage,
4
the
maps that rotate
Zeraora.
every week. They can play on
And
ranked
I believe
instead.
off camera, you told me that Overlord stole your pick. What's up with that?
Yeah, we scrimmed them a lot, and then he never picked it against me, and then he showed me his ranked match yesterday. It's just Zara. I was like, okay, man.
All right, well, hey, it was a great pick. Can we look forward to more of it from you throughout the
Anyone
tournament?
tried the new mobile
Okay,
MO
well, we'll see it a
Person
lot more
Sprague was
matches,
covering?
so we're going to throw it back over to the cast.
What's it called again? Oh, Honor of Kings. Are you talking about Honor of Kings?
Already saying there's a steal. I can't believe we got a storyline between the first 2 sets of the game, but okay, whatever it is, you know, if Overlord
I like the cute little scuba Pikachu.
stealing, that's not confirmed.
Yeah, we're gonna go snorkeling.
If, as Toonslim said, stole from him, then you know that it's a good idea, right? Well, considered maybe the best player in the world. Actually, both of them considered two of the best players in the world, without a doubt. And if they both agree that Zera's good, Zera's probably good.
All right, we got to take a look at these highlights here, Chef. This is the moment
I've not
here,
played
the
it myself.
3 KOs, Blaziken being able to lock down that Rayquaza for themselves. And I mean, you know, being able to get a lot of these objectives as well. And the power of Espeon, this is evolution that we haven't really seen a lot of lately.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so strong always, right? It's one of those things where it's like sometimes some of the evolutions can seem more or less, but again, you called it out perfectly. That Unite move is, in my opinion, one of the best Unite moves in the game. It's one of the ones that you don't really have a lot of time to react to once the first hit starts. It's not like Blastoise where you get to say, oh, I see it starting, I'm going to check button out. It's just like, oh.
I think Phil is playing too.
So
I
super effective. And
can find out. Let me see. Hold on.
a lot through the rest of the weekend. What about you?
Yeah, 100%, along with some of these other picks as well. The fact that we have so much variety already. Variety indeed. Zeraora. Zeraora Stonks going high.
Oh, yeah. Stonks at maximum level. Toon right there.
Yeah, he is playing it.
Awesome,
He is.
Matt. I think it's a great look for him. Is saying that this is one of the picks and has shown it very clearly. Won both games playing Zeraora in this set. 100% win rate from Toon on Zeraora at Worlds, but 73,000 damage, does so much extra damage just around it. It's great at fighting a lot of the other brawlers because, again, it doesn't need to be your main target. If they're around, you just do extra damage. So I love seeing it. We're already seeing such a wide variety. I think this is one of the best metas we've ever had for a Worlds.
100%.
It's a team. Yeah, it is. It is.
So
It's made by the
much
same
variety.
company.
And the fact that we also have those 4 bands as well, there's just so many options, and it's really going to get in those players' head. Which one do we select first? And I mean, hey, I guess it worked out for Nouns this time around.
I know, yeah. I mean, honestly, there's so many picks that we're going to skip the, like, well, no, we need 3 bands. We're just going to go, we need 4 bands. Let's just keep going. We're just getting too many Pokemon, which is great to see. But everyone is viable, right? We've seen every Pokemon that's been banned also been...
We know where the resources are going.
Within 2 sets.
You know,
Again,
that's
I feel like
very...
we've seen like a million matches, and we've actually seen...
That's very
2 sets
presumptuous.
completely, but they're definitely...
Considering the game never had any resources. They had a budget of $1, and then they spent it on lunch.
Some game 3s. It's been fun, right?
2 sets, 2 game 3s. Will we get any more as we are going to take ourselves a quick break? Sit tight, grab some snacks, and we'll be back very soon at Pokemon World in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Speaking of lunch, I could go for some lunch. Do. Oh shoot! I forgot something. Hold on. Give me like 3 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna lose my marbles. I swear to you. I swear. I am never doing favors for people ever again. You know what people are? They're ungrateful. That's what they are. They're ungrateful and terrible. You know what happens to you know what happens to nice guys? They finish last, guys. They finish last. I'm never doing a favor for anyone ever again. So help me God, I'm gonna let them suffer. Pissed. Oh, no, because it's like, no. I'm not pissed. Or like, I'm not mad. It's just more so, like, I don't understand people's train of thought sometimes. I was asked to do something, and I did it. And okay, so this is what happened. So my dad's birthday, or my stepdad's birthday is tomorrow. And obviously, you're not gonna go empty-handed. You're gonna buy a gift. You're gonna buy, like, something. You're gonna give him something, of course. I don't know what it is. So I was told to get something on behalf of someone else, and then they forgot, and then they bought something else. So it's just like, you made me go out to buy something, and then you ended up buying something else on your own, and now you have to... Now I have to either, like, return it or exchange it, or just be like, you know what, like, fuck it. It's just like, ugh. And the thing is, they asked me to do this literally, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I don't remember when, but it was literally not even like 48 hours ago, so I don't even know how they forgot. It just gives me anxiety. I can't believe people. And the thing is, people know I'm not gonna say no. I'm sorry.
Welcome everyone back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. My name is Zoinks. I am joined by Danley, and we're just vibing up here as we have an incredible matchup coming up for you between Nouns Esports and Reject from Japan.
This one's a really exciting matchup because this is the first time we're going to be seeing Japan on the main stage. I know a lot of people are excited about this.
Yeah.
And I think most importantly, this is Nouns' toughest matchup in their group.
Sure.
So
yeah. That is exactly true. There's some tough groups out there. Obviously, we have 8 groups in total, but this group in particular, a lot of people have called out as maybe one of the toughest at our World Championships. We got to see
Who's
Nouns a little
this?
bit.
Where
I
are
got the chance
where
to
are these
take a
people
look at
coming from? I don't even know who these.
on our
Who is
stage
she?
here in the venue against
Oh my
Anza
god,
Esports
is she?
earlier, and they were able to take that
I
set
don't know these
2-0.
people, man.
So
These
Reject
people just
definitely
randomly
feeling
pop
the
up on the
momentum
screen
right
and they
now,
expect me
and,
to know them. They don't
I
even
mean, they're
put like
looking
name
fearsome.
tags
Nouns
or
is gonna have
something.
a tough opponent ahead of them right now.
But we also have to say, right, Nouns had a great game for their opening game up against Zora Tigers. So I think the question we now have is who is the better team in this grouping?
100%.
And it's going to come down to this matchup. I feel like for this matchup, it's going to come down to Game 3 because both teams, we know they're both very highly capable and they're very fast to adapt to their opponents. They're very quick to pick up on
No,
who's their
not
priority
Zoinks, the
targets
girl.
and what
The
they
girl on
should
the
be
right.
focusing on in game number
Or
2
technically on the
if they
left
actually
if you
toughen
flip
up
around the
this matchup.
camera.
So are they ready for each other?
Yeah, that's
Our
what we
right,
call
her
out
left.
about Nouns Esports. I think
I don't know
it's
who
one
that
of the
is.
things I've always talked about how what makes Nouns one of the strongest teams is their team fights are incredible, but a lot because of their target priority. They know who to shut down immediately. They know what Pokemon are threats. They know what players are threats. So it's going to come down to a lot of prior prep work. If they've researched these teams, watched some footage and things like that. Nouns Esports, we've already gotten to see them. So
No,
we know
that's
they are
Chubbs?
capable of this. What I got to see out of Reject on that
I know her
message
either.
earlier,
That's
Deadly,
exactly my
is
point.
we're gonna
Nobody.
see a pretty different meta look in this game number 2.
I only
Reject
know
playing
the male casters, and that's because they're from North America. Every single one of them.
Finally, and that's going to be very interesting. I know Nouns can match. Both Sarayu and Toon love those range characters. Seeing that battle from distance will be really interesting.
Okay, well, I kind of saw the Chandelure coming because it was one of my predicted Pokemon for the tournament. And obviously,
well done.
A lot of my influence is from Asia, okay? So the Chandelure pick, I'm surprised you guys are playing Zora. Right? Like, the fact that we're even seeing this yellow cat on stage, I'm just like, where are we? We can't be at Worlds, okay? This is not something you generally see at the World stage, but it's been such a successful pick for some of these teams. I'm kind
I
of
thought that was
wondering-
Kilo, no?
I'm wondering because I haven't seen this Pokemon in play. What
Or are they both
in
from
this
OC?
Pokemon that has actually made it such a
Because I
strong and
know
viable pick for
the
these
female
regions?
caster that was
It's
there
definitely a
before
metagame
Kilo's from
adaptation. We're
OC.
in this
Dead
melee
region, by the
meta,
way.
right, where team fights are all based around big brawls. No one really playing that range game. Everyone just running at each other and trying to get that damage done. Zeraora's passive plays pretty well.
Why did it
into
say
that. The more
Nouns is from
damage they take,
Japan?
The more damage they can deal in return.
I don't know. Question mark?
AoE damage is the magic word when you're looking into a melee meta, right? You can hit multiple targets, your team is going to be extremely favored. So we're starting to see some of that Zeraora damage. I'm really interested if we're going to see it again in this second game. Toon not really giving us much in that post-game interview I was able to ask before, but I know that they have more spice lined up. One thing in particular I'm kind of curious about, especially if we see more of that range from Reject, does Gatlu switch up from what they've been going in? They've been playing the Lucario, but I saw Gatlu warming up a lot on the Buzzwole, a Pokemon we haven't seen in a minute. So that will be really interesting to see Nouns Esports employ the Ultra Beast.
It could be a potential option here, but I think obviously for these teams, they're going to have to look at the draft, right? What's going to be the opening for Reject? And the same thing for Reject. What is Nouns going to open with? What's the priority choices for these teams? Are they going to go straight for their top picks, or are they going to go for something a little bit more flexible and keep their options open? Because it's really a team-by-team basis. I've seen teams where if they have that priority first 2 picks, teams are actually really liking second pick because they get the option of the next 2 picks.
This team's jersey
providing
is
them a
just
lot more
slathering
openings,
sponsors.
whereas-
Yeah, but they got some good. They got
First
Sony
pick,
as a
yes, you get the option of
sponsor.
getting the very first Pokemon, but sometimes having the next
Yeah,
2
they're the
picks
real
is actually
ones,
way
man.
better than that because you lock in the next 2.
Yeah, if you can double down on
That's
those
bigger than
combos
all the
early, that's
sponsors
amazing.
in North
Not to
America.
mention,
That
you
one
get last
sponsor
pick of the
alone.
draft as well when you're on that second
So you
side.
get the surprise factor.
Exactly.
When is
You
Orange
wanna
Juice is
hide
playing?
that
I have
secret
no
sauce
idea.
that you've been planning,
Truth
that
be
you've been
told, I have
scheming
no
and
idea.
practicing with, that is going to be the best way to do it. But I have to admit, after seeing Nouns Esports play on stage, it's made me even more excited to watch Reject play on the main stage, just because we have not gotten the chance to showcase this team from Japan here for everyone at the world stage. And it's a region that
we really can't stop talking about. I mean, there are 3 teams representing that region here at Worlds this year, and everybody is talking about how all 3 of these teams could be championship contenders. Reject, Fennel, and Zeta Division, and then we finally get our chance to see one of those.
I can finally wear my hat again.
So arguably,
Guys, I'm on
the
Team Fluffy again.
weakest out of the Japanese. I say supposed because when you're at the world stage, a lot of factors change, a lot of things change, right?
I couldn't wear this before because my hair was so long and it was just
here.
poofy.
Game number 1 up against Nouns. I really, really want to see what is going to be the choice of play for Japan, because we all know Japan loves to play fast. They play so fast. It is insane. I've seen some of their scrims against some of the other teams, and they play so fast.
It's a breakneck pace.
But if you can't keep up with them in the laning stage, that's normally where the games are lost. From the draft to the laning stage,
Oh
you
my God,
just
this makes
lose
me laugh.
momentum against those Japanese teams. Now the thing is, I actually believe Nouns have a really good foundation in their laning stage to actually keep up with Rejects. So Rejects, they have to also respect Nouns, but I want to know what's going to be the adaptation from Japan. Do they just play even faster? Do they go for evolutions, quick evolutions? Or are they going to shut someone down? Is there like one person that they're looking at on Nouns and saying, this is their tempo controller, we're going to get rid of them now?
That would be impressive.
Mac, there are
I mean,
children
honestly,
here.
Impressive to call
Behave
out that player
yourself.
specifically, if you could find it, because I've been struggling to make that call out after watching and casting. It feels like hundreds of Nouns Esports games at this moment. This team is so well known for being incredibly flexible.
And
I mean, the entire
well-rounded.
roster, Toon, Soreyu, Gatlu, the amount of Pokemon that they can employ in that damage-dealing role is
I
ridiculous.
know.
It's like speedster, attacker, all-rounder, defender. Who
I would wear
knows?
this in the
I mean, we could
winter.
really employ
Right now, it's
anything,
actually a little
and then
hot,
Brov and Adesu,
just
like
because
you
it's
mentioned,
summer,
that foundation,
and it's
they are
boiling.
exceptional at just that.
But I
I'm
just
so
find it
glad
funny.
You mentioned about Japan and the early game. I mean, those two words go
Right,
together
left,
hand in hand.
right,
Japan
left,
adores
right.
that phase of the game. They are fast.
Left.
They are strong in those early moments. They try to win those games. NA and EU tend to be the polar opposite. Focus on those late game team
They're
fights.
macro. That's actually something I love that you point out.
I miss my
There's just
Teemo hat. I don't know where it
very
is. I
different
need to get a new
play
one.
styles between the regions and macro play styles. It's great for the late game, but the question I always have when you play that style is, do you have enough of an insurance policy when you're playing that? Do you have a Pokemon
You guys aren't ready
that
for
is
that.
that big, that loaded on experience to
But
carry
you can see that on my
into the late game?
OnlyChans.
Can they possibly
It's
do
like
it
OnlyFans,
single-handedly?
but
Because
specifically for Chan.
Japan arguably rips that playstyle apart from the get-go.
It's true. Is Zera Aura going to be enough again? I mean,
Well, does it make an appearance again, right?
Yeah, well,
Because,
we'll see.
I mean, Japan sometimes... Actually, I'm glad we brought that up. Rejects also play Zera.
Okay. I mean, apparently everybody plays Zera at this point. Everybody's got a Zera Aura in the back pocket. It has been interesting, right? We didn't talk about it on our chance to talk on the camera, but earlier on we had the caster predictions for Pokemon to be impactful.
Does Nouns have any Asians? They're
None of us picked
Europeans,
Zera
man.
Aura, so
They don't got
again,
no
shame
Asians.
on us. However, I did pick the Mamoswine, and this is going to be me boosting myself up for a moment. We've seen a lot of Mamoswine. However, it has not won a single game on broadcast. So, I didn't say it was a Pokemon that would win. I said that it was a Pokemon to watch. So, just want to clarify that for any legal purposes coming forward.
For legal purposes, okay. But to be fair though, I do like the Mamo pick. It's just, I think in those circumstances, it just wasn't able to do enough for
And
its
they got
team.
Asians?
Like, I can see what teams are trying
Yeah,
to do
that's
with
why.
Mamo.
That's why when they
You
win
do
Worlds,
want to lock down that
Asia gets
singular
half the
target,
credit.
The constant freezes, the ice fangs to catch them out as well, and just being a naturally bulky Pokemon, it's self-sustainable for quite a while in these fights, unless you have a whole team converging on the Mamo. So it's not a bad Pokemon, but the thing is, Trevenant typically does what Mamo does, but in some cases better.
Yeah, it's an interesting world that we live in where Mamoswine is starting to get picked, but folks, we finally have our match set for you. We are going to be taking a look at Reject versus Nouns Esports, and Reject going to start things off with that Sarah Ledge ban.
Do not want to deal with the Cerule Ledge. I mean, we've seen it a couple times on stage as well, and it just does such a big burst of damage when given the opportunity. So none of that for Rejects. It looks like to me, they also... This Charizard ban, I think, is such a warranted ban. That Charizard from Nouns.
Come
was
on, Team
disgusting.
Fluffy!
Yeah, I don't think we see another
Team
Nouns
Fluffy!
Esports game where it's not banned against them. Gatlu was making that pick look unbelievable. But we do have a switch back to the cameras, which I imagine we're going to have something sorted out on our side. But we're back into draft. draft. Here we go.
Yes.
Ooh, look at the fancy new look we have for you.
Your fancy new look, fancy new Pokemon. Not so, bro.
What
okay, never
the?
mind.
Oh my
I was
god, they
excited, but
updated the overlay? I
Rejax
can't
is something
believe it.
Rejax is looking at here.
After
They're
3
thinking
World
of the Shandy,
Championships, they
but
updated it.
obviously you don't want to pick it up this early. Next 2 picks for Nouns, though. What are they going for? Is it going to be the support as well as the defender? They're locking them both in, so support, defender locked in. Zoinks, I'm not sure about you. I'm not a big fan of teams locking in your support and defender early because you are limiting your options.
I adore it when it's those two specifically.
Okay,
Umbreon
sure.
and Blissey are unbelievable. Umbreon might be the best on-paper counter we have in the game. When it comes to Blissey, you steal the shields from the Unite move, you mean look and trap the Blissey so it can't hit the intended target. There's just so many situations where if you take Blissey, you give up the Umbreon, it has some really bad spots. So taking both, I do love that selection, but I do understand your damage focus later in the game. Inteleon and Blaziken going this late in the draft is a little bizarre to me, but there it is. Pee-wee gonna lock in the Chandelure.
Shandy's there, and Cliff, is this... Am I looking at this right? When was the last time we have seen this Pokemon? It has been out of the meta for such a long time after the healing nerfs.
Yeah.
And we're going to be seeing it again.
Interesting. Okay, well, this does make it really difficult for Gatlu to pick a very melee-focused Pokemon, which you would like to do to round out your composition right now.
But the Metagross.
Okay, so they're going to lock in that Metagross. It's a Pokemon
Apparently, dude, I just saw. Okay, I saw this video on social media. It's not related to Pokemon Unite, by the way. But I saw this video. It's kind of like creeping me out. It doesn't creep me out. It just gives me a little bit of the ick. Apparently, monkeypox has made its way to Canada. It's making me a little paranoid. Now I don't want to go outside.
The right-hand side of our draft.
Bro.
Liking the right-hand side.
It's bad enough that we had COVID. Now we got this
As much as I would love to
virus
be on
like
there are so many
roaming
options available
around.
for both sides. They've got counters for each other, right? Even though you're looking at a pretty
I honestly don't know.
from now
I'm not informed enough to answer that question. All I know is that there have been several cases
able to get on top of Rejects and
that have been reported in Canada, and I just saw a video on it,
rid of that damage output,
and it looks fucked up. It literally looks like
run this team down.
it's like the worst version of chickenpox.
Yeah, I mean, Gyarados, a Pokemon that will really help that strategy out that you were just
I don't want to go outside.
And Reject
I'm
have been
scared.
playing this extremely well. One of the matches earlier in the day, they were employing that Pokemon to unbelievably good effect. So I have to imagine we see a little bit of Gyarados strength in this first matchup. But, I mean, when Haruto's playing it, you know it's going to be excellent.
Yes. I actually think this top lane matchup might be the most important lane for both of these teams.
Yeah.
You've got to give that good lead to your top laner, because if your top laner is basically doing better than the opponent, you are in control
Nouns won.
of that mid game. So
Nouns
game
won the
number
series,
one is kicking
but they're
off
playing
here,
again
folks. It's Nouns
against a different team.
versus Reject, Japan versus Europe. This is going to be such an exciting matchup. Let's see what's going to be on the table for both of these squads.
This is awesome. By the way, if you are not in person at these events, trust me, you have to make it to one of them. We have
Oh, by the way, sorry, I'm just muting the stream very briefly. By the way, I just found this out right now, related to Pokemon Unite Worlds. I didn't realize that the teams that are not on stream right now are also playing simultaneously. And I know that because I just saw a tweet from one of the teams that was playing, like a North American team, and they just said that they lost. GT, I think. So it's a little unfortunate that we don't get to see all the teams play on stream at some point, especially considering that it could have been like if it could be a 3-day event, like they could have just showed all the teams, you know, at least like.
Definitely, yeah, you can see that clearly by the Leafeon kind of roaming towards the top and now dipping back towards bottom. Wherever that Leafeon goes, you know that it's going to be a devastating flank from either side. One of the best early game Pokemon in the entire game. Kiwi is going to lock in that overheat, lands a bit of damage. The Razor Leaf engaged from Satake is going to try to chase the KO, and it'll be Umbreon to fall first.
Umbreon to fall, and there's not really much you're going to be able to do here, unfortunately, because you're just second evolution for that Inteleon. You can only watch as your goal zone is going to be scored upon. But up top, though, the team is also reeling here for now. They did get a couple of scores in. They're not doing too badly as well. The lanes are looking pretty even, but absolutely can see that priority. Chandelure is the priority here for Rejects. They want to get those levels in. They want that full evolution because so much damage. A fed Chandelure is a nightmare.
It's unbelievable. We already talked about how it's a really interesting matchup into the Blaziken in particular. So if you can actually outpace that, it's going to be huge. But Protoss starting out another great fight. That'll be Gatlu falling, and 4 members of Reject are going to land on the enemy Tier 1 goal zone. A nice response from Nouns Esports in the bottom half, but that's a trade that I think Reject is extremely happy for.
I don't know if they're losing their Lampet there, unfortunately. That is their main source of damage, but it was a big jump coming out from Nouns. But now we do have some reinforcements coming in.
You guys are gonna die. They're going to. Oh my god.
KO, but double knockout here for Rejects. Nouns just couldn't latch on to get that knockout. Ooh, with the snipes.
Yeah, I mean,
scary there.
With a 1 auto attack track.
You know, that looked good at first, but then the Leafeon died, and then this guy got level 8. And he's probably going to get level 9 shortly.
Altaria, Swablu's going down pretty quickly. Great defensive snarl from Bruv to dissuade any kind of push from the side of Reject.
And it looks like these teams now getting ready for that first bottom.
Yeah, we did. They're playing again, but they're just facing a different team. They're playing back-to-back. So they didn't actually leave the stage.
But Huey has been zoned out completely. Now the Regi is being started by Nouns. They're in a really good spot to take this. They've got a Blaziken, for goodness sakes. And they guarantee it with the Inteleon. So Nouns securing the first objective in that bottom lane and a support on top of that. They might even get a Chandelure if Rejects stick around.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, taking down Pee-wee here will be awesome. Prevent that early Unite move. Unbelievable amount of damage thanks to that foul play. But Pee-wee will make it back to that goal zone. And those scores will go in. Toon is going to break this goal zone. 40 points in. 2 points remain. That is going to be a 38-point overdunk in the bottom half.
Now, while that's all happening in the bottom lane, we did see a pretty heavy push from Rejects in the top lane. So they just decided, we're going to try and fight with what we had in the bottom lane, but we will let Gyarados do the work in the top lane. The top tier 1 goal zone has been pushed on the side of Nouns, so a 1-to-1 trade at this point.
I want to see Fusion. I don't even think they're playing. I don't think they're playing on stream.
Massive team fight here as the Clefable gets taken out by the Umbreon, but at the cost of a Blaziken, they've caught the Umbreon here as well.
Realistically, it's the teams that you see on the schedule, and then whoever makes it out from the offline matches as well. And then you'll probably see them tomorrow.
Keeps the doors open for both squads.
It's really.
Are you better than these guys? On an individual level, I want to say yes. But at the same time, I don't have the same level of experience that as these guys on the team, because I don't play this game competitively. Individually, I'm confident enough to say yes. If we were comparing 1-to-1, I'd say yeah, no problem. But in a team, no, because I don't invest the time to play this game as a quote-unquote pro, which isn't very hard to be fair, but
very valuable. But look, Rejects, I think
if you gave me,
we haven't seen Inteleon for a hot
some of these guys have been playing for years because the game has been out for 3 years. If you gave me 1 month and I practiced
positioning for these teams would be vastly different. They would always
and I practiced you know, every day, I could probably match these guys.
Just these constant connections. It makes me wonder, like, maybe Rejects,
you should join a team. It's not worth the stress, Maya. I like to have fun.
To be fair to them, they're playing against one of the best Inteleons in the world. There's a reason we called Toon James Pond for a long time, right? Toon understands this Pokemon to a level that I think very few players.
Oh, you don't get sent there. I think you only get sent there if you're first place. Everybody else, if you come in second, third, or fourth, you gotta pay for yourself. And then you obviously get the chance at winning.
They did use the Dragon Currents as well.
That's a lot of money.
They did move the full commitment onto the Inteleon, which I think was the safer play. If they went too deep, I think the team would have dove. So for Rejects, the fact that they showed so much self-restraint there really prevented.
Let me see. How much is a ticket, or how much is the flight to Hawaii from here, Honolulu?
But again, this game is still so close. Yes, the points, there might be almost a 100-point difference, but all it takes is 1 to 2 scores to equalize this.
Oh, 100%. And it's such a give and take fight, right? If you push extra and get a couple of KOs, maybe you're able to force out the Unite move from Clefable. Yako's able to spend that, and you have a better team fight around the next objective, but you also are letting the levels kind of landslide the other direction, so definitely a big choice to make.
Okay.
But, on the run now is Bruv and Gatlu are on the chase.
Oh, they're using the Unite as well from the Umbreon, catching the support yet again, but look at the Leafeon going into the back. The team's joining in as well. Leafeon barely getting out of there. Too quick, unfortunately, for Nouns, and they will unfortunately lose the Umbreon.
According to
3 Pokemon trying to make their getaway, and thankfully Rejects don't continue to pursue, but Unfortunate there for Nouns. They were hoping to just get a little bit more there.
Oh my
How
god.
to play against Inteleon.
Okay, according to
They
this,
found the Inteleon. That is target
a
priority
trip to
number
Honolulu,
one.
Hawaii
Talked a
from
lot about that before
Canada
our match began. What
ranges from $620 to $750 round trip. But, here's the but, every single trip has one layover, which makes the minimum travel time
extremely early around this Rayquaza.
Yeah, they also spotted out the Blaze.
minimum 12 hours. That's on the lowest end. And on the higher end, it's 20 hours. Fuck
They want to jump
that.
onto somebody right before the Rayquaza. But
Fuck
can they find anybody?
that.
Love the positioning from now.
No.
They're so defensive playing on their side of the map. They do have a Desu providing vision for the team. If they can catch a glimpse, they know where not to be.
This is huge, but however, this is going to kind of enable Toon a little bit here. Inteleon doesn't actually want to push too far in these team fights. They want to apply a little bit of poke damage, and that's a great start. Yakko going to have to already use that Moonlight, so now they know it's off cooldown. This is a great time to push. Gatlu does put up the walls, but they have to immediately drop them. Tamarin gets a little bit of damage onto Bruv, who's trying to force out the target, but Reject is able to completely eject out of that fight.
Oh my gosh, did you see the play coming out from the Clefable? They tried
Yeah,
to
but
go
then
for
all
jump
the
with
sharks
Clefable,
are
but
all the sharks are in the water and they want to go after their janky snacky. They want to gobble me up and drag me into the water like Subnautica.
Who wants to force the fight or who finds the opportunity here?
Araton looking for a target to try to bounce on top of. They already lost about half their HP.
Blissey Unite! Blissey! Blissey, what game are you playing, my guy?
Trying to make some space.
Oh my god, Blissey!
And now Team Sports on the outside.
Blissey, no! No,
Reject with a great bounce out of that fight again.
Oh my, okay, I stand corrected until I'm popping off.
Below the Rayquaza. That's a KO streak of 3, and this is now to Esports' best chance in this match.
Oh my god, I stand corrected. Blissey is a Chad gamer. They knew what was up. They knew what was up!
They win the team fight, they secure the Ray, and they should be able to dunk these points for free. Rejects can only watch on and think, what do we do for game number 2? It looked like it was going to go in favor of Rejects, but the fact that you had the trump card,
in my defense, I was expecting the Blissey to ult the Metagross when the Metagross went in the second time. But then it doesn't matter because the Inteleon popped off. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's the same result, just they took a different avenue to get there.
But I think everybody's got one thing in their mind, and that's James Pond. Toon on this Inteleon. Unbelievable showing from them. What a start to the series. Now it's Esports, still hot after that last set.
Still hot, and they also are prepared for Rejects. Like, you could tell in that matchup, they didn't let Rejects run them down during the laning stage. They were also prepared and ready to say, we need to make sure Gatlu is up, right? Yes. They put a lot of emphasis for Gatlu's lane to make sure that he was going to be okay. And they were confident in Toon down bottom, even though it was a 2v3 matchup at times. Yeah. They never caught him. His positioning was so on point.
Yeah, it was unreal. We even saw some like clutch fell singers to dodge a Gyarados Unite move at times. I mean, if you are looking to employ some Inteleon skills in your own matches, whether it be ranked or whatever tournament you want to enter, I think Toon is definitely the player that you want to look at to mimic the playstyle of. Now, to Reject's credit, their composition actually, I think, played extremely well for what they were trying to accomplish. Sarayu at only one
Inteleon still looks stupid AF.
If you're able to
You know, the funny thing is they haven't changed it. It actually got nerfed a while back, and then I don't think they buffed it recently.
Worked in that regard.
If you think it looks stupid now, I mean,
that was too much to overcome.
it was worse before.
Oh man, going into game number 2, okay, obviously if you're Rejects, you have to think, okay, what was the issue in game number 1? How do we fix that in game number 2? And is it really the Inteleon that's the problem? I kind of feel like the Inteleon is now on their mind and they're questioning, do we ban this?
Yeah.
Is this a Pokemon that we ban? Or do we adjust our draft to deal with the Inteleon?
Oh man, if you ban Inteleon, you're probably inviting a Charizard or something similar, so it's really a tough choice. But there it is. Toon Nouns Esports on this Inteleon. 95,000 damage is ridiculous for a Pokemon that is primarily a sniper. Normally, their job is to close out knockouts and finish moments, but if they're applying that much poke damage as well, you know that your team's in a great position.
Your team's in a great position, but maybe you're inviting some more aggression for that next game. And when I mean more aggression, I mean more early game Pokemon. really early movements.
Yes.
Because what we looked at in that matchup for Rejects, it was a bit of a slower matchup. Some Pokemon that did need a little bit of wind-up time. We're not looking at those multi-evolution comps. We're not looking at the Zoroark Comfies, right? So game number 2, does Rejects just amp it up now? Do they say, we need to play faster because we didn't play fast enough to deal with Nouns?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, they're running Chandelure and Gyarados, right? Pokemon Chandelure definitely not known for its early game. Gyarados,
He needs a moment, a hot
yeah,
minute.
yeah, it needs a minute, but once you give it that breath of fresh air, it's definitely coming for, coming for that top spot. But I do think we see a pretty big shift in Rejects setup for this next game. Again, this Chandelure kind of feels a little iconic to Pee-wee's playstyle. However, Pokemon that is way stronger in the early game that I also know that Pee-wee
I can't imagine that Outrage of Unite joins the Esports World Cup. No shot.
I think we see
no shot.
in game number 2. If
I remember seeing that a while ago, and I think they already
also needs to make the evaluation.
made the list of things for that. No.
Cram. Because sure, Cram's a fantastic Pokemon, but it does have limitations that prevents it from being that S-tier attacker, right?
Okay.
One of those things is that at the moment, the rising meta has been bigger, tankier composition.
True.
Pokemon with more health, more defensive capabilities. And for Cramorant, this Pokemon thrives when it's able to play against squishier compositions, right? Because you get the bounces, you get to really dish out a lot of damage and really get rid of health bars.
Yeah.
You don't get to do that when you're playing up against Blaziken, Metagross,
Metagross.
Gyarados as well. So all of these really big Pokemon prevent Cram from coming onto the field, but things might change, you know? If we start to see an evolution comp appear on the side of Nouns, like that's when Pewie's like, it's Cram time. That's the time to play Cram.
Yeah, I think in the spotlight of the draft where it would show up is when you need to rip down those defenses that are so tough for it to deal with, right? Cramorant does shred physical and special defense with its auto attack, so it'll have that option, but where that really sings is when you can combo it with a Pokemon that does that as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Ceruledge, a Pokemon that is fantastic at bringing down those physical defenses and enabling the Cram.
Rejects did ban the Ceruledge themselves,
Uh-huh.
so maybe they don't feel comfortable playing it. Maybe they're not really thinking about it. But it was game number 1.
That's true.
Things can change in game number 2. And obviously, pick order matters.
100%.
Whether they get that first pick or they're prioritizing second pick.
Yeah, from our behind the stage kind of look, I believe it will be Reject in that first pick position.
So they chose for that first pick.
Yes. See, I know you are a big fan of second pick. I personally am a big fan of that first pick. So Reject and I aligned a little bit, but now we are going to be going into this draft. I personally cannot wait. This game 2 is going to be fantastic. We've seen a lot of Nouns. We've only seen a little bit of Reject, so let's see if they can put together that bounce back.
And they will continue to reject the Ceruledge and Charizard.
Yes.
So clearly Pokemon that they don't want to deal with at all. Don't blame them. Charizard
I just
in
realized
particular, we've
something.
already seen Nouns really play
Okay,
with Pokemon
the
with
new
some
layout is
masterclass, and
fine,
the Ceruledge,
but
we all
why
know
do
what
they
this
have
thing
a
can do.
bunch
They
of
do let it
invisible
run rampant.
Pikachus on the
Interesting
left-hand side on the
choices,
purple
though.
side?
Urshifu,
What's the point?
as well as Eldegoss
They don't
being
even fill it
taken
up.
out here by Nouns.
Shouldn't it just be...
Wow, okay.
Oh, it's because they have no
Interesting ban from
pictures
Nouns
of them.
Esports. Wanna take
Oh,
out
okay, that makes
Slowbro
sense.
will be that
Okay,
first
I
pick
totally...
for Reject,
I was looking
so
at the right side, I'm
taking
like,
that
why does it
single
not
target
look
lockdown defender looked pretty
similar?
solid for Tamarind
And then I
last time,
realized
they
it's
were running
the
that telekinesis.
player
So,
profile
again, an
picture,
individual crowd
and they
control
don't have
something
photos, I'm
we've seen from
assuming.
Mamoswine and
So they didn't
Slowbro.
have anything to put there.
Same defensive supports for Nouns. I mean, it worked for them last game. I'm not
Sure
going
did.
to complain at all. But for Rejects, Gyarados and Leafeon again?
Okay, all right. I mean, we're looking at basically an identical draft, and it's looking like the exact same thing. So these teams extremely confident in their compositions, clearly. Finally, a shift will be locked in. Yako currently holding on, or at least hovering over that Comfey pick. I don't know if they fully locked that one down yet, but if that will be locked in, it'll be the only switch up.
Do they not have photos because they reject? Oh my god.
If they pick this Comfey,
Damn.
which they do,
Maya just called them out.
what's
Cancelled.
the play? Is it just to have Satake and Haruta have that pocket Comfey to let them dive into the back lines or the front lines? Or is it to catch out Toon?
It could be to catch out too. I do think you're just trying to enable that Leafeon a little bit more than we already saw. Gatlu will lock in one of my favorite Pokemon. If I had to pick a main, I would probably call it the Mimikyu. So excited to see that Pokemon.
I think LG might be out. No. There's no way.
And of course, if Slowbro is going to unite,
They won their first series. Unless they played back-to-back and lost. I mean, that would make sense, but I don't know what's going on. Okay, I'm gonna try and find out. Hold on. Let me see if I can get some.
Yeah,
right. Exactly. Mimikyu is probably one of the worst Pokemon to deal with as an attacker because you're just like, where is this Pokemon coming from? And the unfortunate reality for Chandelure, as an amazing Pokemon as it is, it lacks defensive options if it's under attack. It needs support from its team, which you're running a Comfey. You don't have a Clefable anymore that's going to come back and provide that instant support.
Yeah, that is true. It's going to be interesting to play around. I have to admit, Clefable in its current state in the metagame, I'm not super confident in, so I actually do like this Comfey pick. Not great with the Chandelure in terms of synergy, but the Gyarados and Leafeon, I think, love a Comfey in particular, so we could see that combination really work. But now, I think if we're going to see a player or a Pokemon really start gaining momentum, it's going to be Soreyu on this Blaziken. They don't have to worry about that Clefable any longer, getting pulled away by that Follow Me. Instead, now
I'm going to try and find out right now.
Room to work.
I'm going to...
can take out this early game with that Leafeon
the Epic Game Store is now a mobile.
Right? Because the thought process for you is that now that Clefable is not around, Soreyu should have an easier game. But what if it's a different line of thinking? And Rejects are saying last game, Soreyu wasn't an issue for us. We kind of don't need this Clefable anymore. Do you think maybe this is something that they could consider?
I would tell them to reconsider immediately. Again, I have casted so many Nouns esports games. I am very confident in what that player is capable of. A Desu on this Invade 2 games in a row. This time they will be sporting the red buff. And now their job is to burn that clock. You're not going to make it back to your side of the map, but you have slowed down this Leafeon a little bit. Most importantly, it'll allow Soreyu to clear out that central area undisturbed and join that top side at the same time that Leafeon will be.
Do they not have a bracket?
Now with
use Liquid. Oh, okay. Hold on.
As well, they're probably
I'll use that too.
Providing that assistance for the Gyarados. That is going to be the line of thought for them. Umbreon though, causing a lot of issues for Kiwi, just causing him a lot of grief up here though. Soreyu not too happy with that Leafeon, but thankfully the eject button is there to get him out.
Really clever play from Bravo on that Umbreon earlier as well. Tries to get in front of the Pokemon just to tank some damage so that they can steal the berries. But not having a chance to take any of those citrus berries. And on the top side, now Esports going to win that fight.
Luminosity's out?
Extremely well.
Oh my god! They are they blah, 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 blah. They are out. No way. Sheesh! Yo, they ain't going for the 3-peat. Okay, I'll tell you this. Luminosity Gaming out. Team G from North America out. Peru out. Zora Tigers and Antic Esports out. And that's it. Oh my god.
To play and for Rejects down.
Sorry, I had to mute the auto.
To give this away.
Yeah.
So two North America teams are out. Damn, North America fell off, boys. It's over.
Extremely early. So Bruv sees that cooldown happen and immediately runs after them with foul play, giving them no escape, and even worse, is actually able to take out that Slowbro. So now Esports really looking great in this early game, but Rejects starting to hit some of those level breakpoints that we know will make them super impactful. Sake takes that slam shot and does not recover well. That's going to fade down. Toon Slim, they're shooting straight.
That's a big mistake. Massive mistake, because you've now given a massive level lead to Nouns, who's sitting on multiple level 8 Pokemon, and for Rejects, they're not sitting at the optimal levels. They have gone for a very early comp, especially with all this emphasis on this Leafeon having to be their tempo controller. You need to be level 9, but the fact that now Leafeon is at level 8.
Yeah, because they lost the next two series.
That it needs to be.
Okay, well, Pee-wee is going to be able to take out that Reggie Alecki in the face of Gatlu. However, Gatlu making it look great in that team fight. Look at this. Now Esports all the way on the other side of the map. Toonslam will go down. That is an Emerald 2-step. A Desu on the quick step to make it out of there. But they are going to take a ton of damage, and Leafeon will take them out. Taking out a support at a lower level, not going to give you a ton of experience, so they're okay about that. But they're going to have to fast rotate to the bottom side of the map. They have a Reggie Alecki walking into them on the top side, and they are having the other team score on their bottom goal zone. That's a lot of pressure from Reject all of a sudden.
The snipe actually connected there. Oh, to leave it almost again. Oh my gosh, I'm flinching from these snipe shots.
Yeah, people don't know, here on production, we actually have a 3D TV with the snipe shots come at us, and we're literally dodging them every single time.
Oh my goodness, Blaziken almost getting caught out there. Chandelure, that burn damage can be quite lethal if you're not expecting it. Sometimes you just tick out to that. And it looks like Garrett has Dragon Current being committed as well, wanting to catch out the Blaziken. The eject gets used but does not connect. And the Bliss assist helping to boost Soraya, but he is dropping low. Maybe there's too many Pokemon here. Umbreon as well using the Unite. They do manage to keep him up, but oh my gosh, it's just not enough. Here comes Toonslam though. Maybe the basic attacks are going to be enough. They get the Slowbro and the Comfey. Now stabilizing.
Slowbro with a Comfey pocket is one of the hardest Pokemon to knock out in the entire game. So
it doesn't knock out.
I know, it literally does not. So credit for Nouns to find the impossible key to success there. Great job in that fight, but wow, unbelievable stuff. And very interesting update here. Isan Ayumento wins 2-0 over Luminosity Gaming, meaning that LG is now eliminated from the tournament.
No way!
See, they confirmed it.
What?
They confirmed it.
I wish we could have seen that matchup.
I know. But all right, we got an exciting
Who's left in NA? Orange Juicers and give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Another one.
You gotta watch out for the Gyarados, who's diving in. Eject button a little too early, so that will be the Chandelure securing the Regirock.
And Nemesis. Orange Juicers and Nemesis. So that's Mac. That's your favorite team, and then you got Zugrug's team.
He's trying to commit to defend that goal zone. 5 points to break, and it will be going down. Toon, unfortunately, will be falling as well, and the rest of his team caught in the frame. Mimikyu even committing the Unite. 3 Pokemon down on the side of Nans, and Reject still looking pretty healthy. Leafeon does go down, but at the cost of 4 Pokemon for Nouns. Oh boy, this game is starting to equalize, and you really don't want that, especially when we have 2 minutes to go before that Rayquaza.
Yeah, this is when you want to really hold on to your lead, but Reject are finding a way to come back in this match. It's been pretty huge for them. We even saw Sreyu. We've seen Blaziken as a Pokemon take over fights and make huge comebacks happen. However, that Imprison is such a clear, natural predator to Blaziken out in these matches. We see the Imprison lock down.
Damn, that's crazy.
A Pokemon that basically only wants to be using its moves and completely denies access to it. So great Chandelure spot by Pee-wee, really slowing down Sreyu.
With a minute and a half to go, both teams just gonna have to try and get as much experience as they possibly can. You want to hit your level peaks as quickly as possible. And so far, both sides, both cores, all 3 cores on both teams, level 12, level 13, level 14, that's going to be the goal. If they can get any knockouts here, it would be some valuable experience. And I'm kind of looking at the Leafeon here. Are you really thinking of making a play happen?
Oh, I know.
So risky.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not, but it's definitely a Pokemon you always have to be cautious of. Leafeon's burst damage is truly second to none in our meta game right now, and Satake has been playing a pretty fantastic Leafeon game after game. Grub is going to be chased down, and Leafeon almost getting that KO. Umbreon, an exceptionally tanky Pokemon, able to survive that onslaught, but here we're seeing Reject again, this very, very early pressure around the Rayquaza pit. They want that aggressive positioning. If they set up a dive, they want it to be in the enemy central area if possible.
But they're giving away Registeel for this. I don't think teams realize how impactful this is going to be, especially for an Inteleon. A attack boost on this Pokemon? Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, they're giving away a lot. Tamarind is going to call out that it's a Comfey pocket onto them. They take so much damage early. That's a Mimikyu passive. That's a Slime Shot that takes them down. That's 2 members of Reject already knocked out, and we're 10 seconds away from the Rayquaza. Make that 3.
Yes.
A 20-second plus respawn timer.
Yes, they did. Because if I remember correctly, the Orange Juicers were number 1. Although I'm pretty hazy on the details, so don't.
They're just gonna basic attack him down. Toon securing the Ray, and Rejects melting one after the other. It's a full wipe.
They make the call to take that rip, but Nouns Esports exceptional. They know that is the correct play. Reject is not really having the answer. No one to contend with Toon Slim secure, and Gatlu with great protective pressure around Satake. They were on top of that Leafeon on the top side, so much so that we even saw the Play With Me Unite move to shut down the Leafeon, the only secure contender to the Inteleon in those final moments. Nouns Esports playing that fight picture perfect.
I mean, Nouns look clean shaven in this game. Like, perfect positioning. They didn't let the Slowbro come in for the multi-man connect. They got 2-3 Pokemon in the surf, but it wasn't their key Pokemon. And they were confident to fight into this because, let's be real, a Regirock or a Registeel buff, that's when you want to fight because you have those stat bonuses. And for Rejects, I guess for them, they were hoping they had the element of surprise, being able to preemptively position. They're going to try and go for the last hurrah, but with how large this point gap is, I just don't see that comeback happening for Rejects. Nouns, this is a team they're going to have to look out for because they have won both of their matchups now.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting group now because of these results. But hey, we got to give some credit to Reject for never giving up as they are trying to put
never going to give you up, never going to let you down.
Remaining, it'll be Nouns Esports holding on to this lead after a pretty amazing team fight around that final moment. I mean, team fight with the advantage, you called it out perfect. That's a huge boon to have with that Registeel buff. They employ it extremely well. 590 to 875. Reject making this one look good in the final stat line. But Nouns Esports are going to be 2-0 in the group stage to start the day.
2-0 in the group stage. I think at this point they've guaranteed their place in playoffs tomorrow.
I believe so. And reminder, first seed is very, very important going into day 2 as well. So Nouns Esports is going to be very happy with their performance. In fact, going from a 2-1 set to a 2-0 set, I think it's fair to say that Nouns Esports picking up some momentum.
Picking up some momentum, feeling really good emotionally. I think that's the most important thing when you're coming into competition.
Yeah.
When you get those victories in, it helps stabilize the team emotionally. It makes you feel happy, and you play better when you're not under pressure. I know
100%.
Some players, might be the opposite. You need a little bit of pressure to play better, but Nouns, I think historically, they always play at their best when you can see that they are emotionally in sync. Everyone's all smiles. Everyone's ready to listen. Not having those moments where in the past we've seen them in the booths looking a little bit stressed.
Yeah.
Kind of thinking, what do we do next? Because they have that back foot, right? So for Nouns, I mean, I'm glad to see them sort of turn things around because last year, I know for a fact for them, they were very disappointed with what happened last year. So
100%.
This year, it's their time to shine.
All right, hold on.
Yeah,
Let me
back year, and a lot of it is coming from this player.
Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Let me pull up the other thing.
Season, and they have had a fantastic impact. They were running the play rough build this time around, and I really like that into Leafeon. Is where we see Mimikyu finally show up is into those speedsters. It's a great counter. The immunity you get with that momentary damage and that momentary dash is fantastic into a Pokemon like Leafeon that can really threaten big damage just for a moment. Is that a content cowboy on stage?
It looks like it is. He's having some fun up there as well with Nouns, giving them some
All right, check this out.
Yeah, that is true. Hey, after a game, I think you get a hug from the content cowboy.
Spoilers, by the way.
Like that,
Spoilers.
I think it's a fair prize to have.
Oh, wait, shoot. Hold on. Wrong one.
100%. So now we are looking, at a moment from this last game, Rayquaza, or sorry, not this last game, game number 1. This was that amazing team fight from Nouns Esports, picking apart Reject moment
I got scared for a
after
second.
moment. And of course, that plays again, finally having its big moment
Okay.
for Sorayu in the
Spoilers, by the way.
moment of that match.
This was
It
Group A.
was awesome.
And then in this
Luminosity
matchup
Gaming,
in particular,
out.
the kickoffs that happened right
Team
away
G
Ray, but
from
some
North
of these
America.
fights for Rejects were looking so,
Oh my
so
God,
good,
they don't
like
even have the
bliss
freaking thing.
assists. I really think
G,
set
North
them
America,
apart
out.
for Rejects. And I kind of wondered if Rejects
Actually,
maybe
look. Yeah, they're out.
disrespect the
Peru,
boost of him,
out.
Not maybe acknowledging
Zora
the
Tigers
boost
and
of
Antic
power
Esports,
that
out.
Whoever Adesu
Shin
runs
and
into, that
Ruby, Rode.
I think so.
Oh wait, they're not even playing it. What am I saying? And that's it. The other groups have still yet to play.
Very early in these drafts, and Reject actually going with maybe the opposite. Gatlu showing the respect
Oh, wait, really?
their support teammate. That's a big shout out. I mean, this is a team that's got so much momentum now. They are almost.
Oh, they must be facing
confirmation, but I'm pretty sure they are.
They must be facing
Kakalak
or Kakalak, whatever.
Second spot out of this
Because
group,
that's the-
though. Teams like Reject and Zora Tigers Gaming, but with the star
Oh,
of the
they
show
still
right
have
now is going to be Nouns Esports.
one game to play.
We got an
Yeah, you're
interview on
right.
stage with
They must.
Sprinkles
Oh, they're
and
facing
Gatlu.
Talon. They're facing Talon. Because they're the only two teams that haven't played
everyone,
3 games. Yeah,
and
yeah, you're right.
welcome to the Rock.
You're right. I jumped the gun.
And the big stage where I have Gotlu from Nouns Esports after such an incredible match. Gotlu, how you feeling, dude?
I'm feeling really amazing. I feel like I had a really good game, and I'm just really proud of my teammates.
Yeah, it looked incredible. I feel like being on stage twice in a row, I was wondering, was that going to feel like a lot, or is that exactly what you would want to do?
I think we high rolled. Like, the timing is just perfect. Keep playing, staying warm, it's perfect.
Yeah, and I gotta know, is the Greedent coming out? Because there were a couple times when I saw your draft.
Why are they on the
and I
floor?
thought you could play
Well, they don't have any stairs in Hawaii, so they have to sit on the floor
We
now.
don't have Metagross, but we picked Metagross just to like stall. So it's definitely something I'm looking forward to, but I will not pick it if it's not good.
Yeah, makes total sense. I feel like your team is on fire. This is such a great story, especially considering what happened to EU last year. This year, EU looks incredible. Do you have anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Thank you so much, guys, for cheering for us. I love you guys!
All right, we're going to send it back to the booth. We're going back down behind the rock.
Where did they go? Did you see them? I didn't see.
No, there was just a very big rock in the way. I don't know what was happening.
Love the interviews with The Rock, but I really do like the interviews with Gatlu. Great to see that. Also cool that they looked directly at us and said, we love you, because we love you too, Gatlu.
Aw, I mean, he loves everybody, let's be real.
Hey.
He's that kind of guy. He loves everybody.
That is very true. This is going to be an awesome tournament to watch if you're a Nouns Esports fan. Clearly, we got to see 2 games from them.
Why did Gatlu get rid of the H? I have no idea, man.
Shown great skills from them across the board. Draft, macro,
Can't afford
meta,
chairs?
everything. But
What do you mean? That budget went to the dancers.
Very sure Reject, they're going to have to want to come back fighting. They want to go into game, like they want day number 2.
100%.
That's the goal for everyone that's competing today. Try to at least make that top 2. And if you can't make the first seed, second seed is where it's going to have to be at, right? So for Rejects, what's going to be the comeback plan? What did they learn in these matches against Nouns? Because even though you're losing your matches,
I just saw social media posts about the Pokemon Worlds.
What was our weakness?
I lost 0-2.
Is it Pokemon composition?
I lost 0-2 and now I gotta go home. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm paraphrasing it, but essentially I just saw a post saying someone traveled 19 hours to go to Hawaii. They lost 0-2 and now they're out of Worlds. Jesus fucking Christ. That's bad, bro. That's a feels bad. That is a feels bad, man.
Right? Feast or famine, if you will, when you're playing like Reject is aggressive positioning in those Rayquaza pits. You try to start those dives, but sometimes Nouns Esports are just a little bit too strong. But if you're enjoying this tournament, I hope you really are, because we have so many more games for you. We're going to be back with the Pokemon Unite World Championships right after this.
UIC was home to Unite's AOS Cup for the 2nd year in a row, and this one was bigger than ever. The first ever in-person open bracket, and the invited teams from around the globe were all fighting over the first confirmed world spot of the year. The first ever open bracket and an international championship brought teams from Europe, North America, Latin America, and even Asia. After 5
Don't worry, guys.
rounds of
North
squeeze,
America
8
still has
teams
2
emerged
chances to
enter
win.
the group stage with only one
We can
team
still
going
bring it. We can
undefeated
still
through
call
Swiss,
ourselves the best region
Nemesis
ever. We just
from
gotta
North
believe in
America.
Nemesis
The
and
second stage of the tournament
the
was the
Juicers.
16-team group stage. The 8 teams from the Open were added to the 8 invited teams.
They really
which
gotta work on the
included regional
downtime in between
champions
matches.
from the
Way too much.
February
Oh,
tournament,
yo,
as
you're
well as 2 of
spitting
Japan's
facts right there.
strongest squads.
You are
Some
spitting
incredible
facts.
moments happen in groups like Adesu of Nouns Esports securing Rayquaza and saving the game on Eldegoss, or Kabi-chans from Japan showing their mastery of Dragonite and knocking out hometown EU favorites for free.
I was literally saying this earlier on, but essentially that's part of the reason why I like watching the VODs, only because I don't have to sit through the 20 hours of post-game interviews and filler content. The only downside to watching a VOD is pretty much everyone that's going to be there knows what happened except for me. Because if I'm watching a VOD, majority of the time, I don't know the outcome. But since it already happened, everyone else already knows. So it's not as exciting.
Was Team Fusion from Latin America South. With a draft strategy built around denying Kabi-chans their unique Dragonite and strong Blastoise.
Oh, it is. This is
Fusion was able
G.
to defeat them 3-1
I just realized this is the deciding match for Group B. G need to win this or they're out. Another North American team. I wasn't even paying attention. Come on, North America! I believe.
The first team
I
locked in
believe.
for the World Championships later this year. Think you have what it takes? It's not too late. Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
Who is on G? I have no idea, I'll be honest. I tried looking up the roster and I couldn't find it. Oh, wait, no, I got it. It's Eggnoob. Oh, it's Eggnoob /Ken. So former member of Luminosity, OG, Zila, and Black CH. Champion!
視線を合わせてポケモンも選手たちへの勝利への一歩となる。
Damn, bro. You know what's crazy? The team that knocked out LG, the former world champions, is from the Philippines. These guys got bragging rights and can say they knocked out the best team in the world. Damn, bruh. Damn.
And welcome back to the Pokemon
If you're that team for the Philippines, you already won.
We are here for the World Championship.
You can indirectly call yourself the best team in the world.
You can see our teams huddled up on stage. That there is G, one of the last hopes for North America. In fact, the last hope for North America to have a three-peat champion.
Correct.
Slash from G is on stage. Now, the reason I say the last hope is because Luminosity has been knocked out of this tournament in the group stage. They went down 0-2 to Ice and Amento. Legacy and Ison will move forward to day 2. Luminosity will not win the World Championships again.
That just shows the strength of all the teams here at Worlds.
Yeah.
Anybody can be taken down, and now we are on the precipice of perhaps having our first-time champion, certainly team-wide, but if Slash and G, whose team is back against the wall right now in their group, if they don't 2-0 this match...
Third seed.
It's all brand new.
Fluffy, yes, they haven't played yet.
So
They have not played.
Opportunity for that three-peat. There's still multiple opportunities.
There might be I don't think they play until tomorrow, potentially.
G wants to move forward.
Actually, I don't know. I honestly don't know how this works.
Dominant team in Talon, which is going to be a crazy series. If they can take game 1, they still can't drop a game. It's a very scary place to be in, but also there's a lot of power behind knowing exactly what you need to do to move forward.
Talon, on the other hand, cool, calm, collected. We walked past both of these teams getting ready to go up. Energy positive across the board. I think of the teams that I'm looking at that are incredibly strong, of course, G has Slash, right, anchoring that. on their side, but Talon cannot be scoffed at. Picked up by an org through the season and have just looked great bell to bell.
Yeah, Talon's looked fantastic. This is going to be a real tough one here for G. These are great players, but this was one of the last
Why is Spraggle
teams
saying
put
G's
together
last hope
through all
Rene?
of
Because
the
he's
chaos in North
misinformed, bruh.
America this season. They qualified in the final stretch. They had an amazing run there, taking down Team YT, a team that a lot of people thought could make their way through it. But again, they have that X factor, and that X factor is right there on camera. That is Slash, the two-time world champion. This guy has an incredible mind for the game. He plays an amazing defender player. I believe he is the best Umbreon in the world. The question is, does he have enough to kind of pick this team up, who is sort of a mishmash of really great players who have never made it to this level?
Yeah, let's keep talking about G a little bit, because Slash is a known quantity. And I'm not saying the other players on the team aren't, but like, for example, Zealot on this team is a player that Slash says might be the best player in the world. Like, they are that good. But can they deliver in that moment? Let's go to the stage, get our captain's interview going here, and get this match set up. It is right here, pitching it.
Well, yeah, getting
Slash used to be on LG, right? Yep. Yep. You are correct.
Egnoob from G representing North America, and we have Talon Esports RBH here representing APAC East. How does it feel to finally be here on the world stage, Egnoob?
It feels amazing. It truly feels amazing. The crowd's electric, and we're just happy. We're happy that we played so well to get here.
Look, we've already seen a lot of electricity.
That is true. That is true. I mean, technically speaking, he's not under the same team, but technically he won Worlds twice. So if he wins with these guys, I think it would still count as a three-time world champion, just on a different team.
I like your tattoos, to be honest.
Do you have anything nice to say about your opponent?
I like your beard.
All right, guys, we are about to head on into this match. Give us your best power pose and why each of you should fear each other. All right, thank you so much, Egnoob and RBX. We're going to head it back to the casters.
Amazing stuff. I love it. They say, like, we've seen him in scrims. We're going to beat him. And then Kella's like, all right, let's say something nice about each other really quick.
Say something nice to diffuse this tension a little bit.
And honestly, it kind of worked like a charm. He was like, I really like your tattoos. He's like, you have a great beard. And then all of a sudden, they're like, are we friends? Did we just become best friends on stage here?
With our powers combined, you look like me or Spraggles.
Yeah, amazing.
Like, what you don't know about Spraggles, shoulder to toe covered in tattoos.
That's why I wear the suits, okay? Look, I'd love to have the short sleeves or something like that, but I got a lot going on here, all right?
These are always so awkward.
How do we pivot from that?
The question is...
Yeah, they do it for like the...
we can
for like the silly antics, but then
yeah, I think that's a great call.
at the same time, you just make people do something that they're not necessarily comfortable with. It's just like, oh hey, do your craziest pose or do your craziest dance, or tell your funniest joke.
A lot of people
tell me a story about your long lost brother. They'll just put you on the spot essentially.
A region that can come to Worlds and win the whole thing.
Well, we have an interview ready for Talon, so let's pitch to that to learn a little bit more about them.
Hey there, trainers. It's Danny at Worlds, and I'm here with RBX from Talon. How are you?
I'm good.
It's your first time in Hawaii. Actually, how are you feeling being here at Worlds?
I feel overwhelmed because there's so many great teams here, and I want to play against them.
And you are, in a lot of aspects, one of the best teams to come out from the APAC region, and in particular, from the Philippines, because you know last year, Omo was an amazing team. They came second, but you guys are convincingly beating Elevate in your matches. Do you think you might be the best team in the Philippines right now?
Yeah, right now we're the best.
You actually think you're the best? Yeah. Oh, I love the confidence. Love it. So I want to know, what is your main goal this year at Worlds? Obviously, you want to take first, but is there something that you want to achieve this year?
Yeah, we're going to make our name for ourselves because they don't know us. So we're going to make him.
If there's one thing you could tell people right now that you want them to know about you, what do you want people to know?
We're coming for you.
Love it. Okay, I want
We're
to
coming
talk
for you, man.
a little bit of
Better
strategy,
lock your doors.
because,
We're coming
yes,
for you.
We're here for Pokemon Unite. Everyone wants to know what the meta is. How do you guys at Talon feel about the meta, especially when we had that patch coming into Worlds?
The meta right now is very weird right now because the Japan team always picking tank top, so we didn't adjust in time for the Worlds, and we're just thinking of plan how to beat them when it comes to playoffs, I guess.
Who's the biggest threat in your group?
I think G.
G.
Yeah, G.
What is it about
G?
G that makes them such a scary team?
I think NA teams is very good at mechanically.
And they have some very scary players on their team.
I'm not scared of them.
You're not scared. I love it. Okay, so aside your group, you obviously, Talon in general, I mean, I've spoken to Bertie as well, he's so confident in you guys. You're gonna make it to the playoffs. What would you say would be your top 3 teams that you want to play against in the playoffs?
Champion Lord, number 1. Second is MYS, for sure. And the third team is Fusion.
Who do you feel on the team is probably the most hungry at World? Who's the one person that you would look to and say, this guy wants to win World more than anyone else on Talon?
I guess KYY. Because it's just the first time Worlds, so...
First time?
Yeah, this is our second time and he's really pressured right now. So I know the feeling, the first Worlds, and a lot of people expect from us, and we want to deliver from the Philippines and for our fans and for our families.
All right, thank you so much, RBX. Good luck. Hopefully we'll see you guys in playoffs. But that's gonna be it. Danny at World signing out.
That's okay. I'm single and ready to mingle, and I got no kids.
Straight into
So I got nothing to hide.
back at the Oscars, and Lady
The
Gaga
only thing I can hide are my
starts
snacks
singing.
and my
That's what we're
wallet.
doing right now. We're right into it. Draft right away. Talon versus G. Talon is going to get our first pick here. They're going to get our first ban. We're going to see what G wants to do about it. Again, G has to win 2-0 to stay alive in this tournament.
Oh, so you guys are right.
I really like the RBX
If G doesn't 2-0 sweep, they're out. Just for the record, they need to 2-0. They cannot lose. Even if they go 2-1, they still lose. Just because of how the overall scoring is for how for the tiebreaker. Uh-oh, no pressure. They gotta come out of the gate swinging. They just gotta go bam.
G for the next 2, and we're gonna see a couple power picks here. I would not be surprised if we see the Umbreon, and we do. Slash on the Umbreon, and we've got a Blaziken.
That is a great pair of Pokemon for G. They're going into the comfort spots that, and you just mentioned Slash, maybe one of the best Umbreons moving in the game right now. Quickly going in though, Lance locking in Gyarados.
Yeah, I love this. I love this choice. I'm so happy to be seeing it at Worlds. An amazing tank here in Trevenant. I feel like if you don't get your Slowbro or you don't get your Umbreon, you might even have a better shot with the tree. As we have another Eevee being locked in, we've got Sylveon and Blissey on the side of G. It's a lot of support. It feels like we don't have much damage at all from range. We're going to have to see if they want to shore that up as the draft goes on. Metagross being locked in, and then possibly Espeon.
Listen, these evolutions, even when
They banned. I don't know.
They're still great, which is
I genuinely do not know. Maybe they know. Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they were playing Dragonite off stream. It's a possibility.
First 2 pick Cramorant action.
But obviously we can't see those offline matches, so.
In terms of comfort. And I think if they are going
that
to
being
deliver
said,
on a run against this Talon squad,
I like Talon's team comp. They're pretty thick.
Interesting composition here from G.
They are
I
pretty
like it.
thick.
They really don't do much at range, but to be fair, Talon doesn't do that much at range either. They've just got the Espeon. There are going to be a lot of brawls. The nice thing about Cram is it's really hard to kind of lock down in any way. Obviously, if they can catch it with Trevenant, that could change things. Cram's going to be tricky, and then you've got Sylveon down here with the build we're looking at. Potion, Focus Band, Muscle Band, Slick Spoon. That's looking like a Mystical Fire here, so that's going to be dancing around the battlefield. And we're just going to have to see if they can set up big plays for their Blaziken. Then on the other side, that Gyarados is going to take to take down any of those squishy Pokemon. If it can get
Alright, no pressure, North America, no pressure. But if you don't win this, pack your bags. This is literally the most pressure you can feel, besides like Game 5 in the Grand Finals type of thing. Your life is on the line. You played the entire year to be here, and if you don't win this shit back-to-back and sweep their asses, you're going home. North America to airport.
How these teams want to play it here in game number 1.
You better bring your 200%, not your 100, your 200. And then you gotta bring your 400 the next game.
Here while our teams wait to load into the game. This is a good time, I think, to talk about again what is on the line for G, what is on the line for North America as well, and what's on the line for the legacy of a possible three-peat here at Worlds. If G doesn't 2-0, they can't make it to day 2. And that would mean that not a single world champion is heading to day 2.
Which is something I would have never thought.
Yeah.
Even, we were talking about this event specifically going in. In my mind, I really thought Luminosity was hitting that next gear, and this was going to be similar to years prior, how they're going to be able to deliver. But now it's game 1, and now it's on Slash to be the three-peat.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they can make it work here as our players are loading in, and we're getting ready to go here with game number 1. Every game here going to be win
and
or
they still
go
got Fluffy,
home
we good?
for these squads. As we
Furry,
head
man,
into
furry.
It. Talon, your purple team. G, your orange team here for game 1.
And we have a central Metagross. Sometimes we actually see that in the top path, but now that there's a Magikarp here, it's getting a lot of pressure put on them because the Hoopa's on the invade.
And look at this here. I mean, of course, put the pressure on this Magikarp. What is it going to do in this situation? It's fighting 3 in the top path right now. Hoopa trying to steal something away. We're going to have to see if they're able to make something happen because of this, or if they actually just gave up too much. Every single piece of farm heading over to the side of G in this top path.
Yeah, it's all about this Hoopa. Can they get their money's worth? It looks like we already have portals down, so KYY is ready to harass a little more.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to harass a little bit, but we've got a Combuskin top. The Metagross is here. Now Black is in a lot of trouble getting caught right there, needing the eject button to get out.
Beautiful Hurricane to give almost an opportunity for them. Eggnoob makes it back. KO streak of 2 from Black, turning a horrible situation into one of great benefit for G.
Yeah, that was really nice from the side of G, and I got to give a little credit to Black there on that play. The eject was beautiful, and having the heads up to know, hey, I need to walk out of this Hoopa situation here really quick because they're actually going to continue to dive on me. I need to make it back to the goal zone. Really great play there by G.
Excuse me, Lance barely making it
I'm on
through
G,
that
man.
portal.
I'm on G.
Magikarp still on a Magikarp. They definitely want to go.
You gotta represent the home turf. If you don't represent the home turf, then where are you at?
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to do to Gyarados, right? You want to starve it for as long as you
If it wasn't North America, I'd say Talon, no problem. Unless it was 2 Asian teams competing, then I would just pick
This fight's kicking off here. A lot of the experience heading over
whichever one I thought has the better
Eggnoob
draft.
A little bit caught right here. They're looking to pick up the KO, and we're going to see if they're able to get it. Yes,
Sync able
Oh!
to finally close the door on Eggnoob, but hopefully that didn't put him in a bad position. They're trying to do the work here. Tons of damage. They get another one with KYY's support. Sync still going after, trying to synchronize with the rest of the squad. Enough for 2 good KOs, but at what cost? Dylan goes down. Lance flops in. They're looking for one. Can they at least get Slash? Can they at least
Oh, we got it.
And they do.
Yeah, nice little pickup from the Gyarados right there, but also a great job retreating by G. They let their lowest level Pokemon go down, you know, their defender, and they get their higher level carries out of a bad situation. Gyarados heading back up to the top path. Lance now taking all of this experience. We have Eggnoob just watching this situation right here. Not a ton they can do. Waiting to try to stop some of these scores here as we have G kind of mobilized in this bottom path, ready to take a bottom Reggie here. Obviously with Blaziken, they can rip it, they can secure it, they can do just about everything.
Another KO streak of 2 for Black CH in the top path here, but it looks like Talon wants to fight over this Registeel. Slash and OG left by their Lone Stone. We've got an overheat opportunity to charge up. Is it enough to secure? No, it's just a little shy, and that allows a nice secure a KO, and now Talon's getting on this goal zone. Slash reposition, put off the pad, and they are buckled. Talon scoring.
Gotta love the patience there from Talon. You know, they saw the overheat charging. They recognized it just wasn't enough to take take it down. They didn't do any extra damage to that bot Reggie, and then at the same time, now they're able to score in the bottom path. This match is
Oh
evening
my
itself up
damage, bruh.
Yeah, Zealot able to get
That
top
literally.
by Eggnoob. Uses their Unite move, but they're going to go for a chase down. They want that Espeon. They want their EV counterpart, who makes it barely through the portal. Metagross engage, pops their Unite move. Setting up the Coliseum, turning into a mausoleum. We're putting them down, says
Oh, Metagross,
They're all
bro.
over Slash, who pops a wish just to top themselves off. Portal is down.
Oh
Nice
my
warp
god.
another
Metagross
KO
just clapping these guys.
Beautiful stuff there.
I don't know, man. Not looking good for G so far.
And it was not on the other side of G, but at the same time, what a huge fight for them, picking up another KO in this top path. We've got the Eggs trying to stop these scores from happening as the rest of G is now finally making their way to fight here. And I just noticed we've got ourselves a Surf Cramorant.
Whatever it takes, and Black is making it happen here. Actually, you know, the Whirlwind, the Hurricane kicks up. Bliss is this long range is safe from the Gyarados. They still engage and they still get the KO. Now Slash is peeling back. We are using the Cram Unite right in the middle. Black is all over them, and we're going for the stun. Scoopa is Rings Unbound on top. Sync steps up right into OG's face. Trev Unite, great follow-up. Slash Can's on the retreat, but Slash Can gets gutted before they can go anywhere.
Hard for them to do. I don't know if they'll even make it to 1-0, man.
Flawlessly. I think unfortunately that score was a little bit of a disaster. Only a 1 over.
This is a disaster. They're getting stomped.
Huge fight. In fact, they just seem to be
In terms of points and
you know what? Maybe take their experience while they're at it.
in terms of overall points, the game is still very close. It's winnable, but like the way these team fights are going is just so one-sided.
Was there to help them close the door on it is just amazing.
Look at this Reg Ice down here on the bottom path. We're going to see if they can get a better secure on their hands than they did last time. Here comes the charge up, possibly. No, they don't even need it. It's the Surf Hurricane Cramorant.
Shout out to Surf Hurricane Cram. We were saying how much we've been seeing Hurricane dive, but Hurricane Surf is kind of the one that you, in your mind intuitively, if you were to pick up Cramorant for the first time, would go together, and it's working well, at least for Black in this moment.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, they're playing it as more of that mage, right? That long-range special attacker doing crazy damage with multiple instances of knockups and stuns to deal with their opponents. We're going to have to see if it's able to work out here. One thing for sure, you've got a lot of dive on the side of Talon. This is a Zen headbutt on this Metagross here. So they really want to be in the face of Talon. They want to in the face of G. They want to commit to these fights, and they have been. I mean, look at the levels here. Already a level 13.
A lot of great tools in the G toolbox, though. You mentioned the Metagross. Well, we have a great counter in that shield stealing.
Is the Caterpillar Pokemon not good?
Unite move. We were going Rings Unbound, and they're actually grabbing their own portal through. Sync steps through, and the rest of G is crash landing on top of them. Sync goes down very quickly, but it was a bait and switch just to draw everybody down so they could score a ton of points up top.
Wow, bravo, the prestige. Incredible stuff right there.
Bro, they actually got, I'm going to be honest, they actually got mind gamed right there. They actually got mind gamed so hard right there. They probably thought they were all going bottom, but they actually hit top lane. Wow. That's not something you see very often.
These fights are going, and no way. Hoopa breaking ankles out here.
Zealot thought they had KYY for free, and they just dipskerdooed. The Dupe Snacks dipskerdoo. I coined that.
Yeah, you coined that? That's trademark. You know what? I'll trademark it. I'll keep that. As we have two objectives here, we have top and bottom right at about the same time. We have G ready here in the top path, and we have Talon ready in the bottom path. Talon's already up on score, so they don't really need this Regieleki. Of course, they would like G to not have it, and they are mobilizing for it right now, leaving the bottom objective.
Maybe trying to take an early Ray fight, right before the 2-minute mark. You kind of know where everybody is. Kane just steps up, tries to use that little Dragon Breath to sort that out. Can't quite do it. Now we have 20 seconds till Ray. 20-ish seconds still, right? 276 to 200. This scoreline is pretty close when it comes to Unite when the scores are double under 2.
Yeah, it's insanely close. One player can peel off and fix this score situation right away. They don't really have a speedster to make it happen, and their Cramorant is not a very mobile Cramorant, but they're still not in a bad position as they're moving in, trying to fight a little bit, trying to mess with this Gary here, as Gyarados is going to have to run away from this, reset through the Hoopa portal. We can see if we can get some better positioning here from G. Again, this is a must-win situation situation for G right now. They have to win this game against Talon. They have to win 2-0 or they are
This
not
is scary, man. No pressure.
This
Your
could essentially be
Pokemon
their
Unite
last
career
Rayquaza
is
fight.
defined in the next 1 minute and 40
On the
seconds.
backside, we've got the Blaziken going for surround. Slash Can gets buckled. They have to pop their Unite move. Nobody goes through the portal because of the Hurricane spin. So RBX is just low on the backside. Looking for a target. Sync goes in straight on Zealot. Zealot gets topped off quickly by an egg. Egg
Oh,
as well.
nice pick,
Zealot's
nice pick.
back to full HP. Rings are unbound. We need the stuns. Quick little reset by the Metagross. They're going to have to roar back through. Lance pounces in. Bliss assistance to save Zealot. But let's go look up top. Nice
Fram
stun on
has to
OG.
use their
OG
Unite move
just got
eventually.
on Unite. They get the catch. OG so low. And they get out on the Cram Unite coverage. Zealot goes down to the backside.
Oh!
There's 4 players.
Oh, this is it.
For Talon. The Talons are truly out, but it's G burying them in their back. Now they need to take this Rayquaza. They're down
Trev is
5,
coming, and Trev
75
can be a little
points.
scary.
This
Trev
Ray
still has
makes the
Unite move, by the way.
difference. RBX, the captain for the squad, going to spoil sport. Woodhammer comes in. Horn Leech there. Sync goes in, engage. Kids on their day.
Oh, no!
Takes it.
They lost. They choked.
Play by Sync.
Insane stuff
Oh,
right there.
no!
They set up the Cram Surf Hurricane, but they
Fram didn't time his Hurricane and Surf.
times. They didn't have the secure ready.
Oh,
and now it
it's
looks like Talon is
Jover.
gonna be able
It's
to score.
Jover.
Stopping one score right here. Trevenant walking down. Metagross actually possibly going down right here, which could be huge for the side of G. They're not that far behind. They need to make a play right here as we have multiple Pokemon coming down to this tier 2. They're fighting for it. Sylveon goes down. Someone needs to stop a score. Hoopa scoring top. Only 15 seconds left. No one from G can get across the map right now.
They're in
354
shambles.
to
They're in
200,
shambles,
and
guys. It's
G is
over.
going to be
It doesn't
knocked out of
matter.
this tournament.
What an
It's done. They're
absolute
out.
disaster. 4 players down for
Oh
Talon.
no. No, guys, North America is down. Their hopes and
I
dreams.
got it all on me, dog. Comes through, pops the Trevenant Unite. Woodhammer stuns 3 people, Spraggles. Just the sickest Horn Leech ever. Buys enough time for Sync to get in there and cause absolute pandemonium and shatter G's dreams.
Yeah, you can see on the stage, obviously G's knows their tournament is over. They still have the rest of the series to play out against Talon, but they will not be heading to day 2 with this performance. Meaning, the possibility of a world champion winning again is not happening. The possibility of a world champion in day 2 is not happening.
I said it right before this match started, and I will say it again. I never dreamed with the caliber of players
You know what sucks?
that are sitting on both of these teams that you would tell me neither of them are.
You know what's even worse is the fact that both teams know that they respectively won and lost. So obviously these guys know that they won. It doesn't matter. Obviously Team G know that they lost. The worst part is they still have to play. So for these guys it doesn't matter because it's all in good fun. Like whether they win or lose going forward, they still make it to day 2. For Team G, they have to sit through another 1 to 2 games knowing that no matter what they do, the outcome doesn't change. It's like, it's just finito. Oh, that sucks, man. That must be so demoralizing.
Big stuff for Talon.
If that was me, I'd be just like, yo, fucking get me out of here, man. Like, let me go back to the hotel.
When you have evolutions, even when they're not the top of the meta, they're still pretty darn good. And I said before the match started, I'm going to be watching for that Espeon Unite because that is going to be the difference maker, in my opinion. Dylan with a great engagement, and if they had one more member on their team, the fight ends there.
Yes.
We actually had the Cramorant Black, to their credit, eject button up with their Unite
amazing.
to get OG behind them so that OG made down a sliver of HP. OG doesn't make it out, that, like I said, that fight's already over. Credit to both of these teams in that moment.
Yes.
And now I know it's tough for G, but pick yourselves up and let's play for some pride here. Let's put on a show and really take advantage of the spot on the stage that they've got.
That's right. Let's show them what we can do here. G is an incredible team. Again, former world champ, 2-time world champ on their squad. That final moment in that fight, I mean, I think it is one of those moments that's going to keep you up at night. They went for the secure before Blaziken was ready, and unfortunately, that was it. Blaziken just didn't have the chance to charge the overheat. Things could have gone very differently, but it's hard. It all comes down to seconds. It all comes
I don't know what to tell you guys.
a moment there for G, and they
it's
were
rough out
not
here.
able to finish the fight.
The life of a Pokemon
how
Unite
G
player,
responded to certain
a Pokemon Unite Pro player is not a glamorous one. It's either you're the best or you're last.
and employed it incredibly well. We had a Magikarp alone 3v1 top path so the Hoopa could go on the quick invade and get the portals. And now the bans have come through, of course, but we'll see how G can bounce back. They're looking to lock in a first pick Charizard. I'm a big fan of that one.
Yeah, I think it's a really good first pick for them. And I think this is one of those games where you're going to want to play your heart out, right?
Without a doubt.
I think you just want to play the things that you decided you were going to come here and play, but then also you want to play what you're going to have the most fun playing here. Like you said a moment ago, you want to put on a show for them.
Yeah. I mean, when you make it this far, when you make it to Worlds, these teams are all phenomenal teams.
Yes.
And it makes it difficult. That's why we've got surprises. That's why we've got upsets. That's why nothing is predictable. And now for G, although their ending is pre-predicted, how they can control that narrative for the next 2 games, I think is going to say a lot to me about what this team has in them.
Absolutely. I got to say, the Metagross we saw earlier out of Nouns, it was a meh to gross. This one has looked incredible.
Brother, it was
Well, you saw what I did there?
Yeah.
Snuck it in.
No, you didn't sneak it in. We all caught it. It was really good.
It was really, really good. This Metagross looked incredible, and I love the aggression on it. I think Zen Headbutt is a dangerous move. But if you're in a competitive environment, you know when your team is setting up plays, you know when you're moving in, you get that extra damage reduction on the plus version. I think it could set up huge moments, and you saw it. I mean, G was having such a hard time dealing with it. And look at this, we got the Meowscarada on the side of G. I didn't know if we'd get to see any Meowscarada here today. Zarina on the side of Talon. This is going to be a fun game.
It absolutely is. We got Dylan, maybe Seed and Toon have a phenomenal Inteleon game earlier. Says anything you can do, I can do better. Cue that that's what I want for this match. Great setups between these 2 teams. I love the Zarina pick. I love this Meowscarada. Zealot, time for you to go to work. Again, just because you're out doesn't mean your show is not done. You've still got 20 minutes to show what you can do.
Yeah, and it'll be exciting to see it. I love Meowscarada.
Well, guys,
I'm sad that it didn't really get its time in the sun.
North America's
a few moments here or there.
North America's chances of winning Worlds has been cut in half. A whopping, we went from a 100% chance to a, well, actually not even, it doesn't work like that, but now we have a 50% chance. 2 of our teams are gone, man.
Upward trajectory, and then it got another set of buffs.
When I look at Metagross, I look at in the right spot, it is disastrous for the opposing team. And I think with that communication, with that Zen Headbutt and the way they executed against the roster or the team that was put together by G, it's like, yeah, that is pretty darn good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Zagrok clears all.
Players getting ready right here. Obviously, G has another match to play, possibly 2 more matches to play. They can still beat Talon here, but their record throughout their group does not give them the opportunity to move forward. But we are going to be moving forward here to game number 2. We've got G, your purple team, Talon, your orange team. Yes, the Charizard is here, the Meowscarada is here, the Zarina is here.
KYY quickly helping Sync again, who clearly loves this Metagross. His RBX is up top. We're going to see what kind of pressure we can put on Dylan early. Now, Sabal, great.
Is that me or is that the stream?
In the early stages of the game, but they're putting a lot of pressure out of the game.
Yeah, moving forward.
I think that's the stream. I think that's their stream, not me. My internet looks fine, surprisingly.
Great. If Serena's able to get online fast, get that level 6 quick, they are in a lot of trouble. If they can slow it down, though, things might go pretty well for a nice big secure from Zealot on the Meowscarada right there, barely making sure that that blue buff goes over to the side of G.
KYY is finding their way to doing a ton of damage, aren't they? Like quick little astonishes, moving through. Great pressure across the map, but also on players when they do try to react to them. A tip of the cap to KYY. They are really enabling a lot of this strategy out of Talon.
Now we have the Steenie in this top path here. 8 minutes, 50 seconds. Our birds are dropping here. We have the big time hyper voice, and everything just gets taken very fast.
Look, at 4 players up, they're taking a look. Are they going to pivot to the middle? They're going to go for it. Nice Astonish stun, catching 2, but nobody on Talon willing to follow up right now.
Yeah. pushing back here. We have the Inteleon making their way down to the bottom path. We still do not have the Meowscarada. We still do not have the Charizard. They're still looking to evolve. Same thing with the Inteleon. We've got some Pokemon that are looking to scale here, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, but they're keeping it close, which is important, right? If you're scaling, it's less about not losing. It's more about making sure we're not losing by so much that we can't recover from it. Portal is down if they make it through. RBX going down is crucial for the mental of G.
They control,
right
yeah.
They needed to get
If
that
they
big.
wanted, look, I don't. They're not going
here at the
to,
start of game
at
number
least in
2.
the
We've got
literal
the
sense.
Slowbro
But if they
coming
wanted
out
to do
from
like
Slash,
off
so
meta picks or
Slowbro,
trolling
I feel
picks,
like
then they
any
could.
version of Slowbro that you get is looking pretty
Because
good.
once again, they already know they qualified
In this
for
fight,
day
we
2.
have Metagross looking to see if they can take anything. There's the Flower Trick picking up the KO.
Yeah, and a Charizard evolved. So now it kind of feels like G's online. G's starting to hum a little bit, getting some points in, gonna take the lead here.
Yeah, G's actually looking great in this game. To be fair, they have some monstrous Pokemon on their side. They were able to get a Slowbro and a Charizard. Another nice big KO. There is that Flower Trick picking up a nice one on Zarina, as they're going to have to decide how they want to play this. They're leaving Char in this top path, as we have multiple Pokemon from G making their way down to the bottom path here. Talon just getting as much experience as they can. That Zarina is now level 6, so it's going to be a force.
RBX stepping up, going to try and put a little pressure on Slash Gang so this cure can happen behind them. RBX now having to run away as the pressure from G kind of continues. Great job by Slash using that Scald to kind of counter-engage Talon.
Yeah, and now we see Talon moving in for this fight. Inteleon's coming down. We have the Metagross now. Regice is being hit, but they're moving fast.
Nice little pop-up. Slash goes down, but did they buy enough time? We're getting to the backside. Zealot goes in. They're looking for an opportunity. They secure. The portal's down. Is anybody going to take it back? RBX is, but now the Charizard's dropping down from the top path, looking to deal some damage. They eye up this Metagross, take them to the skies, body slam them down, and burninate the countryside. Metagross Unite pop the other way. The Coliseum is up, and nobody's trapped in it, which means the portal doesn't catch anyone, and the rest of Talon has to just scramble away.
Yeah, Talon peels back right there, and Trogdor is only able to take down one, but it is online right now. That Charizard is going to show up to every fight with a Unite. You can't stop it, and it's going to do some serious work. It feels like G is playing a composition that, boy, they would have liked here in game number 1.
Yeah, it just feels like they're reacting better to what Talon is doing. They're just a little bit more reactionary, but in a very confident manner. Like, we're adjusting to what you're doing well, but we're not giving up any equity across the map.
And here we go. Regieleki is being ripped apart by G. We have the Zarina up here looking for a possible secure, charging up that Queenly Majesty and taking one up into the sky. See if they get the KO on Eldegoss, and they do. Hoopa secures it.
Nice little, we're just sliding all over the place with the Zarina, able to chase that down. However, that's not necessarily a prime target. Double Stomps comes through there a bit early, secured off the Fire Blast.
LC, you want a map?
Beautiful stuff there from Charizard. We have 2 resetting in this portal, and they are coming back. The Hyper Voice does a lot of damage right here. Charizard does have a Unite move. They can run back in to see if they want to fight here, as this Regieleki is pushing now towards this tier 2.
And I think OG and company are just playing with no holds bars aggression right now. They want this Regieleki to go in. They want to make a statement here in game 2. We're popping a Unite move. RBX landing on top of a couple. Slash takes down the Metagross quickly. Hyper Voice is right there, railing in a ton of damage as 2 players down for Talon and make it 3. This defense is looking real tough for the orange team as they are getting smothered and covered by G. Regieleki on the doorstep. It's almost going to hit KO Shriek at 3 for Black. This rage is on. Another Unite move all the way to the Charizard, traps them and KOs them. Is that the defensive stand that was just materialized out of who else but Sync 1?
Yeah, Sync on that Metagross is just incredible. The second they land from that jump pad, and you just saw we ticked over to 5 minutes, like perfect for them. They land on the jump pad, they hit that gyro ball on multiple Pokemon, giving them a massive shield, and they're able to push them off that goal zone. Great play by Talon.
All right, we're rings unbound, so we can look for some stuns here. Eggnoob trying to position around. Registeel's getting pretty low. This is a mark what they get, and he gets it. Eggnoob stepping up. I believe that was like on a cotton spore pop that secured that for them. Eggnoob gonna have to peel back. Tons of HP, but you earned your rest, kid. We're going through the portal. Sync 1 still going for the aggression. Charizard Unite right on top of them, and we are trying to melt this steel. Metagross can't make it back to pad. They're down off the Hyper Voice. Black CH doing a great job in the mid-range, and now they're just peppering in another scream at this opposing side, making their eardrums bleed out as they're looking for an opportunity to score. Inteleon Unite is out. Black CH is getting chased out, but Lance not really finding any targets for those stomps. RBX resets, and these teams hate each other, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, they're going at it pretty intensely, right? I noticed a couple amazing scalds there from Slash. Every time they're able to scald that Zarina, boy, they're really taking some damage out of those stomps. We see, obviously, the Meowscarada gets caught right there by none other than Sync. This player is just a monster on the meta.
Now we have just another a huge approach on OG. It's like a 1v1 battle between these two Pokemon. They can't leave each other alone. Serena steps up to cut off the rest of G from attacking Talon. Talon quickly working on Regieleki. We've got 3-ish minutes left in the game.
Nice big reset there on 3 for the side of Talon. I mean, their Hoopa play has just been incredible on KYY. Looking for the secure on this journey. Somehow G just gets every single objective that's contested.
Yeah, and somehow they're only up by 40 points, so we'll see how they can leverage this. We're under 3 minutes, moving towards Rayquaza time. RBX doing a great job defending that goal zone from Zealot. Nice little flower trick on top. It pops, gets a couple wild Pokemon, no worries. Rest of G is here. KYY and RBX having tons of pressure put on them. KYY gonna have to nab their own Portal Scald, puts them down. A little bit of hot water for you, kid.
Yeah, and here we go. We see them moving into this central area here, trying to take as much of this as they can, and they do steal away that blue buff. 30 seconds now until Rayquaza. G is up, they're looking good, and they're ready to win this thing as they're trying to take this bottom objective. Here comes Regirock, and it's just being torn apart by the squad. The flower trick for the secure, and no, it's Charizard that gets it.
And now all of a sudden Slash is there. They've just been hiding out, right, holding up this T1 goal zones, but they might just realize that he's alone. Are they gonna pivot? No, 5 seconds left till Ray.
Here we go, Rayquaza, they're getting ready for it. G could start taking this at any time they want. They could get aggressive, get in the face of Talon right here. They are ahead. Talon is the team that needs to make a play in this moment. Slash getting the team vision, setting up an opportunity to possibly grab someone on the team. We see Zarina looking to see if they can find possibly this Meowscarada as the Metagross moves in.
Oh, nice snipe shot from long range. Picks him up, puts him down right on top
that
of the pad.
That is not a good Unite move.
Yes, the Metagross did make it through for the reset. Rings are unbound. We're going for the stuns. And Teleon Unite is pop. We're looking for a backline action. Egg gets put the pressure on. They take to the skies for the Cotton Cloud Crash. Who are they going to pick up here? They need to pick up somebody. First player down is OG. We're looking for another one. Slash Cane engagement goes in. This Metagross is all over him, Spraggles. Black CH trying to hyper voice away from this arena, where they're getting stomped on because they've got their work boots on. Slash still standing, unsurprising. Black CH forced to peel. Where's the rest of town? They're coming off respawn and they want more. They're getting into the action. They finally buckle Slash and they can take a deep breath.
And here we go. You can now take a deep breath, my friend, as Rayquaza is being chipped up here by Talon, looking to end this game right now. We have Charizard moving in to possibly try to stop them. A reset is happening here.
I mean, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not as invested in this game just because, like, it doesn't
So
matter.
many opportunities, but Talon needs this now. They're all there, and it's a true fight. It's a flip, and it's taken by OG.
Oh my god.
They say we're playing for pride, baby.
The
We're
fact that he
counting on
gets that as a
chest for this one.
Charizard
Those ray shields are going to do work.
and
We're
then
gonna just
last,
get a couple
oh my
points and
god,
we're gonna solidify
dude.
this thing. 35 seconds, and they
this
can
is
breathe a
like,
sigh of relief.
this is
saying,
like
"We're not leaving
psychological
here without a
torture
game
right
three
here.
on stage, baby.
Beautiful stuff there from G. A wild fight around Rayquaza, somehow secured by Charizard, who has no secure tool at all. So it's just the flames, the burn damage, the fire blast, the something was able to get it there. It's so wild that game 1, they had 4 down with a Blaziken and they don't get it. Game 2, a Charizard secures it in the face of the entire team.
Well, that's been the story of the whole game, Spraggles. It's just been G secures up the Eldegoss. OG secures as the Charizard. What are we doing out here? That script is flipped, and I know you can read upside down.
That's right, I can. It's actually the only way I can read, which is really
weird. It's really weird.
Not good. It was weird and not good. It's just a whole mess, man. Here we go. Big stuff here. A nice win for G, obviously, to put some wind in their sails. They needed to win earlier, but they're having amazing games now. I love to see the Meowscarada, and when you let a Charizard through, some crazy stuff can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw that Unite move spammed off cooldown, and they were doing a great job. Again, it really felt like it was OG and Sync 1 smashing into each other over like a kaiju battle.
Yeah.
Like everybody else was just a bystander in town as everything was getting wrecked around them. So tip of the cap to them. They ran straight out of each other. And again, OG, this was a pride game. They want more action on this stage and showing that, yes, we may not be going to day 2, but we definitely deserve to be here.
All right, we're going to take a look at a video here from G.
Hello, everybody. We are here in Honolulu for the World Championship Series for 2024 for Pokemon Unite, and I'm here with a member of G. And our first, we got to ask, is anybody out there cheering for you in the crowd? Any friends or family that you could, help us find if we were to try and point them out?
Yeah, I have quite a few friends and a girlfriend here as well, so.
Oh, we got a lot of support from these answers. Honestly, there's not as many people that are lonely this year. I really like that. But of course, first of all, we have to ask you, what is your name, what team are you playing for, and what region are you representing?
My name is G/Can. I'm playing for G, and I'm representing NA.
Anything else that makes your team unique?
Would it feel worse for G if they won the next game as well? Oh yeah, absolutely.
What makes my team unique is that
Because let me be real, like the game number 1 that they played,
and I think
they had it in the bag. Well, I wouldn't say they had it in the bag, but
I do think
their chances of winning were very high. They had it was a 4 versus 2. They just didn't secure their plaza properly.
Okay, wow. Before this game even came
So
out,
it's not like
some of
they
them
were
like,
losing.
we're
It's just
relatively new
it
to,
was
kind
unlucky.
of competing within
And then they won the second game.
time frame. But
So just think of it like you had to think think of it from their perspective. Like they're probably thinking to themselves, if we won game number 1, we'd still be in Worlds. Like we would be going to day 2 after that second game.
They got the jump on
But
us
obviously
on
that's not the
regionals
reality.
because of
It's
the
just
bigger audience, but
they psyched themselves
looking
out.
to win the best of 3.
Last question. You made a very famous tier list before this that I think is kind of on everybody's minds. Are there any changes to your tier list since you made it?
Yeah, honestly, a lot of people point out right after I made it, but I didn't really know the shot callers of some Asian teams like Champion Lord. It was told to me that Ton GG is a shot caller, and I'm just going off their regionals gameplay. So if I knew that, I would have rated them higher.
All right, well, good luck. We're all looking forward to seeing how your team does this weekend. It's going to be a tough road, but we all believe in you. So thank you, everybody. We got to hear from Slash a little bit more, and we've got a lot more coming.
All right, here we are. These two teams are going to square off again. Of course, your 2-time world champion sitting on the stage there for G. That is Slash as we are getting ready to head to our draft for a Game 3. It wouldn't be Pokemon Unite, and it wouldn't be the World Championships if we weren't heading to constant Game 3s.
Well, when it comes to you and me, it's always Game 3.
Ooh, I like
it rhymes.
It rhymes.
And I've been workshopping that for about 3 weeks now.
Ooh, that's great.
And I'm glad I
was
finally
wondering what you were doing all the time.
thinking, which is so difficult for me.
It's hard.
It's so
not easy. As we see the bands here,
They
Urshifu
all
getting
still
banned early.
have to play on
Charizard
iPhones?
getting
I have no
banned
idea.
early. Not surprising that Char was very
The camera hasn't
Even though
really.
he only picked up a couple KOs. It was just such a massive thorn in the side of their opponents there. Dragonite once again being
The
banned
camera
out here
hasn't really
in
focused too much on their devices, so I can't really tell you
too.
that much.
It must be something G's been running.
Yeah, which, to Talon's point, they said, we're not afraid of anybody. We'll beat them like we beat in Scrims in that on-stage interview there. So maybe that's the key to success. If they don't have Dragonite, we feel great about our chances. And in this moment here, again, G is trying to cement themselves as, hey, we might not be going to day 2, but we certainly deserve our spot in the limelight for qualifying for Worlds. Talon, on the other hand, snuff all that energy out.
Yeah.
I don't know what that power of friendship stuff was, but we're going to send you packing. We're a good squad, and we're going to prove it.
Yeah, and I'm not positive here. I still have production looking into it, but it's possible that if Talon doesn't beat G here, they don't qualify. So while they've already stopped G's chances, G could actually switch something up for them. We're still looking into it, so
somebody let us know.
Not. But
somebody
it sounds like it's very possible that that's what's going on.
There's 2 options here. One is that they don't tell us. And then the correct option number 2,
is that
just tell us.
Someone tells us.
Just tell us that information.
They're crunching the numbers back there. It's
Which
not easy.
we know is it's a month-to-month endeavor.
It's
crunching
not
those
easy.
types of numbers.
If Talon,
incredibly difficult. There's an entire draft that we
if
missed, by the
Talon
way.
wins, they're in. It's a 3-way tiebreaker if they lose. So they want this here. Now, obviously, we're seeing the Metagross again. We're seeing that Espeon. Trevenant, which is amazing. On the other side, we've actually got the Buzzwole.
Well, you have the choice. That's the thing.
Draft, we are the
It's not as if they just get whatever they're given.
We're like,
there's got to be someone
worse. Please. And if you're out there, don't change because we can't handle being the worst.
We've got Gardevoir here as
I
well.
love it. That's a black shout out to the AOS Cup, and I love that.
I love that pick. I think Gardevoir is underrated, but you've got to slot it into the right team composition, right? And then we've got Buzzwole, which we actually saw earlier out of Nouns. And if I remember right, that was the game they dropped. Buzzwole has completely fallen off the competitive scene after its nerfs that it very much deserved, and I'm interested to see if they're able to make something happen with it here. It still has an insane trajectory in probably the first 8 minutes of a game. Exactly. It just loses out in those final moments for these crazy resets.
Yeah, the difference with Buzzwole then and now is now going into those last 2 minutes, it needs to be an extra level or two ahead of where it was historically to kind of match that balance, to have the same level of impact in those final two.
And now we're taking a look here at our two teams. A lot on the line here for Talon. They do not want to head to a tiebreaker. You want to secure the knockout punch. Don't leave it up to the judges. You want to make sure that you win this game and you move forward. G, on the other hand, is not moving on to day 2, but they've got a lot to prove here. They looked amazing in game 2, and let's see how this shakes out.
Well, I'll do the Talon is your purple team.
Beautiful.
G is your orange team.
You're doing great.
Game 3 underway, you and me.
You're trying. Whee! You're trying, and I think you're doing great, my friend. Here we are. We have Buzzwole in this top path. We have the Mimikyu here as well, possibly looking to see if they're able to steal a little bit of something, and they do. That heads over to the side of G. OG actually able to get that secure. Moving in pretty deep right here, in some trouble, getting the focus band, and now they're going to keep the aggression.
I don't know what they were talking about. I'll be honest with you.
This tier 1.
Showing up just in time.
I was just going with what they were saying.
Dusted there because Lance at Mimikyu.
But if they misspoke, then that's on them. Because they said that these guys need to win 2-0.
So unsurprising, we saw a nice clean Astonish and a go for the gold type KO on OG.
Yeah, this Hoopa play has just been incredible here. I mean, I feel like the standout star is, of course, that Metagross. What is happening, by the way? Trevenant is all the way back by the tier 2. I don't know exactly what was going on right there, but they were chasing someone down, and they were able to pick up the KOs. We head back up here to the top path. Buzzwole is now 5, so they have that huge superpower combo.
OG getting straight stepping on the landmine, however, to pick up and put down Sync, who catches a nice reset. Eggnoob goes down. That's tough. That is tough. Dylan looking to move forward. This Espeon was great game 1. They want to use it game 2. So trying to siege the goal zone. Can't open. They're literally carving up an opening for Lance to get in there. They couldn't find one, and I like their move of just peeling back.
Look at Espeon right here, just being super aggressive. They don't have level 5 yet on Mimikyu, but it's right there. That's when they're going to hit their next power spike. Not able to grab KYY. They are actually able to barely get out of that.
Notice the Astonish to kind of get through that engagement by Slash on the side of G, using that moment where they leave frame to dodge it. Great, great play. KYY is dialed in.
Yeah, they are. Lance in a little bit of trouble right here, being picked up and put down. But here comes Sync once again, looking for a KO, and they get it. They take down Eggnoob as we have multiple members of G now peeling back towards their side, looking to grab some experience here. Level 7 on that Buzzwole is going to give them the next chance for their next move. Gardevoir almost on the battlefield, level 7 for the side of G.
If they can get Black online, and if Black can deliver a game like the one we watched in the finals of the final stretch, they're going to take over this game.
Here we go. We see Slash up in this top path, seeing how much of this they can take. We have a Play Rough Mimikyu. Wasn't sure which version we were going to see, whether we were going to have the Play Rough or the Shadow Claw, both extremely powerful. And now they've got the Play Rough. A ton of damage, single target, and a ton of invulnerability for the Mimikyu.
Which is crucial here. OG getting spaced out very well by who else but KYY, who really seems to be the facilitator for this squad, opening up opportunities. Here's Black, level 8. They are Gardevoir, no Unite yet, but they can put a ton of damage in. OG gets put down by Sync 1. Lance is playing very far forward. Black cannot let themselves get caught here. KYY might want to put a portal down for the squad as they actually dodge getting knocked out by scoring, and now they're going through, and 3 members are saved instantly. Sync 1 still scrapping. Eggnoob is just, poor Eggnoob, getting the break speed off of him. I mean, that Cotton Ball's got no fluff left for sure. Zella uses their Unite move, but it's not enough to sustain. Sync 1 in tandem with Dylan after popping their Unite move. They go through, they come right back for more action. Picked up, put down. OG, this is your time. No, snuffed out. Black CH just can't get it done in the mix, and they go down, and Lance at least prevented from resetting here.
Yeah, Lance can't reset. They might be able to pick up a KO right here, and it looks like they do. Heading up to see if they can do anything about this Reggie Alecki. They're running it for it. They do
Oh
get the secure
my
there.
God.
G now pushing forward. Metagross in some trouble, having to unite to stay in the fight, but goes down anyway.
Traps 2, KYY is there trying to get into that little bowl that was built up by the Metagross to try and get some knockouts they can't. Dylan steps up, nice little horn leech by RBX. We're going to try to Woodhammer reposition, but OG actually repositions them backside. Nobody catching that portal, which might spell doom for Talon as they're still trying to scrap. They finally get 2 down. Black CH peeling back. Lance is alive, give him 3, and Reggie Alecki on the doorstep being dealt with.
Yeah, Mimikyu there, absolutely dominating. They did everything they can to take down that Metagross, which they need to. It's been really difficult for them. Meta goes down, but Mimikyu cleans it all up. A nice little score there for the side of G. The scoreline pretty even. No one ready to fight here at this bottom Reggie, but it could happen very soon. We're getting the almost level 9 there for the Buzzwole, just on the cusp of it, and we'll have a big-time Unite move for them.
Yeah, couple Unites, definitely Unite advantage sitting in the hands of G right now. It's 3-3, make it 4 now for G, so they can definitely pressure. If they can take this Reg Ice without expending too many, they can really siege a goal zone, but we are rings unbound, putting Sync 1, who else, right in the mix. RBX is on the chase, they try to poach Slash Cam back towards the rest of the team. Here comes Lance looking for a target. We're getting stunned down and the pressure is on as that Reg Ice was taken, and now we're just moving through. Trevi Knight pops up 3, Sync 1 in the mix. Fairy Singularity trying to catch people out. Sync 1 does go down. OG is on the chopping block there, buckled. We're right on the portal. No way, RBX and Lance both make it through. Now they're trying to move back forward, 3 players down, but there's not enough in the tank for KYY to stop this, and that goal zone siege might start. All those Unites are gone, but OG still has theirs. But where are they? They're in the top path. They're doing it the hard way.
Here we go. They're continuing this push right here. Metagross in a lot of trouble, trying to unite, not able to make it happen as they continue running towards the tier 2. Looks like they're going to have to peel back here. There's really not much they can do with those jump pads. They're just going to keep landing on their heads, getting massive shields, and they do peel away from this goal. 119, 126. We've got a goal zone up in the top path for Talon. We've got a goal zone up tier 1 in the bottom path for G. Incredibly close game right now at the 4-minute mark. It feels like G is coming online a little bit after kind of being handled by Talon pretty well for a few of these fights.
That's a nice little snag there. Mimikyu Unite sit on top of RBX and company. They're trying to sort it out, and Mimikyu Lance goes down instantly. We're Phantom forcing back to
These
our
teams are still
portal,
playing?
RBX
Yeah.
catches it too.
This
Reggie
is
Alecki's on
the
map.
last
Look at
series
this.
of the
G moving
night,
as
I
a
believe.
5-person unit. RBX
And
comes
then
in, Woodhammer reposition. We
it's
pop
on
the
break
SBR Knights to
until
stun them down,
tomorrow.
and it's taken by Dylan.
I think.
And now
I
all of a
don't
sudden
know.
G's getting stunned because of the rings
I believe
unbound
so,
fist
though.
of Fury that are getting popped on top of their head. Slash Can's getting chased down, and Dylan wants more. They are trying to get their EV counterpart down. They
Because
can't.
they still, like, even though they
Meanwhile,
lost,
who
they still
else
have to
but
play the
Sync
best of
1?
3
Give
out.
them credit for 2. We're crash landing on top. OG's there to cut them off, and RBX gets to walk away.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from RBX. He was able to score even without the Reggie Alecki. Dylan now moving down to the bottom path for another 40, possibly another 31. I like the aggression on the side of G, especially with this Gardevoir and its Unite move. They have not hit a crucial one yet. They've caught 1, maybe 2 Pokemon in it a little bit. You want to try to hit some team-wide Unites, and obviously Talon knows this. They're positioning themselves very well. They've got this really nice backline, then sort of this middle area where Hoopa is seeing who needs to be topped off, and then they've got these divers. You know, we've got Metagross and Mimikyu just really going at it.
I would probably, at this point, if I'm Black, I would exchange my Unite to take out Lance before they can even get in the mix, right?
Yeah.
Then you can just focus down the Metagross and try and deal with Dylan and that Espeon Unite. I mean, we've seen how good a 1-for-1 Fairy Singularity can be, but it needs to be on the correct target.
And it looks like, I mean, if they could get Mimikyu, even if Mimikyu unites, you could throw it right there. You know, you've got a ton of damage that's going to come out right afterwards with your Psyshock. We'll see if they can make something happen here as this Rayquaza is getting ready to hit the map. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. We have the Trevenant looking for the push, right? Looking for that pull. When you use Woodhammer, you can throw it in such a way where you're kind of pulling them the direction you want them to go. That's what they're looking for in that moment, as they have great positioning here at Ray. They're ahead on the scoreboard, and they know it, and G is going to have to make the play.
KYY just being a menace. Sync 1 seeing where Slash Can is. Slash Can is not taking the bait. Let's take a deep breath. We've got a fight coming.
Yeah, we've got a fight coming here, and we're going to have to see how G wants to play it. Obviously, Talon is in a pretty safe position right here, and they can just kind of keep poking at them until they get something to happen. Slash just continuing to heal himself. They also can sort of play this for a little while. Starting Ray, hitting it a little bit right here, and we're going to see how they want to play this. Trevenant looking to make it happen.
Horn Leech forward, the portal's down, but nobody's taking it because we're fighting now. Slash can has the
Oh, that Gardevoir Unite was not great. Oh, Gardevoir's getting caught out. Got ulted. Dice.
G has lost 2 players. Cotton Cloud crashed, but Egg
It is the same time, yes. Same time tomorrow.
To their own demise. RBX bubbles them out. They don't even matter anymore. We're pivoting downstairs, and it's just Zealot that gets absolutely blended.
Unfortunately, it's unfortunate, but I won't be around tomorrow only because I have the party to go to, and it overlaps. This was planned way in advance, so there's no avoiding it.
Picked up, put down. OG wants more action. OG's buckled with because Lance is there. We're catching resets. RBX is coming back.
Dad's birthday. My dad's birthday.
Black hasn't even stepped up yet.
It's gonna be a formal party, so it's gonna be like out of town.
This done, but G is nowhere in sight. The fight rages on, but it's all in the favor of Talon.
Talon with such a beautiful play right there. That Shadow Sneak catching Gardevoir, it's basically over for the side of G. They don't even want to hit Rayquaza anymore if they can avoid it. They can run to score right now.
Yeah, so if you're interested in seeing who the world champion is going to be for Pokemon Unite, you better make sure you watch tomorrow.
326, 198. They need to run to try to score. Slash may have had the points, but Slash is gone. That is going to be it. Talon wins this game.
What a game that was. What a final fight that was.
Damn, North America.
Teams, we were dealing with razor-thin margins. In the end, Talon
getting kind of
victorious.
clapped, not gonna lie.
2-1. G, your run is done.
You see, this is what happens when you're not diligent with your practice. I'm very curious to see. I'm genuinely curious as to how these teams practice
and they just sort of fumbled at the 1 yard line
in their free time.
To be fair,
I would actually genuinely want to know. Like, are they scrimming against other teams? Are they just playing solo queue? Are they playing 5 stacks? Are they not playing at all? Do they VOD review? Do they like do all that stuff?
You feel like it's yours.
I like no notes again. That was very well stated. That is one that they will look back on and will haunt them for the next at least a week. It's one of those ones that you fire up on Twitch and you take a look. And right now, a nice pep talk, getting together as a team. Slash said they're truly friends, and they're going to need each other now.
Yeah, this moment here just reminds me of the conversation I had with Slash recently about the dynamic of this group and how good this group feels. You know, he was in a really high pressure situation, and you know, unsurprisingly so. He was on the World Championship team. Taking a look at our MVP right here, Dylan, with 111,000 damage, 13 assists, 4 knockouts. That Espeon really was all over the place. Just constant damage, stored power, Psybeam, and then they've also got that curse item on it. So it's lowering the amount of healing that we're getting on the side of G as well.
Yeah, and especially since they prioritize Hoopa first, which means that Hoopa is kind of like the natural workaround the curse. Yes, it slows down your healing while in base, but that's not really what you're stymieing here. When you force the other team onto Pokemon like Eldegoss and Blissey, Cursed Incense cranks up in value.
Taking a look at some of the big moments throughout this series right here. This is them starting the day off. This is them after they decided that they like each other a little bit on stage. Big time Espeon Unite, and here's that amazing Cramorant Unite. Eject button pushing forward right here. Yep. This was such a great play for G. They just were not able to end this thing. We have Metagross here getting caught, and now it gets very, very low. You can see the knockups. Blaziken not able to charge up, so the damage that was being put on Rayquaza, they didn't have the secure tool they needed on the side of G. Talon able to just disrupt them in an incredible way.
And here we had that Game 2 action that G walks away from it, and what a fight they were able to take. Great fight, and then kind of cheesed out, but you take whatever you can get. Great job by OG, and that was the story of all Game 2.
Yeah, it felt like Game 2 and Game 1 kind of weirdly went the other way at the end, you know, in a way. But Game 3 felt like Talon had control of it, felt like they had control of the match. It felt like they had control of that backline, able to stop that Gardevoir. Yeah. Gardevoir not able to really get any big unites, and you need that. Then at the same time, we have Buzzwole, a Pokemon that I really like. I just don't
I'm going to refresh this really quickly. Okay, G are officially out. Peru's out. Luminosity Gaming out. Entiki. Man, these guys went 1-6. Sheesh. Man, it's going to be a long-ass day tomorrow. I just realized that. Because look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 groups still haven't played. So you're going to get through 5 groups, and on top of that, you have to do all the... like, the winners and the losers bracket? Like, jeez, bruh. You know, I'm not actually sure it starts at 3 tomorrow, guys. I'll be honest with you. I'm not 100% sure on that. You might want to fact check me if you're watching tomorrow.
Team that's going to the day 2.
Yes, it is very exciting. Now, you just knocked out the last remaining world champion here today. So there is no more of that. How does that also feel to know you just beat a world champion, Slash?
Because we will be the new champion.
Thank you so much. Now, I hear your team are a bit of dancers. Do you want to show us your best dance move to celebrate with the crew? No. What about we'll do a dab? Right, we got to do a dab. Yay. Can we hear it for Talent Esports?
Oh no, they
And we'll
dude,
go back to the
cancel them. They're dabbing on stream.
Very much, Kello. I love it.
So,
I
when-
love
okay.
Kello's interview style is like.
So tomorrow, only Pokemon Unite is ending tomorrow.
I do love
Only
seeing
Pokemon Unite.
Just a lot of
Everything
morale
else ends on
boosting,
Sunday.
which is
I think it's Pokemon Go, TCG, and VGC. I believe those all end. It's 3 days and it all ends on Sunday. But for Pokemon Unite, for whatever reason, it ends tomorrow. And they said that at the very beginning of the stream. So I don't know what the pacing is going to be like. I don't know if they're still playing their matches off stream.
I gotta say,
But
we've got some
yeah, I mean, if you're interested in finding out who wins live, then just watch tomorrow.
from North America in this tournament, and they're running into one of the craziest teams in the world. Our next match is going to be Orange Juicers versus Fusion.
That is a huge matchup. We have the NA regional champion squaring off against Fusion, a team that has
Oh, wait, I think they're playing now.
never lost a tournament this year. And I'm not talking about in their region. I'm talking about they won the AOS Cup too. So the world stage is not a new stage for them to deliver results on. And that is going to be just another banger.
It's going to be an amazing game, and they actually beat us. Do you remember that? After they won
my
the AOS Cup,
God.
we sat there and they just beat us.
We played a casual game for fun, and they beat us like by 2,000 points.
Wow. It had to be closer to maybe
3,000 points. It was banana land.
They are so incredibly good. They are coming up next. Do not go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We will
Oh, they're
be right
continuing
back.
today.
We will be staying right there.
Right there. Woo! World's Edition, Snacks with Snacks, baby. Hawaii, that's where we're going, so Hawaiian snacks, it makes sense. Hurricane Hawaiian popcorn. Mystery silver packet, going straight in. A lot of nuts. Let's get into it. For the amount of setup required, pop your bag of popcorn and eat it. There's popcorn, I'm gonna say 5 out of 10. The original Hawaiian soda crackers. So like saltines have salt, these are eens. No salt to them. Just a flatline, saltless cracker. Whatever, 2, 3. Sweet Maui onion chips. This is what I like to put in my save for later pile. 6 out of 10 here. Kona Coffee Royal Cream Crackers. This I would eat on their own, but I would love to dip this in coffee as well. 8 out of 10. Canned sizzle pork. Pop this open like a military ration from the 60s. Great color, just that of cat food. 4.5, but you can gussy this up to at minimum a 7. This is tuna sashimi.
All right, guys.
For the concept.
So I'll just let you guys know this right now.
I mean,
I can stay for this series. So for Orange Juicers versus Fusion, I can stay for this series, but I gotta go after that.
Mauna Kea
So I won't be watching like Group D and the Group E, which is the Fennel versus Rival Esports and Shinrogi versus Ground Zero.
Kiawe smoked barbecue macadamia nuts. Great, like on the go.
Because I gotta
snack,
do
not
something,
bad.
but I just don't know how long it's gonna take me, so
what is this?
I don't want to leave stream on and just
An apple. Okay.
say like, hey, I'll be right back, but I don't come back.
The outside is a little tough, but the inside's good. If you just remove the outside of this type of apple, I think it'd be a pretty decent snack. So like in the apple family, I'd put it at like an 8. Worlds, Honolulu, Hawaii. We did it. The last snacks with snacks for the year. That's 4 done now. We'll keep this train rolling if they'll ever have me back. Peace, love, and hugs. We'll see you in a bit.
That means, wait a minute. That means... Oh, damn. Orange Juicer's already lost a match? Oh, damn.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series.
I didn't realize that. They lost the match already.
In Honolulu, Hawaii, and up on stage we have the North American.
Wait, this doesn't make any sense.
Orange Juicers, and we have Fusion.
If they lost the match, why does no one have any wins?
Fusion.
I don't think this is right.
Cam South ready to bring it all home. They have no fear of any of the
Yeah, I think it's a little...
And they should, though. Because they kind of run roughshod through all of them at the AOS Cup, certainly in their own region. And I'm excited to see how these two Titans measure up, because again, this is one of those theoretical on papers you'd be like, oh, this could also just be our grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a huge game here. Now, North America went through this crazy mix-up after the AOS Cup. Teams broke up, they reformed. That's how we saw Luminosity, G, the Orange Juicers. Like, Nemesis stayed intact, but everyone else was like, we're having some roster mania here. And through that breakup and through the ashes rose the phoenix that is Orange Juicers. They have just continued to win. They've got all-star rookies on their team like Flareons. They have, defender players that are considered some of the best in the world, like Zugrug. They have an incredible team, but they are going up against what could possibly be the best in the world in Fusion.
Yeah, a lot of work ahead of them. We were talking about while we're still.
I don't have a bracket, Pancho. I was just looking at Wikipedia because that's the. I didn't have one originally. But that's been updating as we go, or like as the day progresses. And it's fairly accurate too. It's just right now it's a little scuffle. I don't know why.
Yeah, and of course, you can't forget about the world's #1 Machamp player, right?
The Machizzler.
The Machizzler. Possibly looking to bring Machamp out here. I have a bet with Zoinks that it will not happen.
It is not a bet.
It is not a bet. It's just a fun thing that we talk about, and it's not a bet.
No, it's not a bet. We don't.
I'll be right back.
That here. Okay.
I'm fired? Okay.
Yeah, Production? Confirmed? Fire. Okay.
Here we go. This is going to be incredible. I mean, this is one of those matchups that, again, as you said, could be a grand finals matchup. But also, depending on how this goes, one of these two teams could set the other one up to be knocked out of this tournament.
Which is maybe even more important, right? Dispatch your toughest opponent by doing the work now so you don't have to do it later. As we know, tomorrow, the way it's set up, because it's best of 3 single elimination bracket, that means that the last 2 teams in the grand finals will have every ounce of momentum in the world. And when teams have just been nothing but winning momentum and they feel like they're on, they just become a different beast to contend with.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have to see here. Fusion, as you've mentioned, hasn't lost.
Correct.
They haven't lost a monthly cup. They didn't lose their regional. They didn't lose the AOS Cup, which was a mini Worlds. I mean, you had so many different regions competing there. We had incredible top teams from Japan there. So it was really a showcase for Fusion as to how good they are and how much better they are than the rest of the teams out there. We're going to send it up to the big stage right now with an interview with our 2 teams. Take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Welcome to the stage, everybody. We are getting ready for our matchup here. But, of course, with me, I have Anamo as well as Kratos. Gentlemen, I hope you're feeling very good for this matchup. Let me start off with you, Kratos. How are you feeling coming into this best of 3?
I'm feeling really good. We got to get our run back from AO, so we got a chance to do it right here.
And how's Anamo feeling over here?
¿Cómo te sientes, Anemo? Very calm, very chill.
Okay, Kratos, what is your goal in this particular matchup? Obviously, it's to win, but what does Orange Juices have to prove in this game?
I think if we can 2-0 the set, we can win Worlds.
You can win Worlds. Full on statement. Are you sure about that?
Yes, because these guys won AO, so we got to prove that we're better than them right here.
And how about you, Animo? What do you guys have to prove here at Worlds today?
¿Con qué mentalidad veníais hoy al campeonato? ¿Cuál era vuestra intención? Ganar. They wanted to win.
Very, very simple. I see this man wants to win. All right, before we start up this matchup, I want to hear some fighting words from both of our teams. Kratos, starting with you.
Wait, fighting words? I got no fighting words, sorry.
So you fight and unite.
Sorry?
You fight and unite.
Oh, fight and unite? Yeah.
All right, Kratos, very passive man. Animo, do you have any fighting words here for Orange Juices?
Sorry, anyone?
Fighting words.
Fighting words?
Anything you want to say to Orange Juices?
¿Algo más que quieres decir para aquí? Para toda la gente? ¿Algo más que quieras añadir? ¿Para ellos o para Para todo el mundo. Gracias por ver. Thank you for everything.
Thank you for everything. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to let you guys
too
go.
polite,
Thank
man.
you so much for the interview.
They gave you a door, man. If they
Unfortunately,
give you a
only
door
2 teams
to,
from your
you
group is
know,
going to make it through. Good luck to everybody. Passing it back to our casters.
get some
Spray
hype
was the juice
going,
guys.
like take it,
away.
man.
Brother.
Do a little bit of trash
Is
talk.
there
Don't
any
say
more
thank you.
vicious than somebody goes, okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
And that's what that was the thank you energy I got out of that.
That was incredible. I love it. Fighting words, I'm not even sure how we're going to proceed here.
How does that happen?
What do we do? Thanks, everybody.
But also it was like, thanks.
Yeah. But also, I love the, like, how you feeling? Very chill. Yeah.
I
Like
mean,
ice water in the veins, ready to go. If you're up on that stage, your first game here at Worlds against a regional champion, and they're asking how you're feeling, you're like, very chill. That's scary, I would say.
I mean, you yesterday on that stage in rehearsal started crying the moment you stepped out.
Oh, come on. I was crying before I got out there. The emotions were getting to me.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I do think that when you see Fusion, especially when you see them that
imagine?
cool and collected, it feels like they're in control of what's about to happen here. And, you know, they said it on the side of Juicers. Kratos said it. If we can beat them, we can win Worlds. So a lot could be proved right here, right now.
It is probably the best measuring stick we have from this season, is the team that's won everything, including the other international event. Yeah, if you can dispatch them 2-0, I'd say you're in a pretty good spot to prove yourself to win Worlds. Taking a look at Fusion, though, don't forget how resilient this team is as we go into draft. In those finals at the AOS Cup, they didn't win every Ray. They were actually winning games despite losing that main objective.
They had some wild moments there where I thought, no way do you lose Ray twice and continue winning. We're seeing the bans here. Hoopa and a Garchomp ban. That's a ban that tells me you know something that's happening on the side of Juicers. That's very targeted, very direct, as we see Slowbro and Blissey for the side of the Juicers. huge power picks. Could Charizard come out? Could Ceruledge come out?
Yeah.
None of
Easy.
them banned out yet, as Fusion is going to take their first pick, and it looks to actually be the Blaziken.
This almost feels like a test to see where Machizel lands. Because Garchomp is usually in their hands taking it top path. But unsurprisingly, Zugrug grabbing Umbreon, maybe the best defender that you and I think that we have going into this tournament. And Ceruledge, no slouch.
It's going to be really interesting. I'm not surprised that Charizard has been completely avoided right here in some ways, but also Charizard has been completely avoided here, which is pretty crazy. We're looking at our next picks here for the Juicers. They did get Ceruledge, so they have this incredibly powerful all-rounder. We're going to see what they want to take. Flareons could be on their signature Pokemon, but it looks like they're moving over to Cramorant.
Yeah, the strength of Cram is just undeniable right now. And that's why we've seen it chosen by every team from every region. It is just that darn good. Roland grabbing the tree. I doubt that's where it ends up, as we're going to lock in our last supporter here, or our first supporter, I should say, for the Juicers.
No, I think they might be bringing out I mean, they have Tree and Umbreon already, so we're going to see what their next pick is. Looking to see possibly bringing out the Urshifu as
this
our
is
final
such
pick.
a
It's wild to me that Charizard unbanned
interesting
and
team.
unpicked by either team. Instead,
Scizor
we've
and
got
Chandelure.
Scizor, who I'm guessing is going to be a Scyther there on the side of Fusion. Of course, that Blaziken first pick. We talked about Blaziken still being in the conversation as the best thing going for an all-rounder.
It's really good.
The rip, the secure, it's incredible. It's really, it really can do everything in a match, so I'm not surprised to see it. And I've noticed that it feels like Ceruledge is losing a little priority as the day is going on. Maybe, you know, the Emperor has no clothes a little bit with it. It's a flashy Unite move, but it's not winning games.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, winning a game is ultimately what matters, of course. And Zugrug grabbing the tree, Roland going to be playing that Wish Umbreon, trying to really help sustain this squad. And they're going to need it in spades, because we've got a little bit more of a traditional composition coming out of Fusion, and one that they are clearly comfortable with.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup here. The Scizor is always a bit of a question mark for me. Call me a bit of a hater, but I feel like this Pokemon doesn't pop off as much as some others in the role. But we've seen a lot of crazy stuff today. We've seen Zeraora have an amazing day. So if you've got a pick that you love and that you dominate with, and on the other side you don't have a Slowbro to shut it down, it might be the way to go.
Yeah, unique bands, unique picks, and let's get into a unique game between two Titans.
Zard was Zard was played earlier a few times, and it was banned a couple times as well. Surprisingly, there was one game where Zard was picked and Slowbro was available, and nobody picked it for the counter, and I think they got rolled as well. Instead, they went with a Snorlax pick, and they got absolutely destroyed in the long run because they had no heal for their carry.
Yeah, you can see when you have an Urshifu in the central area, I love this play from Fusion. I think it's
If I remember correctly, it was Snorlax, Inteleon, Zoroark, I think Hoopa. I don't remember what the fifth pick was. But yeah, every time Zard just went in the air, like, he just chased down the fucking Inteleon.
Really long time to walk the path. Scyther already here in the top path.
Putting good pressure on Roland. I like not chasing that down. Scyther, if it gets caught once, it is easy to KO, and they're not willing to give one up early right now.
Here we go. 4 members of the Juicers here in the top path against 3 members of Fusion, as it all just goes away very fast.
Yes.
And that is not a water
That is
bear.
correct.
That is another dark bear that we're seeing on broadcast, the single strike.
I mean, it's a good read. It looks phenomenal.
I'm trying to
earlier
figure out
today,
if this is
and
true or
maybe
not.
Kratos has been on that wave as well. I mean, the secure is undeniable. The single target KO ability that it has in its Unite move.
Yeah, 2 of North America's teams are out.
Let's leverage that. It's gone, but not forgotten.
Here we go. Kratos up in this top path, trying to deal with this. Stop him from stacking a little bit. Not able to make it happen. The mean look catches him right there. And when you've got the mean look and the single strike, it's going to be hard to get away. As I say that, tempo, of course, makes it happen.
No
What?
way. Kia's
No
not, man.
way.
I can't believe they just saved tempo, not getting them knocked out, flip the script, knock out Kratos back the, excuse me, Machisel back the other way. Was it Kratos? It was Kratos.
Yes.
It was Kratos back the other way. Now Nemo getting repositioned. That's an easy KO if they can get them locked down, but they can't do.
Oh, I went with the Scyther.
Wow, big stuff right
Interesting.
here. Cramorant moving in. We have the dive, Hurricane Cram, looking to see what they can make happen. And Scyther just having to peel back here. The HP is very low. Really sharp wood hammer there by Zugrugsan.
Oh!
Huge pickup for Flareons.
Flareons needed that. They need to get somebody on their team moving.
Damn.
Getting KO string of 2 up top. So they are finding pressure points here. Once they can lock them down, at least they're converting. They have to close the door on the targets they catch.
Here we go. Just another score here in this top path. Tempo being caught, but they're not going to do anything about it. They're just going to continue to get all of this experience in the top path. Juicers looking good here at the start of the match, evening up the scoreboard a little bit, but doing great on their fights.
Yeah, I think not getting the KO on the Combustion was one of those like cold water on the face wake up. Like, oh, Orange Juicers need to dial in. We cannot miss those opportunities. Draken going to peel back. The Piloswine going to be able to chip up Zug. Regirock's at half. We're moving through. Nice Ice Fang reposition on Flareon, and they bought a lot of time, just enough for that Reggie to go down.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Fusion, and it kind of looked like the Juicers were not really fighting it there. Right. They have Reggie Alecki that's going to be going towards their side, and now a huge Cerulege Unite move comes in. It looks like it caught 4 as they're going to continue the push. Big time Bitterblade. They're chasing down this Blaziken here. Tempo having to back up, but here comes Scyther.
Machisel just getting the punishment. Overheats there, and Nemo uses their Unite move, KO streak of 2 off the Blaziken, and all of a sudden the tide shifts and is moving the other direction. Roland is by themselves, picking up a berry, and we've got 4 players here with Zainus, the Candle, coming right
Machisel
behind.
overextended so hard there.
Now take a big lead. Meanwhile, we do have Kratos scoring on the backside.
Yeah, Kratos scoring up in that
You got
top
the-
half. Look, just for fun right there as they are able
You
to
got to
pull
start
out
off with
great
his
play by
Unite,
the
but the
Juicers,
thing is,
then
the
big-time Haymaker counter punch coming in
the
from
follow-up
Fusion.
damage
There was
to
that
proc
Scyther
his Unite
moving
wasn't
in with
really
the
there.
Unite
He didn't really melt
nothing to
anyone.
shut it down, and all
And then
the
he
while,
got a
you know,
kill,
Kratos
but then he
top
continued
half getting
chasing,
some
thinking
work
he could
done,
get
but
more.
they're behind on
And then it kind of
score.
baited the rest of his team into trying to fight that and help him. And then they lost like what, like 3 people off that?
Absolutely did.
I don't know,
that
man.
was the exact thing I was talking about. If you catch a target, you got to finish a target. We're going straight in. Another move here as Tempo. If they're just continually getting out, Overheat charged up. Finally, the engagement by Kratos, and they get the knockout. Now they can follow up. KO's at half HP. They pick up their own palm.
Finally! I think this is the first Umbreon today that I've seen go mean look. Jesus Christ, it's about time.
Zainus pops there and just machine guns them down from the ceiling. And now another push stymied by one good player's play.
Incredible stuff there from Fusion, and I've got to call out a really cool interaction that we just saw right there, but we didn't see it on our screen. I'll tell you who did see it was Flareons. They used their Cramorant Unite move, then boom, Cerulege uses the Unite move to cancel. Cramorant's now in the dark, and it's not hitting anything with its Unite. It's a hard counter to Cramorant, but you've got to be really aggressive with the Candle. Luckily, they were able to make that play. Big play there by Fusion.
Keep in mind, this whole time, that's been Draken not been online. They are finally Mamoswine now. They are having their Unite move in their pocket. Regi's going to be taken easy. Anemo actually hanging out up top. Cotton Cloud Crash going to go try and pop somebody down. At least keep your buff, says Fusion. And Anemo says, all right, I got you, bud.
Yeah, there we go. As we have Scyther moving up here. Looks like it's going to get caught by a big-time Wicked Blow, but no, they miss. The Mean Look does shut it down, stops it from continuing the advance. Here comes the Unite move.
Going straight on top of Roland, right into Kratos, getting the knockout. Roland trying to get the Mean Look down. They do. They pick up a berry, but the pressure continues. KO streak of 2 from Anemo. Flareon steps up, and so does the Machisler. Machisler looking for Anemo. They need a big knockout here for the experience. Gulp and Gatling Missile comes out. We're trying to hit our targets. Tempo getting pinned down. Are they actually going to get a knockout on this Blaziken? Another engagement? No! Dude, who is this Tempo? And what are they doing to this map? The Juicers have got to be mad.
The Juicers have got to be upset by how some of these fights are going. I mean, it just
I'm
feels
pretty,
like
I think Umbreon has been picked almost every single game that I've seen on stream today. Almost. Maybe like one at most where it wasn't played, if that's even the case. But every single game they went foul play. And it was triggering me.
Reggie Alecki is pushing. They're chasing it down. Cerulege goes down. Unite move from the Candle. That's a double KO for the Scyther. Making
Dude,
a triple
Scyther!
KO for the
Oh
Scyther.
my
That's 4
god!
for the Scyther.
What up, Juicer?
This Scyther is absolutely decimating these guys. And that was a 48 over. That was a 48 over on the top lane too. Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable here. It's about a minute until Rayquaza. The Juicers are in this match. They've been playing well, but the last few fights have been controlled by Fusion. It's only a level 11 there on their top path Pokemon, 13 on the other side.
I'm like stun locked. This game felt so close, and then it was just one fight, and then it's all of a sudden like Anemo and Kea moving together and getting multiple knockouts ad nauseum. Draken's gonna get poached here, KO'd quickly, I hope. The way things have been going, you never know. And now they're moving through. Okay, the pressure's on, but what did Draken do again, Spraggles? Enough time to get an objective.
Ooh, beautiful stuff there. They actually got the full heal away from that Scyther in that moment. It's gonna be back relatively in time for Rayquaza, but a really nice catch there by Zugrug to make sure that he had to use that. If they're able to stop Scyther, shut it down in a mean look, catch it with Trevenant, they can do something. But the real Scyther counter is not in this match, which is Slowbro. 10 seconds now until Rayquaza. These two Titans are going at it. We have the orange Juicers behind right here. Some
Umbreon doesn't have Unite move yet,
by Fusion, just using their
which is
moves
a
to
little
check some of these tall
concerning.
grass and see where
Oh,
they're
no, he
gonna
does.
start the fight. We have the Juicers starting to hit Rayquaza right here.
Oh my god, Machizzle!
Caught immediately. Nice Horn Leech for spacing. Flareon's pops their Unite. Eject button over. He catches two targets. There's
Oh, Scyther's dead.
Out of the Unite range. Focus blast in. Tempo looking to chase. Trevenant Unite pops, catches two. We're grabbing shields as Roland is in the back line trying to put some pressure on. And we are just ripping through. Ceruledge Unite on two more players, but they haven't converted them to KOs yet. We're moving forward. Finally, Anemo is down, and this is the opportunity the Juicers need. Machizzle's on the backside. We're moving back forward. We're on the chase. They're going to slash through. Draken Ice Fang.
Oh, Machizzle! Dude, Machizzle's positioning is like all over the place this game, man. Like he's getting caught out non-stop.
And we're coming right back into the action. We have a mean look down, but it's on KO. Rayquaza's getting worked on. It's below half. KO streak of two for Tempo. Why not? Tempo on the backside. Kratos on the verge of getting knocked
It's
out.
over.
Meanwhile, Anemo's back, which is just disaster if you're the Orange Juicers. Rayquaza's free, and Fusion is humming.
Yeah, that was
now
very,
moving
very
to score
unfortunate.
Here. They're going to try to stop it. We have Urshifu right here that could possibly get through some shields, but at the same time, the points are raining in
Yeah,
the top
Machizzle's
half.
the Machamp
points are
guy,
raining in the whole
but he's playing
goal.
Cerulege's
And
game.
right now, Fusion is looking to take
He got caught out. Okay, so he tried pulling Rayquaza to get them to get like to bait them into getting closer or to like taking the fight, but then he gets caught out.
Yeah, on the side of Tempo.
And then afterwards, when they're winning the fight,
making it out of these
he gets caught out again. He gets Ice Fang, man. Oh my god.
Moment. Bitterblade giving him the heals, but without the defense shred, they were not picking up the KOs, and they did not pick up a victory right here as Fusion secures a big-time win in Game 1.
I mean, come on, Cowboy. Tempo was like ever elusive, catch me if you can type energy. But credit to Kea and Draken, who were immaculate all game long. Did you see that huge engage in that final fight? Draken with no HP, the frame perfect Ice Fang to keep. It's crazy, dude. Fusion is insane.
Fusion played that so well. They played that fight so well, and when you have multiple Pokemon escaping, you know, on a sliver, that's just, like you said, that's a testament to what's happening with their defenders and their supporters, and of course, how coordinated they are. Oh, of course. Funny that I screwed up the word coordinated. How coordinated they are, and how ready they are to move in and out of this.
So, okay, here's the thing.
Just adjust.
I am not 100% sure, only because when I look at Liquipedia right now, it says that it says that people have lost. I don't think I genuinely don't think this is right, personally. Because it's saying like people lost, but there's no wins updated either. So it's hard for me to say, but if like hypothetically speaking, if they already lost the match or like a series and they lost again, their chances of advancing are pretty much gone. I think they're done. Yeah, they are done. Because it's only a group of 3, not a group of 4.
Tempo was doing so good, I started calling Fusion Tempo. That's how good Tempo was doing in that match. And now the Juicers are behind a game. They're going to need to come back. They had some strong moments there, but I'll tell you what didn't look like it was working was the Ceruledge for them. I wonder if another pick could get slotted in here. And Fusion, they didn't ban it out. They didn't pick it. They were happy to let it go to the side of the Juicers.
I mean, you're not wrong, right? So Cerulege might have been that like perfect bait pick, right? Like on paper it checks all the boxes, but in practice it just doesn't deliver in a meaningful fashion. And I'll tell you what I didn't really like was the defense, the pseudo defense support core there.
Sure.
I felt like Roland is a really good kind of aggressive support player. And when you put them on Umbreon, it's kind of like a snail's pace type maneuver, and the mean looks weren't getting enough value, which is tough, you know, as that's like half of the kit that you're going to them as the support core for. I mean, I'd like to see that switched up. I think Roland, they did themselves a disservice by not having them on a true healing support, because they're very good at those.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they want to change here in this draft heading into another game. You know, I feel like there were some big moments on the side of Fusion, especially from Tempo, but the Scyther play was really strong. And on the side of Juicers, they really didn't have anything trying to answer it. They had nothing. They didn't have a Slowbro to shut it down. They were looking for Mean Look, and then of course Trevenant on top of that, really to be the answer there, but it was so difficult to actually nail that Pokemon down, which I think was a big problem. Heading into our draft right here, it's already underway. Hoopa Garchomp banned again. We have Slowbro Blissey banned. First pick over to Fusion. They're grabbing the Blaziken. On the other side, we've got Cerulege and we've got Umbreon. The more things change, the more they stay the same here. Mamo Eldegoss.
Okay, well, it's really going to come down to these last couple picks, right? Because Fusion has not switched up anything. And as we're seeing kind of this get queued up, and we'll see what's locked in, it looks like we're not really going to switch anything up for the Juicers based on these hovers here. Flareon's grabbing Cramorant again.
Yeah.
And is Roland going to lock in this tree? They are.
Yeah, so there we have the Trevenant. I mean, this is really a run back. So you've got to assume when you're seeing something like this, obviously Fusion feels good about this. They kind of started taking the pace of the game and really dictating it at about the 5-minute mark like we talked about, and it looked good for them throughout the rest of it. And now we're seeing the final pick over here to the Juicers, and I think maybe I'm wrong, but this is a full-on. We're going.
We're going.
Okay.
You know, I actually think Clefable would be kind of nasty for the Juicers right now. I mean, both wagging the finger in their face, hitting with the follow me, or just putting down gravity. And I know good players work around gravity, but at least it gives them an obstacle that they have to work around. Mean Look is very reactive.
Yeah.
You have to catch the right target, and if you don't, you're like, okay, we've got Kia locked down.
Yeah.
And now the Blaziken's getting out again for the 4th time this game. Whereas at least Gravity, if they're caught in the mud or if they misstep, that's a knockout.
Yeah.
They're just stuck with you.
You know, one thing I got to say I like about what the Juicers are doing here is if you feel like you actually had it, you just had a couple misplays, they think like, no, we actually had it. Our strategy is more solid. We just kind of didn't expect how they were going to throw a few things at us here. Now we're ready for it. That could be big because what it's going to do to Fusion, obviously, is it's going to set them up to have to change something as they head into game number 3 if the Juicers can win this thing. But the Juicers are deciding to run it back right here, which is a pretty dangerous strategy when you're the team that just lost the Rayquaza fight in pretty spectacular fashion.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder, again, Fusion's feeling so good.
Yeah.
They got everything they wanted again.
Yeah, and here we go. Fusion, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. Fun for them, Orange Juicers being orange here as we head into game number 2.
Draken again on this Mamoswine, which I was very impressed with that game, Spraggles. It looked incredible, and we still hear Zoink screaming in the background over the excitement of this Pokemon being there. Double invade again, put the pressure on. Why change anything up? It all seemed to work last time.
Yeah, it really did, and you know, smart play here, obviously, by the Juicers. They know what they're going to do. They're going to have to see how they can stop this, and even if they don't fully stop it, right, they're just slowing them down, making sure they can't evolve when they want to, and they were able to get it, and they spun on them. Oh my gosh.
Dude, what? Come on, why not at this point? I mean, Hurricane pops up, they're going to get that eject button, actually. Now the chase is on. Eject back the other way, and at least the buff is sitting
Oh
on the
my
side of the
God.
Juicers, but they have cost this Kafu a ton of time.
Look, the spin is obviously the disrespect. You kind of love it in a wild way in a game like this. The fact that Zugrug didn't spin back right there, though, I mean, I think a spin for a spin.
Without a doubt. You got to keep that balance sheet.
You got to keep that spin going.
Everybody spinning to win. Charging up the big, Jesus, what's that called?
That's the wicked blow, my
Holy
friend.
smokes. How did I say it well before and I just completely evaporated out of my brain last time? Nice wicked blow. They get experience. You start talking.
Here we go up into the top path. We have the Scyther moving in, trying to score here with Scyther and Blaziken on the goal zone. They might be able to make it happen as they're going to move towards this fight. The wicked blow charging up, able to, I think, secure some of that wild Pokemon experience. Zugrug in a lot of trouble right now, being ripped apart here by the Scyther.
Yeah, I really just kind of stepped into the tall grass to find out that their biggest nightmare was there waiting for him. Quickly knocked out, but at least it gave Kratos the opportunity to get a stack in. Roland struggling to evolve here. Finally, they take over. Kia kind of relentless on him, just pressing him down.
Yeah, Kia doing a great job here, but at the same time, I like this play by the Juicers. I like that they peeled away from that fight so they could score that 19. It's an awkward amount of points to score in the top path by yourself. Here we have the Machisel moving towards, seeing if they can make something happen, but of course you're fighting into an Eldegoss on the goal zone. The Scyther is here in this top path as well. We're going to see how they want to play this. Tempo is now Blaziken also, so we could have a fight really kick off here at the 720 Birds.
Flareons and Zugrug babysitting downstairs here. It's kind of a 2v2, if you will. Zainus and Draken stepping up, getting a good vision on what's going on here. And we're going to see where these teams prioritize they want to scrap.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got the bird spawning in just a couple seconds. They found him with the pollen puff right there. Here comes the wicked blow, but it's all pulled over to the side of him.
I mean, Fusion is just moving like a well-oiled machine. They understand where you're going to be hiding out. They check the bushes and really just make sure that they're securing all that. That hollow air is just amazing.
Honestly, I like that it stopped you mid there. You're like, took your breath away for a second there.
Very solid.
It is very pretty as we have Blaziken looking to do something very pretty here for Fusion. Hard to stop this secure. Here comes the overheat.
I see you, Mac.
They don't.
I mean, let's talk about what Zainus did. Did you see them switch immediately into defender mode? They're like, okay, we have Blaziken overheat. I'm going to stop hitting things. I'm just going to run at them and make sure if I go down, at least we'll get the objective. Draken trying to use Earthquake into the backside. We're charging up and forcing Zugrug completely out. Flareons has to try and take care of this goal zone themselves, but that defensive pool out of that Pokemon is not very high, which means this goal zone is having tons of points put in.
Yeah, really great stuff there from Fusion, and Juicers not able to make much happen in this top half, but here's the mean look. Scyther Unite right back the other way. They can't make something happen with it yet. They're jumping in, continuing to rip through them, but they're on their goal zone right here, rolling in some trouble. Big time wicked blow, and they actually take him down this time.
That is tough. Overheat there, going to knock off half their HP. Kia moving back forward, but they're staying relentless. Ceruledge kind of overextended. Machisel should not have been there. They should have been happy with everything that they earned off the back of the Nemo knockout. Roland trying to move forward. Kia, great job spacing, and now they have Kia in the mean look. What's it actually doing to the objective? Who cares? Kia goes down. Tempo just focus blasting to try and see what they can actually push here.
Yeah, Tempo, I mean, when you have Blaziken near an objective, it's so difficult to stop it. At the same time, of course, we have Kratos. Kratos is doing a great
Nice job, production team. Nice job. No one cares about your Pokemon Unite. No, your Pokemon store.
Chance to secure it. I still think Overheat's a better secure, but Wicked Blow is, I mean, it's wicked strong.
And goes wicked hot, buddy. Draken right there working through as Zugrug and Draken have just been staring at each other for the last 4 minutes or whatever. Overheat from the bush, not sussed out. Anemo going in, and so was Kratos looking for an opportunity here.
You say that, but that was the whole problem. They fed Scyther. Oh.
Pop the Unite move. Ceruledge right back, and there's the Cram Unite. Can they get some KOs here? No, because Anemo showed up, pulled up for the smoke, popped their Unite move, and eviscerated the entire
You were
team.
saying, Mac?
Zugrug's not there, so they don't get the
It's the exact same thing. They
and now they're just going for a big time score.
Yeah,
don't have a.
I think there was a little discussion as to whether or not they were going to put in a few.
They don't have a way, or they're not playing in a way that allows them to stop this Scyther from steamrolling them.
Lock something down, but they're not able to finish a lot of these fights. And I feel like this Ceruledge is not set up in the perfect position to do that. However, they had a better fight a little bit ago on Anemo. We're going to see what they can do down here at Red.
Yeah, Scyther did get picked off by the Urshifu last game.
They do finally get a secure.
The problem is, though, like, even though they got picked off, they snowballed the game so hard for their team that they didn't even need to be there to win that fight.
And now they're going to score. And Nemo's on this goal zone trying to defend it, and they're getting sussed and KO'd. KO streak of 3 for Flareons. The kid coming alive.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here, and this is actually the Juicers fighting really well. And as you called out, a couple of those mean looks set it up pretty properly, right? One of the problems is those mean looks are working really well. bring in, you know, one player by one player and they're able to grab them. They're not working that well in some of these bigger fights.
And they need them to work out in the big fight here. Nemo going straight on. They'll engage on anybody. Hornleech through, caught in the mean look there, and they pop their Unite move. They are still standing, 2 players down. Shandy Unite on top of the Cramorant, rinse and repeat from game 1, and that's another amazing exchange for Fusion. Dude, they are catching them as they want, and they can't deliver.
Yeah, and you can, you know, say, like, there was a good fight from the Juicers right in the bottom path just a bit ago, but at the same time, we had Tempo in the top path scoring another 50. They're up 270 to 100 right now, ready to get the big time secure. Cerula Unite doesn't find its mark, but to be fair, it'll have it back in time, so I think that was a reasonable try as we have Roland in a lot of trouble right here, just being ripped apart. They're running away from this fight. A fight at the tier 2 now. Reggie Alecki is here in the top path. They may have just wanted to let this walk here. We're gonna have to see how it turns out though. They don't want to give up any points, but it's only 19 in that goal zone at this point. However, they want to stop this. They don't want to leave their home goal zone open. They want to keep the score line as close as possible. And no, they actually have to end up letting it walk.
They gotta go for an aggressive play. If anything, what they do,
bottom path in 10 seconds.
I think I just saw
eject button mean look the Umbra. Eject button mean look the Scyther, force them to full heal, and the moment that full heal goes on cooldown, you ult with the Urshifu.
Here we go, Reggie Steele. They're looking for the secure here.
You just line it up.
It looks like the Juicers might be
And then the thing is, it doesn't matter if the Umbreon dies, because as long as they do that,
anyone can start this as the Ray
they'll
fight.
get rid of
It
one of
looks
their
like Reggie
big
Steele
threats.
still has a possibility to go down to the side of Fusion
Because they don't have a lot of DPS. It's just they have a lot of burst between the Chandelure and the Scyther.
And Orange Juicers need this Rayquaza. They are down by 151 points.
Here we go. Setting up for this fight, they're going to need to find their moment. They haven't found a lot of moments against Fusion. This, you know, incredible defender in Draken has just set up insane plays for the side of Fusion. Chandelure, they've just not been able to get close enough to it to make anything happen, as we have multiple members of the Juicers right now actually choosing to play a little Stardew Valley. They're farming up their side of the map, trying to get them on an even footing level-wise. Draken jumping in. That mean look is one of those like, hey, I see you. Yeah, I see you too. As we have a little bit of a catch on the Blaziken.
All right, Tempo trying to go down the eject button out. They get out of the Cramorant, pop by the Trevenant, and they make it out again. Cotton Cloud Crash going to pick up Draken. They're moving back. Zynus is low. They're buckled. Kratos stepped up and actually
they mean look the Scyther. Nice,
nice.
Nice, very nice.
Two Nemo's down. This is the opportunity the Juicers need. Kea scrambling around, and here comes Tempo right back. But there is everybody in their face. They're trapped in another mean look. Can they deliver on anything? Tempo is on the low HP, and they're KO'd by Machizzle. Draken is the only one stands. Rayquaza is at half. The whole team
there you
is
go.
won, and the Orange Juicers are fusing themselves into a real team here and putting themselves in a position to go to a game 3.
Don't call it a comeback, but here are the Orange Juicers scoring 100 points in the top path, 100 points in the bottom path. We call these Hundo Burgers, and they're putting them on the grill right now, getting ready for a game number 3. They are not ready to go down to Fusion here, and I gotta say, they finally showed those moments they needed. They had big catches with the mean look, great positioning in that final fight, and when they finally got that Scyther, it was time to make something happen. Juicers tying it up here in game 2.
Great showdown. Now, all that to be said, they obviously delivered, but what that catch did for the first time, it caused a panicked moment out of Fusion. And I can't wait to talk about that a little bit more. But as the Orange Juicers have won game 2, they caught Tempo, the Blaziken. But what, they didn't knock Tempo out in that moment, but it caused panic out of Fusion. You saw Unite moves firing for no value all over the place. You immediately saw Kea take the skies to Cotton Cloud Crash to try and save Tempo, but they were already out. And all of a sudden, when everything settled out for just a moment, they looked and we said, we have no resources left, and it became easy pickings for the Juicers.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we normally see out of Scyther in a lot of these competitive matches. They're on a top player. And when it's on, it goes.
So the thing is, they had the same issue of letting the Scyther get fed, but they did a much better job at team fighting and actually using their skills to eliminate the threats. So yeah, Scyther got fed, but this time around, they chained their skills so that they got stunned and got their burst off before they could really go, like, get going.
Well, actually, the most critical moment, to your point there, was Zainus, was one of the first players.
Scyther didn't even get to Unite move at the end either. They still had it.
Sudden, as I was kind of trying to elaborate in mid-match, all of a sudden the Cerule Edge is now on.
Yes.
That Unite move is worth exponentially more because the follow-up Imprison to pin them and put them in spots so they can't maneuver all over using their abilities is what's important. And Zainus went down, and credit to Machizzle, was able to leverage the Unite move for the first time in 2 games.
Look, we have some great outfits. I love it, but I'm very jealous of those jerseys.
They're so cool.
They're honestly insane. I love the Unite jerseys this year too. They're so sick. Different color for every region. We're seeing the North America region right there on the Juicers as we're getting ready for game number 3. And we wouldn't have it any other way, Dupe Snacks. We love a game 3.
It's game 3.
Absolutely.
You ever see SoloQer on the streets of T-Hot? No.
Up 1 game. Juicers up 1
Toronto
game,
is a big place, man. I'll tell you that right now. Toronto is like, even if you live in the same city, the chances of you seeing each other by happenstance is very rare.
Garchomp banned out again. Slowbro banned out again. Looking for that final ban. Blissey banned out once again. So I think things are going to look pretty similar right here. If I'm Fusion, I'm honestly feeling pretty good. And now if I'm the Juicers, I'm honestly feeling pretty good.
I would be feeling a little shakier if I'm the Orange Juicers.
Sure, yes.
That was Tempo giving them the opportunity for the catch, which, again, for Fusion might be like what you were saying is like, our strategy works. It was just a little bit of a subpar execution in that moment. Juicers, no fear though, they're just queuing everything back up, and if we have our 3rd consecutive game of these 5-on-5, listen, the first 2 games have been bangers. Give me another one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if we're seeing the same picks, I think they make a lot of sense right here as we're looking to lock in our next Pokemon. We can see Cramorant once again. We can see the tree once again, and that looks like what's happening. Both teams are feeling pretty good here. Juicers, obviously, they showed it there.
Are they going to draft the same teams again? There's no way, right?
Now, I wonder if Fusion wants to change anything maybe sneaky near the end of the draft, or if they're just going to go with the tried and true, what kind of won them most.
Oh my god, they're going for it. They're going for it. 3 games in a row, same team comps.
Finally, Urshifu being locked in.
There can be only one, guys.
Let's do it all over again, Cowboy. I mean, now it just comes down to execution.
You know what's funny? Unironically, unironically, this actually works out well. If you win, this gives the teams that are spectating you and are potentially your future opponents, it gives them very little information because you use the same team 3 times in a row. That applies to both squads. So like whoever wins, it's like whoever's facing them next, they don't really know what else they can play besides what they played this series, which are the same 5 Pokemon, which is actually pretty funny.
Most of the time, they have been behind. They have had some flashes of brilliance, and in fact, Flareon's on Cramorant had some pop-off moments that last game, having the most KOs in the match, and they finally shut down the Scyther. But the question is, are they going to be able to really change enough here in Game 3? I kind of love that we're seeing the same compositions. I kind of love that both teams are confident and they're ready to go here up on the big stage. Can anyone take down Fusion? We are going to find out very, very soon as the Juicers are trying to be the team that slays the Giant, the AOS Cup champions here. Now, of course, Dupe Snacks, this would not mean that either of these teams are out of our competition, but it makes it harder for them to get to day 2 if they end up losing this game, as we are getting ready for game number 3. Fusion, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. Game 3 here in our group stage.
No surprises where these Pokemon are going, Spraggles, and why not Gossifleur and Swinub, a crosstown shootout maneuver for them, of course. The way they actually stagger it, too, is kind of cool. Kea moves in first, and then Draken steps up. Kea actually going towards Draken instead of peeling back like they have been before. So maybe that's the switch up here, Sprig.
Yeah, and here we go. We're actually looking for a little bit of a fight here. We're going to see what they're able to do. They could eject over this wall if they have an eject button in their arsenal. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. They actually do just dash over the wall right there. They are able to make it out. I'm sad we didn't get to see the dancing.
I mean, yeah, if you know how to play Ceruledge well, then that's fine.
Less to dance about.
Realistically, it's not much of a tell. It's just a strong meta Pokemon.
Wasted, which is invaluable in a 10-minute game.
Absolutely, it slowed down them getting their Urshifu. If you look at the bottom path right here, I have to give it up to Zugrug and Flareons. It feels like they have been outperforming in the bottom path every single match. You see them have a higher level. Not able to make a fight here. Looking to see if they can get to the Scyther, but no, they missed the Wicked Blow completely, and now they're going to have to peel back.
Yeah, and Nemo strapping on the Goofy shoes, able to dodge the Wicked Blow, which really would have spelled a disaster because there's 2 other juicers there ready to pounce if that was going to land.
Here we go, Scyther just looking to clean up some of this central area, get as much experience as possible. As we've talked about, things seem to be going pretty well for the juicers in the bottom path. Always a nice level advantage on this Cramorant down here, and usually a level advantage also for the tree, as we have a nice KO here, but here comes Scyther to try to throw one back the other way, and they do.
Yeah, we saw the dual wing beat just fall a little shy. We tried to turn around with the Wicked Blow to at least scare them away. No fear in their heart, stepping forward, getting a good quality knockout. Now Anemo a little outflanked here, but Machisel and Flareon's both there. Nice Hurricane to spin up Anemo, but the follow-up is going straight towards Machisel, letting them off the hook as the Scyther. Zainu's great job moving in for the cover.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from the Candle, making sure that we could get Anemo out of there. At the same time, we've got once again the Ceruledge on the Bitter Blade. They're using it at the start of the fight, giving them this big-time boost in attack, but they're also not able to take advantage of a ton of the healing because of that. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, as I've heard all sorts of.
Well, some.
I guess you could have some that maybe just have one edge, but I mean, that's not a very good sword, I wouldn't say. As we're getting ready for this fight, they're catching him here with the Pollen Puff. They know where Machisel is.
Now Nemo sees Roland going for the engagement on them, but Kratos with good cover, Flareon's in the tank as well. Quality knockout for the juicers there. How much was Fusion able to do while that was going on? Not much, as Tempo quickly eviscerates a wild Pokemon and steps back into the pocket of Kale.
Yeah, one thing.
Where'd the mean look? Delayed, man, delayed.
It's now 8, so they have the ability to switch between their moves. They have the ability to secure this here. We have the juicers wanting to start this fight. They do have the single strike, and they're actually looking to take
there
the
you
fight
go.
towards Fusion.
They knock out Kea quickly. They're the ones.
This guy takes so long to like take the initiative to make a play. Like, you got the numbers, you got 4 people there. He's literally right beside you. He's borderline face checking the bush.
Just away from the berry, Regieleki goes in, and they have a great opportunity to get a big-time score lead.
Yeah, and here we go. I like this play right here. They have some time. They can be a little patient. They can try to get these stacks as they're continuing to push towards this fight. The goal zone's defensive.
This is a free kill right here, man. Fight him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no way you just let that happen. Jesus Christ. 4v1, guys. Focus your skills.
They could scare Roland away, force them to grab a berry. They go straight back to scoring. 40 in the pocket. And look at that. They're just putting Roland on the berry duty to make sure, like, yeah, you got to go heal. I'm going to try and score again just in case you leave me alone. Look at this just kind of map pressure that caused, Spraggles.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Trevenant's here getting pushed immediately. Scyther Unite move looking to pick up the KO, and they do. Here comes the Urshifu. One back the other way, but the Ceruledge Unite starts ripping through them.
But Zainu's was there. Yes, Tempo went down, but
Hurricane missed.
By the Candle, and they put everybody in the dark.
Oh my god, Cramorant, buddy. Cram.
Amazing
Cram. Jesus, Murphy.
Getting caught right there in the imprison.
Not only he missed his Hurricane because the score animation went off, and then he dives right in front of the Scyther, literally right in front, to get his projectile off, but then just gets melted.
In a lot of these exchanges, it feels like they're sort of figuring out the flow of a Fusion fight and when they can actually make some of their catches.
Absolutely, and I think on the other hand, Fusion's kind of coming apart at the seams. They're getting a little bit more anxious. The engagements have a little bit less tact to them that they did in Game 1 and the first parts of Game 2. Draken just being a harassing type tank in the front, just making sure they can cut off this Orange Juicers team. Quick Imprison, nice little Earthquake. Key is there to pick everybody up.
And here we go. We have the Ceruledge just ripping through some of this experience right here as they're getting ready for this bottom objective. However, in the top path, Scyther and Blaziken rip through that in a second. That's walking towards the tier 2. We don't have anyone from the Juicers there to deal with it. Urshifu is basing right now to see if they can make it in time, but who knows if they're going to be able to stop the fight. Here on the bottom path, we have the Ceruledge looking to make something happen, but it's getting shut down here. Jumping back in, looking for the KO on the
Oh, he actually got a kill in the 1v3. That's not bad.
as we still have Umbreon fighting in this top path.
I'll say this right now,
Crashing down on
Cramorant
his
as
wall
well
zone,
has
and
been
two
getting
members of Fusion
their
running
Unite
for the
moves have been
bottom goal.
pretty bad this series. Not just this game, this
The Regieleki
entire
doesn't
series.
hit. They are able to get
I don't think
back
I've
in
been
enough time
I don't
to
think I've
catch
seen
them.
Cram Unite and I've been like, wow, that's a really good Unite move.
206
It's either meh or just god awful.
more achievable now if you're OJ.
What a fight here between these two teams. They're really close. Juicers actually able to defend at that top path. When Scyther and Blaziken were there and no one from the Juicers was in sight, I thought this was going to be really bad for them. But they actually were able to make something happen here. Great stuff for the Juicers. They're still behind, but that could have been catastrophic for them.
A rare moment where Draken and Kea aren't able to buy enough time for their team to execute their strategy here. So maybe kicking themselves because they weren't too far off. That Regieleki was right on the doorstep. Quickly sussed out, but Chisel goes in. We're in a mean look as Kea. Just going straight for the downstairs engagement. Draken is there to stop them. So is Anemo. Now we're putting tons of damage on. Dual Wing Beat doesn't hit, but at least it forces rolling back towards the rest of the team. But they're looking to chase. All 5 players are there. Mean look on Anemo. That might stymie that chase for now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to peel back right here. Obviously, Fusion wants to take a fight. They love to take fights, and they're good at it. But they recognize that running into that tier 2 at about the 3-minute mark might not be exactly what they want. Instead, getting ready for a fight here. Zug just starting to see exactly where Fusion is. Dual Wing Beat is coming in, ripping apart these swap.
Machisel going straight towards Kea. It seems like Machisel's job is to get this Eldegoss off the map. They've been really targeting them down. Zugrug moving forward, going to be the first one to set the pace. Charging up and overheat in the bush, and they took tons of damage to Zug. We try to fire a focus blast for the follow-up, and Tempo's just being relentless. Now all the Juicers are kind of stuck together, not too sure where they can go. And the Regieleki's still on the map.
All right, guys, this is it.
Still there, and it looks like
For the pride of North America. They gotta win. They gotta win.
They're up by over 100, so we can't really get a sneaky score to make something happen here for the Juicers. We're gonna have to see how Fusion wants to play this. Getting really aggressive right there, seeing if they can catch something in the tall grass. This is game 3, the last one between these two teams and groups, and it could decide a lot depending on how the rest of the day goes. We're gonna see how they want to start this fight. If the Juicers can get a catch like they did last time, they can make something big happen. But of course, it feels like Fusion has played so many of these fights perfectly right here. Kratos charging up the Wicked Blow, Scyther moving in and out. No one wanting to take this fight yet until they can find a great opportunity for the team. Zugrug looking to see if they can make their moment happen, possibly with a Wood Hammer into a Horn Leech. Tempo throwing out the Focus Blast, just seeing if anyone's going to bite, who is going to move forward, and it needs to be the Juicers.
They're losing a
at
lot
some
of
point
time.
because they are behind. Sneaky score happening in the bottom path. There's Shifu looking to put points in, but it's not going to catch him, and here comes Trevenant.
Nice,
Oh
nice
my
KO
god.
Caught out. Machisel's getting Dual Wing Beat down, and Nemo's on the chase. Nice
It's over.
Flarion's
It's
the
over.
backside. They eject over the wall to keep
It's
this
over.
night going, but the chase continues.
It's over.
There's one
It
player
is
down, and that's Anemo on the other
over.
side. That might be the good enough target that
Over.
Orange Juicers needs to flip the script on this. They're getting chased down in
Over.
prison, and they pop the Unite move, but all of a sudden
What
there's
were
no
you
value
guys
there.
thinking?
Kratos
Why
still
are we
stands.
okay?
Kratos still stands.
Why are
What
we
the Juicers
back
gonna
tapping?
do?
First of
Oh
all,
no, they found Kratos in the tall grass. He was trying to base, but he's not able to make it.
I don't understand their game plan. They wasted a minute doing nothing. Then when they finally decide to,
he goes back towards the
doesn't
Blaziken, but
matter.
Blaziken doesn't go down. It's so close, but he goes down. Back at the Rayquaza pit, we have a fight.
that Unite move literally does not matter. You have 30 seconds left in the game. You can't even do Rayquaza. They're getting excited for nothing. Like in the hindsight, it's just like, okay, cool. Even if best case scenario he gets that kill, still doesn't change anything. Still less than 30 seconds in the game. You still have to do Rayquaza. Like
this score line close like OJ's glove.
And here we go. They're not able to make it happen. The Juicers can't score, and Fusion is going to take game number 3, holding them strong throughout that entire fight. An incredibly played Rayquaza fight there, once again from Fusion. I don't know if anyone can react to these fights better than this team. It just feels
Get
like
juiced.
they are in perfect
Get juiced,
sync,
boys.
in perfect harmony, setting up amazing plays over and over again. And unfortunately for the Juicers, they are made almost nothing out of that Saru ledge in this final fight. The Unite misses everything. They can't set up a big play. They don't get that mean look catch, and they are losing this game to Fusion.
Well, there's a clear difference between Game 2's final fight and Game 3's.
Yeah.
Zugrug went down without poaching a target. Devastating. They couldn't even put anybody on on the hook to cause that panic out of Fusion. They were operating very smoothly. Yes, they took down Anemo, but they were able to suss out where Kratos went to, which was the big source of secure for the Juicers. And they just had to get chased down. I mean, you look at this game, and really, it felt like Fusion was in control in all 3 games.
It really did. I felt like Fusion had the matches in their control. They had a
All right, guys. The day is not over for Pokemon Unite. Obviously, it will keep on going. However, I have to go.
the first team qualified.
I have to go, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would keep on watching. Just a reminder to you guys, I will not be around tomorrow, unfortunately. So I will not be able to see who gets crowned the world champion of Pokemon Unite for 2024. Like I said, I have my dad's birthday to go to. It overlaps and it's been planned for a while. I'll be out of town, so there is literally zero chance that I stream tomorrow for Unite. I'll be back on Sunday, hopefully. We'll see. But yeah, guys, I hope you guys had a great day, good weekend. Thanks for hanging out. If you're going to watch some more, then hopefully enjoy the rest of the matches. North America's washed. Let's be real, guys. The NA Apple Pie American Dream is just gonzo, dunzo, finito. It's all up to Nemesis now. Believe in Nemesis. Believe and root for Nemesis. Otherwise, it's just over for us.
If they don't catch them in the tall grass, that whole thing can go a very different way. We're gonna send it up to the stage for an interview.
That's
with
what it
your
comes down
winners.
to.
Take it
Nemesis or bust.
Welcome Fusion to the stage as they secure a massive victory today and a very exciting one at that for game number 3. I'm here with Anemo, of course, yet again, as he started the matchup saying thank you very much, and I can see
Alright, guys.
why he says
I gotta
that.
go. You guys have a good one.
Anemo,
Take care. I'll see you guys
congratulations on your
whenever.
victory. Fusion
Peace.
are seen as one of the best teams in Pokemon Unite.